Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Nerd Rage Gaming's 1,000 or more League Cup. My name is Dan Hugar. I am here with Christian Moshi Jr. And Moshi, we got a good day ahead of us, man.
We do have a good day ahead of us. 65 total players with 62 Masters.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. We are 2 people away from that 7th round, which a lot of the players are grateful for. But obviously, I like being here. I wouldn't have minded that. So we are in post-rotation format, which means no Gardevoir, thank God. No Dragapult, just kidding, my bad. And then a whole lot of new cool stuff we're trying out. So, Moshi, what do you expect to see today?
I expect a lot of Dragapult. Obviously, that's the big one that a lot of people are still talking about and will be talking about for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Just Dragapult's in a really good spot as it is currently. A lot of Okie Dogies, hopefully. A lot of fighting decks, actually. I was just looking through a couple just now. There's a couple Lucario, there's a couple Garchomp, there's a couple Dogies.
All right, so we got fighting decks like out the wazoo here.
Yeah.
And Unimu, thank you for joining. Glad to have you here. Okay, so lots of fighting decks.
Yeah. There's like a mix of rocket decks in the field.
Okay.
I want to say it was a majority more leaning towards that Mewtwo side and compared it to that Honchkrow.
Yeah.
But regardless, still a lot of Rockets decks, which I am glad to see because I want to see them succeed.
Okay.
Because I am a big fan of the Rocket archetype as itself. So I just hope to see a couple show up every once in a while.
No, that'd be pretty good. So Brent Halliburton has used this term before. The Rockets is kind of like a parasitic set. So it is all self-contained, like it's not a lot of building, adding, shifting. Like the engine is there all on its own. So it's kind of cool to see those succeed.
Yeah.
But it's rare when you see those succeed in a non-horrible way. Because usually they're either way overpowered, VMAX, or way underpowered, literally everything else we've seen with that.
Yeah.
And Polyrath, thank you very much for joining. Good to have you here. We have 62 Masters, 65 players overall, so we are at 6 rounds. We are 2 people away from 7 rounds, but 6 rounds today. And then obviously top cut, top 8 from there. So, and one thing we may want to talk about, Moshi, is are we allowed to use asymmetrical cut in local events?
I think that's a Michael question, not a me question.
It is definitely a Michael question. I'm going to check on that because, as y'all know, for our invitational, we always do asymmetrical cut. But that's like 30 people, so that's a little easier. I would love to see if we do it here. And Polyrath, it's actually 62 Masters and then 3 juniors and seniors. So, like I said, we are just so close. But yeah, so Moshi, you mentioned the fighting decks are a big thing. And then you also mentioned what I was going to say is the next point. Grass decks are also around. So you mentioned Team Rockets that... Spidops is a big piece of that. Mm-hmm. There's also Teal Mask Ogerpon, there's Arboliva, there's Meganium. There's a ton of really cool pieces still around.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you are just pulling up one. There is at least one Ogerpon here. Polyrath, it is cash. So it is $1,000 cash for Invitational Ventures Store credit, but for all of our cups, it is cash in hand. And by in hand, I mean PayPal, but it's fine. And Plutonium, there are certainly a lot of okie dogies. I don't know if you were here on Thursday, but there are a lot of okie dogies.
Actually, I'm not that sure about that.
Wait, really?
I'm not. I have seen 0.
Whoa! So. All right. Hold on, I got to check. So something we should also mention on Thursdays, whenever we have locals, we don't have all the deck lists because we don't have players have to fill one out. But for our cup, we get every single deck list for every single player. So we will luckily have a lot of good knowledge for each round, what people actually have, what outs are remaining, and when people need to start crying. Okay. There is at least one okie dogie.
Okay, thank God.
Yes, there are at least 2 okie dogies. There are 2 okie dogies. Oscar, 4-2 with Rockets Mewtwo at the cup. Jelly Dusknoir and Raging Bolt are not great matchups for that deck. So that is understandable to go down with Mewtwo. Yeah. But I'm glad you went 4-2. It's still a good record.
All right. I think everybody emailed their list. That's kind of unfortunate.
Yes, we do have a lot. So I will say we have at least a couple festival lead. We've got a boatload of Dragapult because it is clearly the best deck in format. And then I think we got a couple other weird things we'll see as we go.
We have a lot of grass piles. I can say that.
Yes.
There's multiple Crustles.
So that's an interesting one.
There's a handful of bolts.
Okay.
There's a mix of a lot of things that we have. There's like I think 4 Garchomps.
Okay.
This is pretty cool.
That's a real good deck.
It is into a meta that doesn't consist of a lot of grass Pokemon, which happens to be a problem.
Fair clarification. So for today, just y'all know the structure. Like we said, we have 6 rounds of Swiss, and then we'll have Top Cut. We'll take a break in between Swiss and Top Cut and play a more fun game that probably involves us. And then we have a lot to talk about, man, because it's post-rotation.
We do have a lot to talk about.
And I should say to everyone, I'll say this later, our young Moshi here put together some great freaking content. And number 1, it's excellent. Number 2, it means I didn't have to do it, and I'm so happy about that. So thank you in advance, Moshi. But Bryce, are we setting up for our first game here? All right, so we're going to get into our first game, and we actually have...
grass decks, here we go.
Wait, hold on. Is that the right from Mo? Mo sent it over.
Right.
Oh, Mo changed his mind. Yes, we do actually get to see Festival Lead versus Arboliva. So we have a grass-on-grass matchup here. And Moshi, who is favored?
My first thought was Arboliva just because it could spread more. But, I mean, you could argue for Festival Lead just because it can take those big 2-prize knockouts in one hit.
And I think that's a big deal. The issue is most spread going to be able to disrupt what Festival Lead is trying to do? And Moshi, I see you shake your head at a decision there. What are your thoughts on Thor putting that stadium down?
I think the stadium was too aggressive. You literally can't attack with anything on your board currently. So, I mean, I guess like you can, I don't know, be under the argument that, oh, my opponent started a Budu, maybe there's no stadiums. There's a stadium in every deck that exists in this format almost.
Yes.
So you're basically, and if you prize Festival Grounds as well, now you're in a more of a weird spot where, okay, well, say I prized one and now you win the stadium trade. I'm only attacking once a turn now.
Right. And that is not going to be enough because doing 100 damage once per turn is just, it's not it. And so, Moshi, talk us through this turn, though, for Thor. Is this a good setup? Is this what he's looking for?
I think this is probably Thor's most optimal setup he could have gotten this turn 1. He has a Lilies in hand. He has a Goldeen in the active, so that Festival Lead ability is already turned down without needing a Dipplin. He has 2 Grookies, 2 Applins. And he got an energy down.
That's
really good.
Flip, I am most excited to see Garchomp, honestly. What are you most excited for?
I was originally most excited for Dogi, but considering we have 2, my next option is Raging Bolt.
Okay. And Bolt is a very, very good deck in this format. Yeah. All right, so Moshi, talk us through Mo's turn. What's the plan here?
Bug catching set, get your basics, or just miss and grab 2 grass energy. He does have, I'm pretty sure, a search in his hand. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure there's at least a Chikorita in hand.
So the one nice thing, though, for this deck is because Force of Vitality, also, Bryce, can you hear us okay? Is the volume all right? Okay, we're going to check on that. But one advantage that this deck has is with Force of Vitality, it can be the turn you put that Pokemon into play.
Oh, wait, his hand's goated, what?
Wait, this hand is so good. Well, it's so good if there's a stadium out for next turn. There is not. This hand is less good. But to your point, or to what I was saying, Moshi, even if we didn't have these basics this turn, that is okay as long as we're able to get them down later.
For sure.
All right, and we see the Itchy Pollen item lock going over to Thor's turn. So, Moshi, how does Thor respond here?
So obviously, like I was saying, Thor's hand is really good in the sense that he just has... Oh, did we not play the Grookey last turn?
Yeah, I don't really know why we didn't play the Grookey last turn. But Pokeball, happy Sunday. Thank you for joining.
Regardless, we can't play that.
Yeah, that's very much not allowed.
We have the Lilies like I was talking about, so just going to be able to get a fresh 8. So if we see a Thwackey, we're in such a great spot.
Agreed.
One thing I did want to mention is with the rotation happening, the loss of Vitality Band does put a big strike on this deck just because we're going to hit for 60 with the Seaking, and then we can't knock out a Chikorita.
Right. And that's a big deal because Mo can tank a hit. Yeah. Udimu, thank you. Appreciate you confirming the volume's good. But Thor's going to get 8 cards, and like you said, a Thwackey is great here. But to be honest, even just a Seaking is fantastic.
Or just a Seaking, to be specific. That's all we got.
But to be honest, that's fine. Because we're going to be able to attack twice. We have plenty of leeway. And it's not a guarantee Mo gets the Arboliva.
And just to like... I don't know if it would have made that big of a difference because it's 1 card, but at the end of the day, it is 1 card. If we bench that Grookey, maybe we draw into a Thwackey at the end of the day because that's 1 less card in our deck.
Which is true. And we did draw into a Grookey. And then Mo debating, but kind of per your point, I agree. I think going into the Chikorita's fine here.
Yeah.
The only question would be if Mo wants to just tank a hit there, and Mo does decide to do that. So Thor's going to draw 4 cards off of that, take a prize, and that's really good.
Yeah, and we drew the Grookey again, so we drew 2 Grookeys again, so that's cool.
And you know what? Sure, that's fine. On Mo's end, this is bad, bro.
Yeah, his hand doesn't look great. I don't think we drew a Stadium. I think we drew another Grass Energy, in fact. So our hand kind of has a whole lot of nothing, and I don't really... We drew Stretcher, so we could grab a new back.
And I think that's what Mo's going to do. The tough part is this is going to give Thor guaranteed another prize. Yeah. And that's not great.
That's not what you want to do into a deck like Festival League.
Sammy, how many candies should Polt Noir play? I actually think Polt Noir needs candy more than any other Polt version. Because having that aggressiveness with Dust Noir is a huge deal. And I mean, Thor's hand is just a hand of all time.
Yeah. Putting the Air Balloon down, I think, is fine there. I really want to see this third Grookey come down.
I agree. And part of that is being able to Boom Boom Groove multiple times is fantastic. But the other addition is Mo eventually will start trying to trap things. Yeah. So the more resources you have once you try to get out of it, the better position you're going to be in.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to see another Lily. He's going to draw 6 this time instead of the usual 8.
The Budu coin is sick. I think, does Alfredo make those?
I think Matt did.
Oh, Matt did?
I think so.
So there's
one of them did.
A couple locals that make those for everyone and kind of hand them out. So just saying, if y'all want to come hang out at Nerd Rage, if you're in the area, you can get some cool stuff. And Sammy, I don't know what I could tell you on that one. And holy, are we cooking now?
Wow, what a world.
So double Thwacky's good, and Mo's expression demonstrates how he feels about that scenario.
I know Mo is a big fan of the Thwacky. We had
yes.
that was his whole interview, was that he knew what Thwacky was.
And so Mo actually won our last cup with Festival Lead. So I don't know if he's a big fan of this vengeance Thor is taking on him.
I strongly doubt it.
I know. And yeah, Sammy, I'm actually not sure what the cuts would be because I think it all depends on what the list. And Terry, thank you. Yes, Coins will buy Alfredo, a local here. So y'all talk to him. He's on Twitter. He's on Facebook, I think. Just shoot him a message. I'm sure he'd be able to help you out.
Gonna grab a Grass Energy off our first Boom Boom Groove.
I gotta imagine we get a Diplin here, right?
Yeah, I have to think so.
Okay, they're just having a friendly chat with the other table there. All right, so Moshi, why is Diplin the right choice? Because I know why, but
Diplin's the right choice, I believe, because if this if Mo does draw into a Stadium and knocks out this Goldeen, we need a Pokemon that has that Festival Lead ability just to use our main engine of the deck and the card that just functions the whole deck to begin with.
100%.
So just having a option to a card that does exactly what we want it to do just makes our life a lot easier.
And Sammy, sometimes you're just on a roll, and your opponents just can't do anything except cry. And crying is always an acceptable option. But you're right. The Stadium enables the double attack, but enabling Boom Boom Groove is honestly more important.
Yep. So we bench the second Goldeen. I think that's okay. I don't have a problem with it.
I actually think that's really good because, I don't like not evolving, though. Is there any reason we're not evolving?
I'm not sure if there's a technical behind it. I don't see what would be the technical behind it, to be fair. Yeah, I don't really... We also didn't attach the energy either. So we just kind of grabbed 2 cards just to grab 2 cards.
Which, for this deck, there's nothing wrong with mapping ahead and, planning out your turn. But just, gosh, he's so much more susceptible to that Arboliva spread at this point.
Yeah.
All right, so then Mo finally hit a Lilies, able to start to get back into this game. What does he need this turn?
I assume I think at this point we need to get a Forest this turn. I think we're, I don't want to say too far behind, but, we're really far behind at this point, and considering we're playing against Festival Lead. Which I actually just don't think we have one, unless that is one in the middle of the hand, but...
I don't see one. Logan, thank you for joining. Good to have you here.
It is,
there
of course.
is a Stadium.
But nothing else in this hand for that.
Well, so there is a Pokepad, but Mo really needs to hit that, whatever the middle Olive is? I don't remember. Not Smoliv.
No, that's the basic.
Dolive.
Dolive.
Thank you,
That's
Bryce. Mo needs to hit Dolive and then
We
needs
do
to
have
hit
Dolive in
Arboliva.
hand. We just
Logan,
don't have the Arboliva,
thank you.
which is why the Pokepad was like the least of our likely draws that we could have hit.
Yes. But yeah, I see no out to Arboliva there.
I don't either, but I do see a Noctowl.
And that's pretty good.
That is pretty good. So bringing the Hoot to the front, I assume, is what we're going to be grabbing. Going to retreat probably just into one of these Chikorritas, just give him something to just to hit into.
I would tend to agree. We also don't have Meganium in hand, so we can't do anything like bounce back or try to put some damage on.
One thing that could be like a little like awkward to me if we got this Hoot is for Mo, you know that Thor could just grab a boss anytime he wanted to, and that Teomas is going to be knocked out from 2 whatever the Sea King's attack is.
So, and actually, Scarecrow is asking this, is Festival Lead Archetype difficult to play? I would say yes and no. It's pretty self-explanatory, the line you need to take, but anytime you have a higher number of decisions in your deck, there are always opportunities to play well or play poorly. Yeah. Would you agree? Do you have a different stance on it?
Yeah, I would say you worded it pretty much to a T of what I was getting at. It was like, it's like, at first glance, the deck seems really like standard and like, oh, it's just do this, because it's like 4 cards that actually technically matter in the deck like this. But once you like actually face like specific matchups, you have to do a lot more things to do what you want to do.
Yes.
Which means that you actually have to spend a little bit more time thinking. Which that's the thing that, and then you know this, like you know me as a player, I like playing decks that require me to think usually.
Yes.
And do I confuse myself a lot when playing them? Yes, but that's not important. But like almost every deck, I believe in this rotation, besides Lucario, requires way too much thinking at a point where you have to know what you're trying to do and you have to know when you're going to do it.
I completely agree. You need to be effective. And Logan, listen, happy to have you here whenever you can. And yes, it will be on YouTube to watch back, and we're also going to be here for a while. So
we have a long day ahead of us.
We have a long day ahead of us. But also, I agree with everything you're saying. Straightforward deck to play, but absolutely right. When you're able to go get anything, it's pretty good, and you have to make a lot of good choices.
Yeah. So,
what a top deck for Thor. That Brave Bangle is going to enable a one-shot on this Teal Mask Ogerpon. Oh, wait, never mind. It has 120. We were already killing it. All right, never mind. I got too excited, guys. It's fine. It's fine.
Dan's getting too happy for things.
I was way too hyped for a second there. Oh, but this is still really good for Thor.
Yeah. Thor, I'm pretty sure if he could get any Pokemon down with that Buddy Poffin we can, we're able to take 3 prizes this turn guaranteed.
Well, yes and no. We cannot knock out the Bayleaf.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because we only maxed out 100.
Yes. Okay. But the issue is if Mo goes into Bayleaf, Mo will have to spend an attachment to get back into Arboliva.
Yeah.
So now the question is, Moshi, we need to get into this habit. I didn't pull out Thor's list. But if Thor plays Shaman, this feels like the perfect time to get that down.
I feel like they have to now. I feel like not playing Shaman is kind of like bad.
You know, I would tend to agree, but I guess the other question is, does Thor see the line where it's beneficial to do so?
Or the better question is it even a deck?
That is also a key question here. And I'm looking, y'all, when we have 65 deck lists here, it's a bit more challenging to search through these all.
Surely Thor Bosses of Dolive. That also could just be a really good option. I don't hate it either.
Milky, I really don't hate that either.
I feel like either's fine. With Mo, like, instinctively grabbing the Hoot, Thor could be thinking that he has a Noctowl, that's all he's depending on.
Yeah.
But yeah, either out is completely okay with me. I don't see either one being a problem.
I think it also depends on how many bosses Thor has left in deck, because if he knows he can pretty easily go get that, I don't have Thor's list, we need to figure that one out. But pretty easily go get those 2 prizes again, it's probably okay to save it.
So there's the Do the Wave for 100.
He has 2 bosses in hand. That's pretty good.
Thor did have 2.
Jason, thank you for joining. I don't know who Terry is, but happy to have you here. And yeah, Milky, having that many Gust available is pretty good.
Yeah.
But, Moshi, this is exactly what we talked about. Mo going into Bayleaf means he now has to spend an attachment to get it out of the active.
Yeah. So Mo's hand isn't great because of that knockdown. Because obviously we don't have it. We have an Ultra Ball, so I mean, I guess it's fine. Actually, I take it back. But
We also have a Judge.
yeah.
And so that's a big deal because Mo can go get a Teal Mask Ogerpon, knockdown for whatever he needs to get the Arboliva Stadium bounce.
Yeah.
And then just disrupt. So, I mean, what is Mo's line here?
So obviously this Ultra Ball has to grab a Teal Mask. I literally don't think it could grab anything else, or else we're in a really bad spot.
I actually disagree. I think grabbing Arboliva here is fine.
Yeah, that's also fine. We need to find a out to the Meganium. Is that what it is? Yeah, the Meganium.
Yes.
Just because then it becomes a lot easier to get out of the active.
I think that's the only way we get out of the active.
Unless we play a switch that we don't know of. But
And we could play a... Mo had sent me his list, but Mo could play an air balloon. Mo does not play an air balloon. Mo plays no switch. So Mo just needs to hit this Meganium here. And Jason, I'm glad we can provide you some work entertainment.
So, and this goes to just like an example of what we were talking about on Thor's side of the board. Thor has 2 Pokemon with Festival Lead in its ability, so that Boom Boom Groove is just always going to be active.
Yes.
Which, as we were talking about, is very, very important for Thor to have.
Yes. And we actually have 3 down with that ability.
Yeah.
Which is a big deal, too. And with Mo playing that...
Thor just drew the nuts. Sorry.
Did he really? What did he draw?
He drew Max Spell, Energy, and something else.
Holy! That's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Well, and also with 2 prizes left, if Mo goes into Arboliva, that's just game.
Yeah, Max Spell, 5th Pokemon on the bench. We can Boom Boom Groove for Black Belt.
100%. Exactly.
That's insane.
That's so good.
This deck's broken. Never doubted it.
All right, so Mo retreats, goes into Arboliva, absolutely knockout Diplin, and Applin did 2 prizes, and now can Thor pull off the knockout?
I do assume so, just because we have the Grookey in hand. We have a Pokepad for the Psyduck.
2 Pokepads. So, yeah, that's... I think Thor literally only needs 1 Boom Boom Groove.
Yeah, because we just need a Boom Boom Groove for the Black Belt.
Assuming there are 2...
we did have 6. I think we might have taken off our prize cards.
Okay, and then it got judged into the deck.
I think so.
All right, now Thor's just doing the math.
Yeah. Because it would be 100, 150, 170, or 180 with Black Belt, and then times 2 because you attack twice, so that's 360, which is definitely enough to knock out this Arboliva.
Oh, there's already a Grookey in hand. Yeah, all Thor needs is a damage modifier.
Which, I know there's a Black Belt in deck. There it is.
And there is. Thor sees the line. TCG Insights, Mo absolutely does. Mo's a baller. We love Mo. We see the Max Belt. We see the Black Belt. And that is game. Mo, with Arboliva, goes down to Festival Lead, which is a deck that was hyped and now a little underhyped.
Yeah.
And do we have a second game, Bryce?
The end
we got
of
the
it.
end of it. That man is attacking with a Genesect.
I have a lot of questions.
I have so many questions. But we do see Damien with Stevens Metagross. We see the boss from Alfredo and Dragapult taking down Stevens. And to be honest, that's not a great matchup for Dragapult.
I don't think so off the top of my head. It seems pretty bad for Dragapult to run into it.
It does.
I assume the Dust Wars are pretty good for Alfredo. I assume they went pretty well.
I would also assume so.
Just based on the board state, I assume we got enough damage spread around to the point where it just didn't matter what Damien did. So I guess that's all we know.
That's also a good assumption. And and Stevens is a really cool deck. I don't know how high tier it is, but being able to accelerate 2 energy out of your deck every turn, having a 340 HP 2 prizer to tank, having access to Lily's Clefairy, to Jellicent, Genesect to search stuff out, there's a lot of pieces there.
Yeah, it seems pretty good.
Yeah, big fan. All right, Zamoshi, any thoughts on either of our games there?
I think Festival League is really good into this format, and I've been saying that for a while. So.
Okay. Kenneth clearly feels differently about your positive stance there. Kenneth saying that this format looks miserable. Should he cancel his LA flight? So number one, I don't know anyone who's super excited to go LA. That's a lie. I've enjoyed it. But, I mean, dude, it's still Pokemon. Yeah. It's still fun. And, Moshi, is this a good time to talk about something that could bring Kenneth joy?
Which is?
Control.
Oh, absolutely.
So just for y'all know, for the plan for today, we have a bunch of stuff to talk about with post-rotation in general. And because we're talking about reasonable things with that, I found a whole lot of shenanigans we could pull up and talk about, or at least a few. So, Bryce, do you mind throwing up that control list? So this is a control list that was played a while ago, shortly after post-rotation started, getting second at a big event. And Moshi, tell me what is going on here.
Sure. So obviously the loss of Pidgeot sucks for a control list.
Big time.
A lot of supporters we lost. The Ericas, the Penny, the Arvid. The Arvid's a big one.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to find an engine to use, and the only one we could really think of that was consistent was Cloak, because what's better than just looking at 2 cards consistently, am I right?
I mean, nothing. That seems very good.
But we also lost, which also does suck for this deck, a lot of good Pokemon to be playing.
Yes.
So obviously the big one is that the Dene for recovery, which I think we'll talk about later too. The Elgium with that slight shift attack, just being able to move energy wherever we please. The big one, and honestly, in my opinion, our main one that we have now is that Ethan Sudowoodo.
Yes.
With that big impound attack causing retreat lock. The turn data for me hasn't come up yet. I haven't played this deck for a while. But
Kenneth, 4 hammers are great if you flip heads. It's wonderful.
Yeah, but,
plus, you can keep using them over and over.
Yeah. But I haven't had the Terminator come up for me personally. But
okay.
I assume it will have its moment, and it is really good when it actually comes up. But yeah, our supporter count's really like. I don't really know how much that's actually going to change. I have been considering getting rid of a couple Dons. I don't think I could get rid of all 3. I think all 3 are really good and really consistent to be in. The Petrol I really don't like. I actually have taken out the Petrol already.
Okay.
I'm playing Force Stretcher instead just because it makes more sense in my head too.
Mm-hmm.
The Gravity Gemstone I am a really big fan of.
Really?
Yeah. I haven't had anybody be like, oh, I'll just play Jamming Tower and get out of it. I haven't had anybody do that to me yet. And it has come up a lot of times where I just slide shifted, boss, Gemstone, go ahead.
Yeah.
And that's all I could do. Obviously, the big one is the Cirrhosis. The Cirrhosis is so good in this meta, just because of how much draw there is now. I kind of want to play more than one Battle Cage because I feel like only playing one is kind of weird into Dragapult to have 3 stadiums.
Well, and Kenneth even saying 50% Pult matchup. To be honest, if you're going 50-50 into the best deck in format and beating everything else, you're probably doing all right.
But yeah, the flutes, I love playing flutes. You know about that. You know about that, Dan.
I do.
When I played Stall, I was like, dude, I had to play flutes. This card's nuts. But no, I've always been a flute guy. Obviously, like Kenneth said, I'm not the greatest fan of 4 Crushing Hammer, but that's about all our disruption we have now. So.
I know, and that makes sense. And so, for people wondering, like, isn't Yveltal with free retreat a better retreat lock option? Why is Sudowoodo better?
I think the Sudowoodo is naturally better just because I'm pretty sure it's like more of a you can use. There's more like I don't remember what like the actual like reason was behind it, but I'm pretty sure it was something like along the sense it's like.
I have an answer.
I don't remember what the reason was.
So,
it's like,
big reason I understand it to be is that a lot of Pokemon that are pretty commonly played resist fighting.
The resistance to fighting and everything else is weak to dark. So
exactly. So if you're impounding a Monkey Dory, you're doing 0 damage. Yeah. Or if you're impounding a Latias, you're doing 0 damage.
Yeah.
And that's a big deal because then you don't give the opponent opportunities to get out of it. Thank you, Michael. Michael's dropping off more deck lists here. But no, so I'll let you scroll through those. So that impound is a huge deal. Sudowoodo does let you throw the game on a coin flip whenever you want, because you do get to copy attacks. The other thing I wanted to note here, because Sammy said it, and number one, love that you said this, control is bad. Yes.
Hey.
I mentioned this was shenanigans right at the get-go. But what I will say is retreat lock is really, really good. And I don't think it has to be a fully controlling archetype, but being able to trap stuff, being able to play with the fact that people have just much fewer switching options, Turo rotated, that seems really good, Moshi.
Hey guys, wonderful news. We got Thor's list.
Oh, good. Excellent.
But yeah, I like... Control obviously isn't the biggest thing now, but retreat lock is really pivotal in this game, I think, currently.
So, Sammy, playing with a skill difference doesn't have to mean you're good. It can just mean that they're worse. That is an option. But I think retreat lock in attacking decks is where I think there can be a lot of value there.
This is the greatest deck list I've ever seen.
What is it?
It's just a live screenshot.
That's fantastic. There's no name on this whatsoever. We know some human being is playing this list.
That's awesome for us.
I'm so here for it. So, but I will say, I think retreat lock's really good in attacking decks because it is a dramatic shift in win condition, and it can surprise people to give you opportunities either to get into the game or to stay ahead by preventing your opponent from making a big swing play.
Yeah.
Kenneth, obviously this is bad. If it was good, I wouldn't dislike the format. Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. All right, Moshi, any thoughts on this? Do you want to convince anyone this is good? Have you convinced yourself it's good?
I haven't lost with it. I'll say that. I've played like 12 games with it. I haven't lost with it yet.
Okay.
But I'm not going to say it's good.
Okay, all right. That's a very good balance.
But I can say that it works for sure. It works for sure, but if it's good, is a big stretch.
That's reasonable price. You can go back to us if you want. So, I think that's one thing to keep in mind. So, I don't know about you guys. I test a lot on live because I have a child and I got to figure out times to test somewhere. It is not always a win condition based on you outplaying your opponent. A lot of times it is something happens, someone disconnects, someone makes mistakes. And even though it looks as a win on your screen, I think you got to be real careful to recognize that those may not indicate the deck is good.
Yeah.
Is that what's been going on, or do you feel like this deck is truly just cooking people?
I don't think so. I've played majority full games where we've gone like 20-ish minutes.
Okay.
There's obviously been a couple games where, my opponent just draws bad and they see me just Eldritch shift their energy and they're like, I don't want to play this anymore. They'll just go do what they want to do.
I mean, I would still count that as a win. That's fair.
No, but like I haven't played a lot of games where it's been like, 2 minutes of a game and then one of us just DCs because we don't want to play the game anymore.
Mm-hmm. Dude, that makes sense. So it's a cool list. So, Moshi, we got a little time here. Do we want to start talking about post-rotation?
We could. Absolutely. I'm willing to.
All right. I'm glad because you're still here. Yes. Festival Elite is definitely still live. It actually just won our first round, and I'll be honest with you, it was not close.
Yeah.
Like, Festival Elite just ran them over. So part of what we had planned for today is obviously post-rotation, there's a ton of big shifts. We're losing a ton of pieces.
Yeah.
And whenever we're trying to deck build or kind of come into the format, I think it's really important to understand just conceptually what are the key pieces.
Yeah.
And Kenneth, everyone loves Sammy. I absolutely get that. So, Moshi, where do we want to start? And we can kind of talk through what we're looking at today.
I think a big loss of ours was in the more disruption phase, where we kind of ran out of a lot of disruption cards going into this rotation.
I'm here for it. Bryce, can you throw up that disruption slide? We have Bryce working on it. But no, so talk us a little bit about that disruption in general. It's like, here we go. Perfect. So talk us through this, man.
Yeah, sure. So obviously going through rotation, we lost the beautiful Iono card, which I know a lot of people have a lot of opinions about.
Oh, unless that opinion is that it's one of the best cards ever printed, I don't know if I need to hear it. It's such a good card.
But a big one just being losing that Iono just affected way too many decks going into this format. But now the big one's obviously that unfair stamp that we see in 95% of decks almost.
Yes.
Judge being a big one. 0-6, like I was talking about. One I haven't seen enough of, but I know that is in the field, is that Harlequin.
Yes.
I want to see it. I think it's a cool card that got printed, but I haven't got to see it yet.
And so I think talking about disruption kind of generally, like you said, Iono was incredible. And it wasn't just that it was a good draw supporter to start the game, though it was, and I think that's a huge loss on its own, but it could be one-sided disruption.
Yeah.
You could give yourself a full clean 6 cards while putting your opponent down to 2. Unfortunately now, Harlequin can do that, but it's on a coin flip.
Yeah.
Judge forces you both down, And Unfair Stamp does do that, put your opponent to 2U to 5, but you get to use it exactly once per game, and that means you don't play something like Cape or Prime Catcher or Secret Box, something else.
Yeah.
And so, from a draw perspective, those make sense. And honestly, Kenneth, you're not wrong. They're all terrible, but I'll contradict for a bit. There are some other disruption cards in here that are non-supporter based that are kind of a big deal.
Yeah. Obviously, the main one that's been tormenting us for months now, that Badu.
Yes.
Wonderful item block. We love seeing it.
Oh, we do. It's beautiful.
Mega Absol with that Claw Darkness attack, just completely robbing you of a card seems not pretty fun for you, if I had to guess.
And especially, you get to choose the card you rob from them. That's huge.
You get hand information, you get to just steal a card, and you just get to hit for 200. That's pretty good. The Team Rocket's Watchtower, obviously, a lot of Noctowl decks aren't having a lot of fun with that card, unless you just draw out of it, which I haven't had a problem with it yet. So
that's
we'll
good.
See how that future goes.
Listen, Roxanne Stamp is back. Unfair Stamp, or Roxanne Path. Unfair Stamp, Watchtower, it's pretty good.
That's basically the same thing. It's the same thing.
Yes.
The Battle Cage stopping Dragapult is a big deal. Obviously, like we were talking about earlier, that Retreat Lock with the Yveltal could be really pivotal for a lot of decks.
100%. The hammers are still good, and then Airy is a card that's still in format. And even though our item cards are a little weaker, man, if you Airy away someone's Unfair Stamp, oh, that is terrifying.
Yeah, you got to feel pretty good going into that rest of the game knowing that they don't have that card.
Absolutely. So this is, I think when we talk about disruption, we obviously can talk about hand disruption, but really we're kind of thinking, what are all the things that just stop your opponent from doing what they want to do? Yeah. And I will say Battle Cage, we haven't talked about that one yet. That is probably the most played card out of almost any of these.
I do believe so, yeah.
Because any single prize deck that wants to hang with Dragapult, you gotta stop that Phantom Dive from applying full pressure.
Absolutely. It's probably the most important card when you go into a Dragapult matchup if you're a single prize deck, I have to say.
100%. Because if Dragapult does all of that just to hit the active for 200, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
And that's not what you want to do.
Absolutely.
All right, so Moshi, I think we get the gist. I'd be curious too. Kenneth already has shared his opinion on these are all horrible. But if anyone else's thoughts, happy to hear. What's the next one you think we should talk about?
I think you should pick, Dan.
I should pick?
I picked this one. So
let me actually just start from the top.
Sure.
Because one of the things that I think is really important both to get out of disruption and to play this game is just draw.
Yeah.
And so I think just being able to draw, see cards, do what you need to do is a big piece. So there are a couple different ways to do this. And for me, I always want to start with the Pokémon. So I'm glad you put this together.
Yeah.
Because there are a ton of ways to actually still see more cards with that Lunatone, Alakazam, obviously. Fez is in literally everything. Yeah. And then there's some more deck-specific ones like Kangaskhan, Dundun, and Ogerpon. So, Moshi, tell us about some of these.
Yeah, so sure. Obviously, Zoroark been the big one for a while. It's just its whole archetype, basically. It's just, I just draw the whole thing, and I can also use this card to just do what I think their max is like 330 damage in a turn. That's pretty good.
That's really good.
The Kilowattrel, obviously probably not going to be seen as much as I wanted to.
Not everywhere.
It is a card that could come up, and just the opportunity to draw 6 cards whenever you feel like it is pretty good.
Absolutely.
The Mystery Guard, not going to be seen as much again. It is seen, though, in that Jealous and Dustler deck that some people are playing. Just the opportunity to draw a lot of cards with the just with the cost of a Psychic Energy that most decks actually want to be in that discard pile.
Taking a quick break, Sammy, totally understand the format is pretty rough right now in general. Dragapult's incredible. Nick's Starmie Frostlass, I also think it's really good, but not being able to draw cards is appalling.
Yeah.
Kenneth, Godspeed, bro. Hope you find a good one. Jason, Vivillon, I think definitely could fit in here.
Yeah.
It can be good disruption. The issue is, do I really want a stage 2 to give my opponent just 4 cards every turn?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's especially like in decks that I see it in, like it's very hard to set up multiple stage 2s because you have to play like 3 candies at most. Like
right, or you play it in something with not Festival League, goodness, Force of Vitality.
Yeah,
but there's already so many cards for all your lines in that deck. It is hard to fit in.
Yeah.
Finger guns, Zam, Zam, Zam. Listen, happy birthday. Enjoy time with your wife.
Yep.
And as much as we would love to see you out here, I'm sure there are people who are grateful to not hit more Alakazam. And Dill Daddy, Yes, credit to Moshi for putting this together. This looks great, man.
Thank you. I couldn't talk when I was making them, so
that's fine. You did great work. So for Kofu, listen. All right, here's the thing, Kenneth. I'm gonna jump in here. I actually did say Kofu, and bear with me, y'all. I do legitimately think Kofu is going to be a reasonable draw supporter in some decks. So Kofu says take 2 cards from your hand, put them in the bottom of your deck in any order, and then draw 4. In decks that are trying to build combos and don't want to use something like Morty's to discard and just wants to add cards, I think Kofu's a great one because you can clean without cost fill your hand. Until the world ain't ready for. Hey, I will tell you, I won a cup with Kofu in my deck. It was incredible. Eli is judging my life for saying that. But Jason, yes, Force of Vitality is a big thing. Burbo, I have so many thoughts on Lugia V-Star, Moshi. Luckily, it is not in its current format. How did you feel about that deck?
It could be pretty good with Morty's. I think it's a good discard.
Listen, instead of Ultra Ball chops, it's Morty's chops.
I mean, it's like you can Morty's chops into Ultra Ball something. Like, there's options. I mean, like what if you just don't have an Ultra Ball and then you Morty's into an Ultra Ball? Think about it.
I am thinking about it. I don't really want to anymore, but I am.
And you can Pokepad chops. This is broken.
Oh no! Don't come back. If Big Pikachu's listening to this, do not reprint Lugia. None of us want anything to do with that. Dildaddy, we are in Buffalo Grove, Illinois, just a little bit northwest of Chicago. Super easy to get to from the city. Yeah, right here.
Any Greninja decks? I don't think so.
I didn't see either. Was Adam playing his Dragonite Greninja shenanigans?
I don't think so, no.
That's far too reasonable. Dildaddy, we'll let you know if any come up. But Moshi, we haven't talked about a couple pieces of draw here. Number one, Kangaskhan and Dun Dun. Tell us a bit about those.
Obviously, Mega Kangaskhan having its own archetype in that in the Kangaskhan Absol deck. I've seen it take a couple places in Raging Bull too, but just having a consistent draw engine of, obviously we talked about that Watchtower earlier, but like just having a draw engine of a sort to see a guaranteed 2 cards every turn seems pretty good. The Dunsparce obviously seen in that Alakazam deck. Very consistent draw engine. Oh, I get to draw 3 anytime I want to, and I put it back in the deck. How much more can I ask for?
I mean, that's good. Kenneth, if you do play Lugia V-Star to the Los Angeles Regionals, your opponents will all have good luck in their automatic wins against you. Burbo, you know what, man? Roll with it. Roll with it. So for here, I agree. Kangaskhan is really good in those big basic decks that aren't going to set up either a stage 1 like Zoroark, don't have the spots for more evolution Pokemon, or aren't playing Fighting Energy or something like that.
Yeah.
Because not that those 2 cards are game-changing and an engine on their own, but if you don't need a ton of resources, you can just keep building your hand.
Yeah. And like Jason said, that's basically like the point as well with Dunsparce, that you have the option of enriching energy, so you can just see 7 cards and just put it back in the deck and just say, yeah, I'll find it later too.
That is the only time when I will approve Hilda as a card, because that is, Hilda for 7 is really, really good.
That does seem pretty good.
All right, so are there any other draw cards we didn't think of to put on here?
Besides the Kofu, which when I was reading your message, you put it with a question mark, and I actually just didn't look at what Kofu did, so I just didn't include it.
Goodness! I can't even complain. This looks great.
But there's probably a couple that like I just kind of like thought over my head.
So one I'll put here is Dracloak.
Yeah.
Because Dracloak is obviously huge in Dragapult because it evolves into it. But as we saw in that control list, Cloak is actually a really good draw for a lot of either single prize or kind of weird decks that don't want to expose 2 prize or something like that to harm.
Yeah.
Correct. I did forget about Rapidash. I have no idea what that does. Naveen is technically a card in the format, Kenneth. Excellent memory. And there are some draw supporters that are good and some draw supporters that are very, very bad.
Yeah.
And we didn't include all of them here.
Never. I would never include bad things. I only include good things on my list, including Iono's Kilowattrap.
I was just going to say, I have some questions on that. And so one other thing I want to note here for a couple of these, the draw engine is the main attacker in Alakazam, Zoroark, Teal Mask, Ogerpon. And having that efficiency is really, really good because it saves so much deck spots.
Yeah.
So much deck spots, so many deck spots. Goodness.
You're doing great. It's okay. It's only 12 o'clock.
I don't know. Kenneth, honestly, I don't know if you're wrong. So Iono's deck includes Kill a Watch Roll that lets you draw cards with lightning. There is Iono's Bellable that lets you discard a bunch of, or attach energy as often as you want, and you can do 280 with it in its own. We did lose SER. However, there is Canary, lets you search energy out of the deck.
Yep.
You do have energy retrieval, but yeah, I think that's about it, unfortunately.
I think so, too.
All right, Kenneth, you make a good point. I forget that we lost to Superior Energy Retrieval. But all right, so we are getting our next pairing set up here, and Moshi, you are pulling out our list, and it looks like we have Dragapult, which is good. We have a very cool deck from Ben we'll maybe talk about. And we have Justin Templar, which if you guys haven't heard that name, he is a really good player playing Cynthia's Garchomp. That is interesting.
Yeah, for sure. The fourth one I can't find is my dad's list. I'm pretty sure he's playing Lucario today, though, if I had to guess. But
And we are actually going to see Dragapult versus Garchomp. And Moshi, these are two of the decks we talked about early on as being really good.
yeah.
Dildaddy, you absolutely called it, yes.
Just based off my testing completely, this matchup is not very great if you're the Dragapult player.
Appalling is the word that I would use.
Yeah. And obviously both players very well known. I assume you could get into that when you start explaining things, but the matchup isn't very great for Matt.
It's horrible. It is actively horrible. Although Justin is playing Rare Candy in this list, and it is a very different build. And yes, Justin just way too good. So, Moshi, talk us through Justin's turn here. What's the setup going to look like?
So obviously, if we had more search than just that single Fighting Gong in hand, we would have liked to see maybe a couple more Gibbles come down. Maybe obviously another Roselia. But unfortunately, that's like all we have is that single Fighting Gong.
Yes, and that is less than ideal. But granted, this is one of the biggest advantages of Garchomp. If Justin just gets a Gabite down, he's going to be able to start to set up his board really, really efficiently.
Yeah.
The odds of that happening with that hand are low.
Yeah, we have two candies that won't be able to be used anymore because of that Badu.
And that is a problem. But Matt, on the other hand, does have a Monkey, does have a Lilies, and none of those cards are Dragon type yet.
Nope. They're not. Obviously, in the Dragapult deck, you have 4 Buddy Poffin, 4 Pokepad, and 4 Ultra Ball, so there's a pretty good chance you'll find one.
Yeah, the odds are high. Odds are high. Not offended by rooting for Matt. Always a big Dragapult fan. And for Sammy and Kenneth talking, just Pult matchups are bad, kind of across the board. However, that usually happens when something's the clear best deck in format, because everything is built to beat it, and it usually only stays best deck if the deck is strong enough to withstand that. I am not seeing a ton of Dragapult pieces in there, Christian.
I didn't see many either. I know that there was at least a full line just within Matt's hand,
which is
basically. Good. But yeah, besides that, there wasn't a lot of deck, but there's also just not a lot going on for Justin on his side of the board.
And that is very true. So Justin does have a Roselia, which is not ideal. There's a Boss's Orders, which also not ideal. And kind of like you said, Matt's hand is set up for him to play the game pretty well.
Yeah. We have an energy if this boss does get played to just go back into Badu. We have another Lilies. We have a Cloak. So we're in a really good spot for Matt, but clearly not for Justin.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate for Justin, but also that's one of the issues with Garchomp. The search on board is incredible. The draw is nothing almost.
Yeah. Like, we have what to draw? We have
supporters.
Cool.
We have
nothing.
Justin has 4 Lilies, 2 Petrol. There are literally only 6 cards in this deck that draw cards, and the first attack from Garchomp.
That's awesome.
That is appalling, to
no,
be
that's
honest.
Great. What do you mean? That's awesome.
This is so bad. On Matt's end, though, we got a Cloak down. We got a Lilies. It's pretty good.
Yeah, we have an energy down to get that retreat out of the way. So we're just in a fine spot here. Double Buddy Poffin Fountain, triple Buddy Poffin Fountain if we wanted to do all that. But obviously just the main one, getting another Buddy Poffin down, going to be able to grab another Dreepy. If there's another Dreepy, okay, there is another Dreepy. So our board's pretty good here, actually. Like, I don't hate our board by any means, just knowing that there's zero pressure going on from Justin.
I would tend to agree, and we are going to get our first Recon Directive off. Do you think there's a reason Matt saved the other two Buddy Poffin?
I don't think there's a reason as to why a Fighting Energy Fountain doesn't do anything for us, really.
It absolutely does not.
But yeah, I don't know if there's a reason.
I will say, for one thing on Justin's end, I think Justin needs to evolve this Roselia into Roserade. Otherwise, Justin's at risk of just losing the game.
Yeah. Obviously, with that energy coming down on the Electric the previous turn, all we need is Psychic Energy Dragapult Boss, which might seem like a lot, but Matt's hand is like 11 cards right now, so better just play the safe than sorry option. And Recon finding us another cloak there is pretty huge. And Poke had to find a third one. We're broken at this game. What's going on?
Matt also has all of the remaining Buddy Poffins in his hand, so Matt's going to be able to set up pretty well. My question for you, Moshi, is if we are not able to gust this little Gibble, do we do anything? And we do see all the Buddy Poffins played at this point. And Crispin, okay, we're gaming now.
Absolutely. Unless we're gusting this Gibble, I want to say just keep Metropolitan as long as we can.
I agree.
Eventually, you're going to get to a point where you can just wipe the board. So just take your time. You have zero reason to rush because Justin's not giving you anything to rush for. And then eventually you can board wipe no matter the situation.
And I think that's the position Matt's in. Matt is just hoping to hit a Dragapult off top deck and the next few Recon Directives.
Draw for turn found us nothing for Justin in the pass back. I think it's...
Oh, that is brutal. And I think that's a Dragapult.
That is a Dragapult.
Murray, thank you so much for joining. Awesome to have you here. You are about to see Cynthia's Garchomp get obliterated by Dragapult here. And we do see the pull come down. We are going to see the boss's orders, I believe. And we see the energy attached to Monkey. Is this just game over?
Let's see.
Okay.
I do still think so, yeah, because I think there's two bosses in Matt's hand. But
there's also a Meowth in Matt's hand.
Yeah.
So even if there wasn't a boss, we could just go get that. And Murray, you're rooting for the right team member on this one because Matt is about to close out this game. Yep, there you go. Justin just said, show me the boss, and you got it. And Dragapult just kind of runs over Garchomp that apparently can't just play 6 draw cards and call it a win there. All right, and so we get to our next game, which is Mega Lopunny versus Lucario. And Moshi, talk to us about this game.
For sure. So Ben's got a good thing going on here with that Clefairy in the active, I can say that much.
Mm-hmm.
Just with that Lucario, with that horrible psychic weakness. Just being able to put this pressure on. Funny Gong, we're going to get our first Lunatone engine down, which it looks like.
Kenneth, exactly. If we just did everything by the predicted matchup, it wouldn't be any fun because you always got to play the game.
And for Murray, this matchup is actually really winnable for Lopunny just because we play, I think it's 3 Wondrous patches with 2 Clefairy and 2 Shutter.
Oh, yeah, no. Lopunny is very well built to beat this deck. And Murray, enjoy Project Hail Mary. I've heard the movie's great. And Jolly, yes, Lucario has to be careful to not give Ben a way to just take 2 knockouts to win the game.
Fighting Gong coming down. So
Iron Boulder with Judge. What does that even do?
It's a great question. That's past my knowledge.
That's the future one. That's for Psychic and Colors. If you have the same number of cards, you do 170.
Oh my god, that's funny. Wait, that's actually hilarious.
That's why I only know that card in GLC. That's sick. All right, so then, Moshi, what is your dad doing here?
So we just played a second Fighting Gong for a Riolu, which I don't agree with. Fez going to come down because I assume there was a prize taken last turn. We need a Mega Lucario here. We don't find one, so that's not great.
That is less than ideal.
But I really didn't like that Riolu grab there. Just because we have one in hand, we only had 1 energy at the time, so if we Lunar Cycle, we hit a Lucario, but we don't have a second energy, we can't knock out this Clefairy.
Right.
So it was probably better to just get rid of the grab a second fighting energy. Just you
Yes.
had that opportunity to attach if you needed to, if you missed.
I will say on Senior's end, that accelerating stab for 60 is actually really relevant because now Aura Jab for 130 can clean up this Clefairy.
Absolutely. So...
Oh, and Ben is just about to be gaming here.
Yeah, Ben's having a great time right now, I can say that much. The Genesect setup, already putting enough pressure on that as it is.
Yes.
The Tool Scrapper in the hand for Senior just makes it a little less fun for Ben, but obviously still in a great spot regardless.
Do you always refer to your dad as Senior?
No, never.
Okay, I was going to say that's very weird.
Never.
For those who are wondering, Christian Senior is actually Christian Junior's here's dad. So I was kind of expecting you to say dad, not Mr. Moshi over there. Judge is interesting too. I know it works with the Iron Boulder, but can also just be good disruption, as mentioned. But for Ben, getting another Clefairy down, I think we just talked about this. Streaming Clefairies is a huge deal.
Yeah, I think if Ben could fully set up a Clefairy this turn, I'm pretty sure that's about all she wrote. Just because, or no, I guess no, because then Ben could just go low putty boss. Yeah, I think if we do just set up a single, if we set up back-to-back low Clefairies, we win this game.
The nice part too is Ben does play Wondrous Patch.
Yeah.
So Ben can set up one Clefairy in one turn. But even just banking a manual attachment this turn would make the odds of getting another attack off so likely for Ben.
Yeah, for sure. So it's going to use both the Dunsparces.
And I don't think that's especially bad.
I don't hate it. I think if we do get disrupted, it's a little awkward just because we have no excess draw. But I don't see it being the end of the world.
No, and having the one done down is probably fine, because the nice part is Ben's deck is very efficient, especially if he's able to get this Clefairy down and attach.
For sure.
If Senior does go Aura Jab, Knockout, Judge, Ben can respond pretty easily.
Yeah.
And there we go. See the Clefairy and the energy. And a boss of Festivity. That seems good.
So now this game is unwinnable. In a sense that if we knock out this Clefairy, another one's going to come up and it's doing enough for a knockout already.
Well, and so that's a fair point. If we knock out this Clefairy with a Mega Lucario.
Yeah.
And so it is possible to take a knockout with Hariyama here or something like that. But not the most likely.
I don't believe so.
Well, yeah, I guess this deck doesn't play Reversal Energy or anything anymore, does it? Oh, well, never mind. That's not great.
So the Judge being brought to the front of the hand.
So I guess, Moshe, here's my question for you.
Sure.
What is your dad's prize map? How is he winning this game?
I assume the main one is just being able to go knock out Clefairy, and then knock out something else that's given.
So hypothetically, yes. What about right now?
Right now, it's like you have to knock out the Dunsparce if you can. That's like, in my opinion, his main priority, just because you're already hand disrupting Ben. And then let's deal with the Clefairies. Try to avoid putting down another 2 to 3 prizer because you literally lose if you put one down. We don't have a way to knock out this Dunsparce, by the way, so that's already a problem on its own.
Agreed. And I think that was the big risk in playing Judge instead of Gust on the Dunsparce.
Yeah.
Because now Senior can knock out this Clefairy, but it's going to have to be with a Mega Lucario.
Yeah, and it's cool for Ben that he drew a Lilies off the Judge. So.
Well, that's not great for Senior.
But, so we have a fighting on.
I know this is bad for Senior. We still have to go in with Mega Lucario, right?
I think so. I don't think we can afford just to take a hit here. Or not, we can't even I don't think we can afford to lose another prize card, too.
And I think the big issue for me is if Ben gets 2 Clefairies set up to attack, this Senior just loses. So the more turns you give Ben to find that other energy, the more likely it is Ben just wins the game.
Yeah.
And is there an energy in hand? There's not yet.
Pretty sure there was. Or for Ben, no.
This Senior, don't do it. Don't do it. Moshe, go yell at your dad. Tell him not to do that. Just go get the Lucario. An interesting Mega that Senior does play in here is the Mega Zygarde to try to just spread and knock out everything.
I don't even know why we would grab that here, though. That's the thing. Like, I don't know what we gain off that.
So I think Senior's line may have been, if I can spread and hit enough heads, like, that'll get me the game. But you need 5 energy on it.
Yeah, you have no energy, Excel.
And there's no way you're getting that on there without Aura Jab. Now, granted, he could Fighting Gong for it, Aura Jab, and load it up.
You know what? Yeah.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay.
But the only reason I say that is because if Ben is unable to one-shot this Lucario, Senior would be able to get the Lucario out of range and into the bench, and then go in with Zygarde to try to clean things up.
I guess. Yeah. The only thing that's, like, a problem with that is, like...
Senior was playing Zard in the past, and turn 1, it is certainly a fall from grace to go to Lucario.
Who do you think he got it from, guys?
Okay. We have a Battle Cage. Yeah, we have a Lily's Pearl, which that's a pretty cool card motion.
That is a pretty good card. I wanted to include it on one of my lists. I think I did, actually. I don't remember, but I think I put it on one of the slides. If I didn't, then I meant to. But
I guess that is technically a good disruption card. So, like, what does that card do?
So I'm pretty sure it says any Lily's Pokemon, or it might specify Clefairy, but if you just put it on a Lily's Pokemon, to my knowledge, it just makes it so it's a 1 less prize card given.
Exactly. And it is any Lily's Pokemon. Lily's Clefairy is the only one that's played. And
there it is.
That is, we would still need the energy, but you know what? That's okay. Ben has the energy in hand regardless, so it's fine. That's not quite the way I was expecting that one to end, where we scooped it up before seeing we actually had win, but here we are.
You know, it's okay.
It's fine. It's fine. So any feedback for your dad that won't get you kicked out of the house?
I don't know how much really there was. Like, we needed to draw Lucario that prior turn, and the fact that we didn't just made it so, like, the win was basically just impossible to get at that point.
Right.
I mean, it was just a really bad situation to be in. We probably could have Lily's overjudged and just hoped to draw into Unfair Stamp. Just because we get more cards, so we could, like, just have a higher chance of just raw drawing into a Lucario and then being able to just Lunar Cycle for something else.
100%. And I do think kind of that mapping out that prize map then, not just in general, is a huge deal.
Yeah.
And Kenneth, yes, Lucario really just doesn't want to pair into a purple deck because that is very, very bad.
That is pretty bad, I tend to think.
So one of the things I think I try to use the stream for is how do we actually take lessons, generalize, apply some of the stuff we see here to help ourselves improve at the game. Yep. And a big lesson there, you kind of alluded to it when I was asking about the prize map.
Sure.
A lot of times you can walk into a game identifying what your prize map is theoretically, and then rolling with that. And that is really important. It's really good to do. But if you stop there and just say the only way I can win this game is to go 2-2-2, you're going to lose a lot of games where you have to kind of play off the cuff and figure something out.
Yeah, for sure.
And you've run into that a bunch because you play kind of a variety of different decks. So how do you best go about figuring out your prize map as the game shifts?
Sure. So obviously I play a wide variety of decks. Obviously I played Zard before. I played Stall, where I just don't really have a prize map. So there's a lot of different options I have. But I've always taken it as, what are they going to be swinging with? What am I going to be able to do when they swing with X card? If they're going to knock something out, do I have to alter my whole prize map?
Kenneth has the advice of hit the active and hope it adds up to 6, which that is an option, but keep going, Moshi.
If I'm playing something like Dragapult, how am I going to move my damage around just so I can? I like taking 6 prize turns. If I can, it's going to be very fun, and I'm going to do it if I have the opportunity to. But at max, I want to try to reach for 3.
And I think that is, for me, the big thing is it's not only just figuring out your prize map, it's figuring out your win conditions. You mentioned playing Stall.
Yeah.
There's no prize map. You're not knocking stuff out, except for, like, rare exceptions, knocking out threat, whatever. But in general, you're just trying to limit your opponent's prize map.
Yeah.
And I think that's the big thing is it doesn't matter how quickly you take prizes. It doesn't matter how quickly they take prizes. All that matters is if you take 6 before they do.
Yep.
Which I know is a stupid thing to say, but you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So then how do you map out other win conditions? Like, how do you monitor for that? Because there are times when you're just going to lose if both of you take prizes.
Yeah, so some of the things are managing your opponent's resources. Because if you can just go boss something, you can never move it. You can never do anything with it. You're already in a great spot as it is. If your opponent's, like, being too aggressive with their cards, you could, again, with their resources, you could just go boss and they're going to deck out before you do. And then, like, just making sure if, like, you could even, like, and we've seen it before, you've won multiple, I assume you have because you've played a lot of various decks, you've won multiple games before you've even taken 3 prize cards, just because you're taking out key parts of your opponent's deck to the point where they just can't play the game and then they won't be able to get prize cards in return.
100%. Absolutely. Now, typically I draw poorly enough where I have to make comebacks, but yes, absolutely. And Kenneth, these are dishonest strategies. What happened to fair, honest Pokemon? I don't know if y'all played even in base set. There was no such thing as fair, honest Pokemon at all times. So I'm going to throw an example from EUIC this past year for me. I think I mentioned it on stream before. Do we have our? We don't have our pairings yet. So when I was playing against Kyle Reed, fantastic guy, actually running for political office in Michigan. So good luck to you, Kyle. Great dude. He was playing Raging Bolt, and I was playing Dragapult. Sure. And as I've mentioned, Dragapult's a horrible deck until it's not. So he prime catchered my only cloak with energy, knocked out my other only cloak with another gust, and essentially was so far ahead that I had 0 opportunity to win, and this was game 2.
Yeah.
And I had already just absolutely gotten obliterated in game 1. So I had decided to play Maractus in my deck for times of desperation against Goldango. And so here I said, you know what, man? Guess we're using Maractus. And I used, what is it, corner?
Yeah, I think that one's corner.
12 times.
Sick.
I cornered 12 times into Mega Kangaskhan, into Fanrotom, into 2 Noctowls, until finally I was able to gust and take a 6 prize turn to win the game. And he was able to hit into my Cactus once with Fanrotom, but could not get the second attack off before I kept locking things. And he was just demoralized. But to me, that's a perfect example of this, is I figured out real early, if this came down to taking prizes through fair, honest Pokemon, as Kenneth was saying, I lose. Like, just no shot, and I lose the round. But by being unfair and dishonest, like, I was able to scam a win, essentially.
Yeah, and that was a lot of things last format, too, is that you had those options just because, obviously, like we talked about a lot of cards we lost in the pre-rotation. We lost Countercatcher, which made it so that it's a lot harder to get these opportunities to do it.
It is. And Kenneth, I should have let him win. He was in the lead. Man, you must love this format then. Rocket Admin, yes, Jolly. It was a big piece. And Honchkrow, this format, I think it's kind of been disappointing from how powerful the deck is, but boy, oh boy, can you just run stuff over with that deck. And 3-1 Bubbling Fifth, that hurts a lot. All right, so Moshi, what part of post-rotation do we want to keep talking about? Because we got Disruption.
Yeah.
We got Draw Engine. Yeah. Where do you want to go?
I think we could talk about some of the main attackers we have in this format.
Fantastic. Can we throw up some attackers, Bryce? Yeah, let's go with the one-hit KO.
Yeah.
Because there's a couple different ways to attack. And let's say the masses, including myself, always enjoy making things go boom, boom. And so, Moshi, tell us about these things that go boom, boom.
Sure. So, obviously, the one we've been talking about for a while, and we've mentioned multiple times, is that Raging Bolt.
Yes.
They can attack for way too much damage.
So much.
And it's the fact that they have multiple options to them, too, with the Glass Trumpet.
Yeah.
The Ogre Bonds.
Absolutely.
The Crispins.
Yep.
All of these cards that just allow it to get more and more damage, which is very annoying. One card we saw last game was that Lily's Clefairy.
Yes.
Just because of the weakness. Just makes it so that you can hit for 800 damage just casually.
Pretty good. But also, to be fair, if you fill your board enough and each person has 5 Pokemon on the bench, it's still hitting 220, which lets you clear most basic EXs.
Yeah. One that isn't mentioned as much anymore is that Pikachu, which did play a big part and could actually still play a big part. I don't know how it's going to be used as much anymore. But the Pikachu obviously hitting for 300 was pretty good. Took out a lot of things. The Zoroark hitting for 330, like I mentioned earlier. Takes out a lot of things. Honchkrow, I think, maxing out at too much? I don't even know what the number is that maxed out at. But
literally all, well, hold on, 24 times. You do that. I'm going to do the math on Honchkrow. Keep talking here.
Sure. So, obviously, the Ogre Pond, 30 per energy.
1440.
1440.
There are 24
sick.
rocket supporters, so it can do 1440 damage, which one shot's pretty much everything.
Yeah, but the Ogre Pond, 30 damage for each energy on it. There's a lot of Pokemon with that grass weakness. and just being able to swing with big numbers with a Pokemon that's in a lot of decks already seems pretty good.
I would absolutely agree. And Kenneth, yes, there are so many Boom Boom decks right now. Jolly, Rotostick for 4 supporters is insane. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's broken.
Turn 1, we definitely will talk about Dogi, but it can one-shot stuff, but only with weakness. It's not one that's just going to reach through raw damage. And Sammy, oh, thank you. Sammy playing Turbo Bolt, it's not a bad deck, Moshi.
Yeah. I think Noctowl is just better in every stance.
Yeah.
But Turbo Bolt's definitely safe. I will admit it's a safe pick to run it. But I feel like Noctowl Bolt will definitely just give the better finish that you expect.
I would tend to agree. And so you mentioned a few of these. One, Alakazam.
Yeah.
I think that one's a little unique because almost all of these other decks knock out via a giant punch, except for Alakazam and Mega Absol.
I was about to say, I'm going to disagree.
Thank you. You got my back. So Alakazam places damage counters based on cards in hand, so you can nuke pretty much everything.
Yeah.
And Mega Absol, if you're able to get 6 damage counters exactly on something, you also just delete it from the field.
Yeah.
And so even though we're talking about blowing stuff up, having some ways to do that to get around some of the protective strategies is a big deal.
For sure.
And so are there which of these decks do you think are viable right now?
Are viable? There's a couple on this list. Zoroark, I think, still is really good. Mm-hmm. Raging Bull, we were just talking about, is in a good spot. Mm-hmm. The fighting decks in Mega Lucario and Garchomp. Garchomp could have its moment, but again, that grass weakness just puts it in a really weird spot, which like we were talking about earlier.
As you see the aforementioned Teal Mask Ogerpon and Mega Meganium up there.
Alakazam, I think, is also in a really good spot. A lot of decks are teching in that 0-6 like you and I were talking about a couple weeks ago. But like, it's just in a really good spot. Mega Absol, I think, still is pretty pivotal of a card. Hodgecrow, obviously, we haven't seen it yet, but it has been really popular as of late. Mm-hmm. Hopefully, we do get a couple. I know there's a lot in the field, so hopefully we get a couple that are doing pretty well. But like, obviously, like a lot of these aren't their own decks. Like the Clefairy we see just in a lot of decks just thrown in just because it has the synergy with a lot of them. Like it's seen in Dragapult decks just because it has that synergy of having psychic decks or psychic energy in them. The Ceruledge not seen as often, but there is one in the room.
Wait, there is?
There is one in the room.
Ooh.
I know there's one in the room. I saw that list earlier.
Okay. Turn 1, yes, being 1 prize is a huge deal because it changes a strategy. And speaking of, a couple of these decks are built around the Pokemon you see here. Garchomp, obviously built around Garchomp. Raging Bolt, shockingly enough, built around Raging Bolt. Same with Lucario. But Teal Mask Ogerpon, Clefairy, and Mega Absol, they don't especially have to be the build-around in the deck. They can find their way in as either a supplementary piece, acceleration draw engine in the case of Ogerpon, or Clefairy's just in freaking everything that plays Crispin to one-shot Dragapults and Lucarios.
Yeah, like we have Absol and Zoroark decks. We have Absol and Kangaskhan decks. We have Absol and like Grimmsnarl decks. I'm pretty sure I saw a couple.
Yeah.
But like they're in everything. Like it's a really good card to play. So I don't see why you wouldn't be playing it if you could.
It is. The 3 prize thing is less than ideal, but you know what?
Well,
it's fine.
We don't worry about that.
Yeah, we just don't worry about that. And one thing I do want to note, so Pikachu does hit for 300. With the Energy Ball from Ascended Heroes, it actually hits for 350, which clears anything that's not a Stage 2 Mega.
Yeah.
So although it's a lot trickier to put together now, it could still be a thing.
Yeah, I think Pikachu could be a really good card, like I was saying earlier. It just has to find a group of cards to get it charged up again, like before.
Absolutely. All right, so we talked, Joltik Bolt actually could be really interesting, Jolly. And that, I think, works really well with the Turbo Bolt.
Yeah.
Because if you don't put down other Noctowls or Hoot Hoots, it's a 7-prize game.
Yeah.
Okay, I got to think about that. So let's go to the flip side here. Bryce, can you throw up spread?
I think we're pretty big friends right here, you and I.
Listen, absolutely. Because obviously we're talking about making things go boom. One of the other main strategies is how do you set up a longer-term game plan? And Moshi, I'm glad you put it front and center. Dragapult really is the face of that kind of long-term game plan.
Yeah. So obviously, like I said, you and I play spread for a while.
Yeah.
The Lost Box ended playing that beautiful Sableye card. But
Jay, awesome to have you here. Thank you so much for joining.
Obviously now, like the big one being that Dragapult that we've had for a while now.
Yeah.
making it so easy and so fun to set up multiple knockouts within one turn.
And that, just the power of that attack, 200 is a very reasonable number.
Yeah.
And getting to specifically place the 6 damage counters to set up a long-term plan is so good. Sammy, only needing 50 points. Good luck to you, man. I hope you pull that off.
You got this.
That would be sick. I think the damage counter placement is a good one, because as you look kind of across here,
Yep.
that's actually the only attacker that places damage counters.
Yeah.
And that's just very unique because Shaman doesn't protect it. There aren't a lot of things that can stop it from happening. And the only thing really is Battle Cage, the stadium, which is passive. So you can bounce it on your turn.
Yep.
And Relor, which the only thing playing that in like a 5% quantity is Festival Lead.
Yeah.
Hot Patata, number 1. That's a great name. How does Dragon win versus Rockets? Do you want to talk about that one, Moshi?
So from what I know, it's one really hard.
Correct. That's fair.
But like, if you could go like hand disruption, bump whatever stadium you got, you won't get to draw anything. Hopefully, you don't draw an Ariana's. I just keep chipping. I'll hopefully be okay.
I mean, I think that seems fine. I will say, Hot Potato, one thing to note here, and please, I hope everyone takes this with a line of love. Rockets is a way worse deck than Dragapult.
Yeah.
And there is a legitimate win percentage there purely from your deck functioning and their deck not. Articuno is really good to disrupt the Phantom Dive placement, but, and we haven't talked about this deck specifically, there's Dragapult Blaziken,
yeah.
Dragapult Dusknoir, or straight Dragapult. And I would say, in my mind, Rockets has a way better straight Dragapult matchup than the others because you can hit a Mewtwo for 200 with Blaziken. You can pop Dusknoir, clear a Mewtwo, stamp that same turn, and all of a sudden, that Rockets deck is not good. And one last thing I should note, the Articuno doesn't prevent your spread onto Spidops.
Yeah.
So you can still set up multiple turn knockouts.
Yeah.
It just takes a little longer.
Yeah, you're still going to have the option into Mewtwo and Honchkrow just because you can spread onto those stage 1s. Obviously, they're, 120 and 110 HP, or 120 and 130. So, again, it's 2 to 3 turns with the spread equivalent to just knock out 2 of them on their own.
Yeah.
But you could still do it regardless. It's just, again, a lot harder.
The other thing to note is that in order for Mewtwo EX to knock out Dragapult, they need to have Lily's Clefairy on the board.
Yeah.
And if Lily's Clefairy is on the board,
it's pretty good for you.
Whoo, buddy, does that make it a lot easier for you to win that game? Because if you're playing Dusknoir Pult, you pop a Noir and then Phantom Dive, and you knock out that Clefairy along with whatever you're hitting.
Yeah.
If you're playing Blaziken Pult, you gust up that Clefairy and you knock it out with Blaziken. And essentially, Rockets is going to give you enough lines. It's just whether or not they hit everything they need.
For sure.
And yeah, Articuno is broken. Most Mewtwo players are retired Bolt players, so that's fine. All right, fair. But tell us a little more about some of the options here, Moshi.
Sure. So obviously the first 3 is a deck on its own.
Yes.
That Monkey Dory, Grimmsnarl, and the Frostlass. The Frostlass has been seeing more and more action recently just because it does what it does. It gives you 10 damage counters per ability Pokemon you have on your board.
Absolutely.
So it gives more option to decks where you can Monkey Dory move damage to whatever you want and just set up multi-prize turns.
MP, yes. Top Cut will be best of 3. Swiss is best of 1. And so that's an interesting one to have on here because we mentioned Dragapult's the only one of these that places damage counters with an attack.
Yeah.
Frostlass is the only one of these that generates damage counters with an ability. Monkey Dory can move them, but they got to be in place already. So Frostlass is really good for passively building up damage while you're either disrupting, slowing down, something like that.
Yeah.
And then I'll talk through a couple of these while you're pulling up the list. Ones that are really meta are Darmanitan with End Zoroark. Being able to snipe 90-90 is fantastic. Arboliva, we did see that in most game, although we really only got 1 attack off with it. Being able to hit 6 times 20 damage each can really clean up Evolving Basics.
Yeah.
And Wellspring Mask Ogerpon has been a nightmare for evolving decks for about a year now.
Absolutely.
So why is that one so terrifying?
Which one?
Wellspring Mask.
Oh, yeah. So just the Torrential Pump attack being able to do 100 to the active and 122 to a bench Pokemon just slows down so many evolution decks just because if you can aggro the water pond, which we saw in Raging Bolt just a month ago.
Yeah.
Just being able to go, yeah, Dragapult, you could try, but you don't have Treepiece on board, so I don't know what you're going to do about that.
And that's exactly it. It applies so much early pressure that it's very difficult for evolving decks to bounce back if you don't have Shaman down or something.
Yeah.
For those in the chat, yeah, absolutely, MP. And Jay, yes, a lot of us are adults, and I have a child at home, so I really don't want to play 6 best-of-3 rounds into 3 more best-of-3 rounds. That's essentially a regional.
I don't got a reason to be home on time.
Yeah, well, so I have a wife that I would like to stay married to. Just kidding. Thank you, Kate, for watching, baby. You are awesome. Hot Potato, Dragapult actually won because Garchomp did nothing. And turn 1, Risky Ruins is actually a really good stadium to fit in a lot of these decks.
Yeah.
And so, Moshi, while you're getting those, I'll talk about a couple others because we're getting our pairing set up. Mega Starmie is its own deck right now. Doing a 120-50 isn't good overall. But when you're trying to take out those evolving basics, that's really good.
Yeah.
Greninja EX hitting for 170, getting a search card, and 120 twice. Really good. And then, Moshi, tell us about this Mega Zygarde.
Sure. So the Mega Zygarde, 5 energies, no clue what the attack's called. But
I also can't remember.
It's like it barely gets used, so I don't get told that enough. But you flip a coin for it's every Pokemon into your opponent's board.
Yep.
If heads, it does 120 to it.
150.
150, so that's even better than I thought it was.
Yes. 50% of the time.
Yeah. But, like, it's a really good attacker into, like, what we were talking about, those single prize decks where they max out at, like, 130, 140 HP.
Yeah.
And, like, you can take, like, hypothetically a 6 prize turn or a 7 prize turn just off it single-handedly, as well as just being able to set early pressure with taking multiple prize cards.
So the issue is you could also take a 0 prize.
That is true.
Because there's a chance you flip not enough heads on the right Pokemon.
That's also very true.
And Jay, unfortunately, I don't think anyone was cool enough to bring Greninja today because we haven't seen one on our list yet. But, could surprise us. Maybe someone stuck it in the deck. And then the last one we didn't talk about here is Kyurem, because the only deck that really uses this right now is Slowking. And I don't think we have any Slowkings here either.
No, that deck's not very great, but
it is not. It's cool. It's not very good.
Yeah.
And Boxy putting Blood Moon Ursaluna back in Starmie, I think that is really good. Like, Blood Moon Ursaluna is good in basically everything. We didn't include it in the one-hit KO because it's not really built to one-shot stuff. It's built to clean up a lower HP 2-prizer late.
It's built more so just to be what it is, a closer.
Yes.
And just get rid of something that you've been building for a couple turns.
Exactly. Like you said, it's a closer. But all right, we're going to get into our next game here. And we have Kyle playing Mega Lucario versus Jason playing Absol Kangaskhan. So we'd actually just talked about both of these.
We did.
Is Rafal watching the stream? Like, does he just know?
He might be.
I love it.
Or we might be too loud for him. I don't know. One of the
that one's far more likely. All right, so tell us about this matchup, Moshi.
Sure. So, from what I know, if that's... Oh, he flipped. Bryce, they just flipped. Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
They should be flipped. They're playing the... Jason's
playing. Oh, okay. Yeah. Kyle's playing Absol Kang.
Yeah. But just from what I know, if... Oh, and that Meowstar is not very good. We're back to starting Lumineon all over again.
Goodness.
This hand is not great for Kyle either.
Speaking of, we have a Blood Moon Ursaluna hand, and that is it. This, ladies and gentlemen, is why you keep backup stream games, because holy...
and there's a pass, which obviously doesn't seem great for Kyle here.
No.
But just gonna play the Lilies instead of benching the Soul Rock.
I think it was a Lunatone in the hand.
Was it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then I guess we're...
Yes.
I could have sworn that was a Soul Rock, but it's okay. You know what? I can't see sometimes, and that's okay.
Listen, we can't read. We don't know the card names. Everyone's still convinced we're slightly competent. That's fine.
Well, listen, reading's always not been my strong suit.
Okay. Fair enough.
This is why I play Alakazam and Raging Bolt.
That's reasonable. All damn day, yes, Ursaluna is absolutely built to eat Fez.
Yeah.
Slowking waiting for the new Metagross. That could be interesting.
For sure.
Boxy, yes. Monkey and Baby Lass is great. And Fizzle, oh God, yes, that hand's horrible. And Jay, This is not the deck to start Meowth against.
Absolutely not. And your only backup being that bear. Also, oh my! The Ultra Ball there just makes this so much like.
Oh boy,
it's not great.
No, do we get Soul Rock or do we just go for Riolu?
I think you have to grab Soul Rock here.
You can see Jason reacting. Well, this is what we're doing.
I think it has to be Soul Rock just because we get that draw. If you miss, we have Meowth for Lily's next turn.
That's very true.
We're guaranteed 70 damage to come on the board this turn. You seem pretty good.
I mean, that's fair. Jason kind of has to be operating under the assumption that Kyle's going to be able to play the game. Yeah. Unless Kyle has explicitly said, I'm not going to play the game.
Unless they have stated, yeah, this deck is unplayable.
Spoon Squad, you are absolutely correct.
And we're fine.
Buddy Poffin at home. It's great.
What's a Buddy Poffin when you have 80 HP Riolus?
And I think Jason's debating attaching this. But yeah, I think you absolutely do.
You're fine. 70 damage coming out on Fair Stamp isn't going to help you.
Well, so here's the thing. Kyle now has to bench this bear.
Yeah.
And that feels horrible.
It has to. One thing that is going to, I guess, help Kyle going into his following turn is that Unfair Stamp's going to be playable.
It is. However, the fact that we are playing the Unfair Stamp is very bad.
Yeah, the fact we're playing it this early, too.
Yes.
Just means we're not going too late.
Well, actually, I would say, number one, Spoon Squad, of course trading card game players can't read. That's just part of the system.
Yeah, who's going to read?
Yeah, it's probably game over. And Jay, I honestly, Kyle could go for a clutch right now. To your point, Moshi, I actually think Unfair Stamp is better early than late. Because if you can lock your opponent out of getting set up, that seems way more valuable than trying to disrupt too late.
Yes.
Love this decision. What about you?
I like it too. I was thinking about it a little bit more because I was a little confused why we benched the Meowth at first. When, like, I knew we had it, but I was like, oh, what are we grabbing for? Like, are we just trying to get a better hand? But no, if we knock out this bear, you can play your out of Kyle having Stretcher to build himself a better board state.
Exactly.
As well as still just being guaranteed to grab a 2 prize card turn.
And I think that's really the big deal is you remove another set of outs for Kyle to get back into this game.
Yeah.
And there's not really a downside to taking this knockout anyway because it's, like you said, it's still 2 prizes. And yes, Spoon, exactly. Disrupting a deck that has 42 cards in it is way better than disrupting a deck that has 15.
Cyrano top deck here is pretty huge.
That is, because we can Cyrano and Unfair Stamp.
Yeah. So this gets us partially back in.
It does. We're so back.
Yeah. We have an E-switch in hand, so...
Wait.
This could it get... Do we have enough?
We could get Latias.
4, 8...
Yeah. We only need to hit 170. So if we have 8 Pokemon on the board, that's 180.
Yeah.
Goodness. Okay. Kyle is instantly right back into this game.
Okay. See, like, we're okay. And we have, no, I guess Lively Stadium doesn't matter in this situation.
It does not.
But a Fair Stamp does.
A Fair Stamp definitely does. So, I mean, y'all, this is one of the cool parts, though, about this format is stuff can still turn around very quickly because Jason doesn't have an unbeatable lead. Jason just was able to take the first knockout.
This deck playing 4 Cyrano and 4 East, which is so cool to me.
That is. Just to set up your board, use that Teal Mask Ogre-Pon ability.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it helps when your only non-EX Pokemon is Monkey Dory and T-Rockets Mimikyu.
All right, so we do see the energy switch off the active, which means Kyle is going to bench this Latias, I assume.
We also need a Stretcher, and then we're at enough. No, I guess because it's 2.
So 7, we're doing 160 right now?
Yeah.
I think Kyle's just debating, am I going to hit a Pokemon off the top deck?
But I feel like it's always just better to bench the bear anyway, no? Because then we have Boss Meowth for close.
Honestly,
yeah, we're doing 320.
I'm curious why we're not playing the unfair stamp here.
I think we are. I think we're just debating if we want to use the Night Stretcher first.
So from a sequencing standpoint, for everyone at home, whenever you retreat, do irreversible actions, always do them with the most information available. And so right now, Kyle retreating into Clefairy, even though you're probably going to go into it anyway, I don't know if I love that because there was a chance that if you decide to go for the stamp first, you could miss the other basic.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that was, and obviously we could have done that with the Mouth of the Active, was just counting the board first.
Right.
But you could have done it with the Mouth, that if you're like, oh, I need 2 instead of this 1 bear, then you can stamp. And then if you miss, you just go like, I don't know. I don't even know what I would have gone into. Wow, that's a beautiful 2 cards for Jason.
What did he just
double
pull?
Fighting Gong?
That's pretty good. Okay, and so we did get a couple cards down here. We are going to bench, and now unfortunately having that bear down feels very bad.
It does, but again, it's like you could have hypothetically missed.
Yes, that is very true.
So just being guaranteed with just the single stretcher that we had in our hand before the stamp, it feels okay. And with the Latias down, we're not getting stalled from a boss.
And that's very true as well. That Latias gives free retreat to all of Kyle's basics, so nothing's going to get stuck unless there is something like clutch or corner used. And Mega Lucario really doesn't play that stuff.
They usually don't. Unless, hold on, I lost his list.
Unless.
He's not.
Okay, fair enough. We can now confirm Mega Lucario is not playing that
We're
stuff.
not playing Ethan Pseudo Uno, guys. It would have synergy with Fighting Gong, to be fair.
It absolutely would, which is pretty cool. By the way, while Kyle is shuffling here, for all those who are joining, thank you so much for joining us. We love having you here. If you're watching on YouTube, we would love for you to like, subscribe, because Moshi and I like doing this.
Yep.
I like doing this. It's easier to justify to my wife that I'm out doing this if there's people watching. And if you're watching on Twitch, would love for you to follow. If you feel like subscribing, Norm, who owns the store, would probably be pretty grateful. But yeah, just thank you all for being here with us. Really appreciate it.
This guy's goated.
Was that an Ultra Ball?
That was.
Drew? That's pretty good.
This guy's goated. What the heck?
So here's the issue for Jason. It is not out of the realm of possibility for Kyle to just come back and murder another Lucario.
That's perfectly possible.
It is. It is. So if Jason has to go into a Mega Lucario here, Kyle, from a starting point of Meowth Bench Bear, is in a position to win.
Yeah.
All damn day, yes. I agree that it's a little questionable, although even if Jason does knock that out instead of Clefairy, either way, Jason has to take 1 knockout.
Yeah. There is 2 Lily's Clefairies in Kyle's deck. So mixed with that that Cypher Maniacs in hand, if we find a single Psychic Energy or any other energy, we could just Cyphers for E-Switch or the other card that we need for him.
I think you're absolutely right. We need to see some combination of Psychic Energy, Prism Energy.
But we have Unfair Stamp.
Oh, boy. And so now, I think putting that Kang down is brilliant because we need some way to see more cards.
I was going to agree with Kyle benching this Kangaskhan either way. Just because of what we were talking about before this round, the draw from Kangaskhan that you gain for this deck is very pivotal.
Yes.
So just having that opportunity to do what the deck does, which is draw cards and then attack with a big Pokemon in the active, seems pretty good to me.
Absolutely a huge deal. And exactly like you were talking about, to kind of echo it, there isn't a ton of draw available when you don't have some of those evolving Pokemon like Dracloak, like Zoroark, the like. So Teal Mask Gogurpon helps, but you can only draw 1 card if you have a Grass in hand.
Yeah.
Whereas Kangaskhan, you just get 2 free cards if it's in the active. And with that Latias, you can pivot into your attacker without any additional costs like needing an attachment or something similar.
Yeah. So is... Okay, just the Ultra Ball.
And so deciding to Ultra Ball away the Pokepad and, the Fighting Gong, get into that Lucario. So Lucario does have 2 energy already attached to it, so we can Mega Brave to get over the 220 HP Clefairy.
Absolutely.
One note, we did go into Soul Rock,
Yeah.
but my guess is that's just to get another energy in the discard to put wherever he wants.
That was also my thought. We're going to have another energy in discard that we can, like, Night Stretcher back, even though we have, I think, 5 in discard already. Just the more options. Just looking at what we play here.
Duck, good eye on that. So Kangaskhan is a new version of Mew. I think it's a great way to say it.
Yeah.
And Kyle prized Fez. Good eye in seeing that off the deck search, because that's also huge, because now Kyle has one less way to draw more cards.
That is true.
Now, granted, with that bear on the board, we wouldn't be able to put Fez and a Clefairy down anyway, so we would have had to go into Latias, and we're just not going to get enough energy in play.
Yeah, we don't play, or we play 2 Area Zeros, I guess. So, I mean, I guess in a world we could have had Area Zero or Fez down at the same time as the Kangaskhan, but...
Does Kyle play Crispin? Oh, actually, no. There's 3
Yeah,
Crispin.
there's 3 Crispin here.
We could conceivably take this knockout with Latias.
Yeah, we could too. This is very possible. Again, it just comes down to if we find an E-switch and an energy.
Absolutely. And in case we did want to attack with Latias, it would have to be Crispin E-switch, which is still not out of the realm of possibility.
If we do find an energy that we can't put down this turn onto the Riolu, I'd assume. Or no, I don't actually think I'd like holding this just in case for the off chance that Kyle misses and just has to punch.
I agree, because also if this Mega Lucario goes down, the game is over.
Yeah.
So we don't have to worry about like, oh, how do I follow this up? You don't follow it up. You just, that's it. That's all she wrote.
Yeah.
Okay, we do see the attachment, but it makes sense. We're not going to Aura Jab. Yeah. So we have to be able to have a second attacker if we want to attack with something different.
Double energy taken off the prize cards. Totally cool.
That's actually pretty good.
Cards in hand, I think one was pink, so I want to assume it was a Lily's Clefairy, but I don't know what else was there. Oh, it's a second Latias.
Lily's
Boss.
Oh, I know what I would do. What would you do, Moshi?
I feel like you just have to rip Lily's here.
I agree.
Just because you have more options in deck compared to your 2 cards in hand plus your 2 cards off Runaway. You have more options in deck that you can find.
I agree. And now this does remove Latias as an option for this attack, but that's okay because you can still go into that Lily's Clefairy if you hit enough pieces for it.
Yeah, you have 1 Prism in deck. You have at least 1 Psychic in deck. You have 3 E-switches at least in deck if none of them are prized.
How many Night Stretcher do we have remaining?
We played 2, and if we use 1, we have 1 left.
So there's a decent number of outs to find a Psychic Energy.
Yeah, within 8 cards because of Runaway Draw.
Plus another one if we're able to use Teal Mask Ogrepon.
Psychic Found. And a lot of energies.
Goodness.
Runaway Draw. Can't see anyone.
We found the E-switch. Ooh, the Mimikyu is an interesting inclusion. So, I mean, really, do we find Lily's Clefairy off of Teal Dance?
This is a beautiful question here. If it isn't, I think we just lose.
We don't guarantee lose.
Well, no, because we go switch boss.
Well, okay, if there's a boss, yes, we lose. And there is a boss, yes, so we lose. So, yeah, I think it is just Teal Dance and a Clefairy win. Do not Teal Dance and a Clefairy lose.
Or, no, because we can't bear punch because then we just get switch boss, or switched.
Right. So, well, and also, Lucario can use Aura Jab.
Can it?
Just can't use Mega Brave.
So, yeah, so then we don't even have to, we just need boss. Okay, cool.
I mean, so let's see the Teal Dance here, Kyle.
Unless we, like, if we miss, we could, no, because we have boss at hand. It doesn't matter, we can't pivot.
I don't know if Kyle sees that he can Teal Dance here.
I'd assume we have to, right? Like
I would assume so.
I feel like in a lot of decks that include this Teal Mask, it's like, oh, have I Teal Dance yet? Can I Teal Dance though?
Jay, I agree. It's time for Heart of the Cards. We hit 2 of the 3 pieces we needed.
All right, here we go.
Do we see Clefairy? No. And I don't think we're going to be able to do enough damage.
Just the retreat.
But I think that's a great choice. Go in, feed the 1 prizer, say, Jason, you're either going to gust or knock that out. And we're just going to gust up, switch, retreat, and that is going to be game from Mega Lucario. Whoa. That ended up being a really good game.
That was a really good game.
Yes.
I like that game.
Do we have a second game?
We do.
Okay. Who won the second one? Okay. So Rafal playing Dragapult, who he and I were texting a lot last night about that deck. But moving on to 3-0, what were your thoughts on that game, Moshi?
I thought it was for sure my favorite game of the day so far. It was obviously our closest game. We saw 2 games that didn't really go our way for our players, Justin and Bo. Just making sure that we have outs. There was always a option for Jason to win that game there.
Yes, and that is very true. Jay, one of those energies being grass would be good. Unfortunately, we'd still only be hitting that Lucario for 210, which is not quite what we would need there.
If I guess hypothetically, if we had an Area 0 in that hand, one of the energies being grass could be kind of cool because we did draw another Ogre Pond.
So that's very true. And we don't really care about the Lively Stadium at that point. Yes, and Duck, exactly. We could still Aura Jab, which means that Meowth was going down, which means that Bear was going down. They were going to cruise. All right, so Moshi, why was that your favorite game?
I just feel like it was our most back and forth game we had. I felt like a lot of games have been pretty one-sided so far. But we saw both players use a hand disruption. We saw both players take a big knockout. Obviously, just Jason being able to set up another Lucario to knock out that Clefairy the active. Kyle being able to set up that Clefairy in the first place.
Yes.
That was a very pivotal turn for him. Especially with his start, just being able to be in a spot where you were this close to winning a game just flips the board entirely and makes it entertaining for us for sure.
So I agree, and I think that's one of people's very reasonable, well-founded complaints about this format is there's not a ton of comeback potential.
Yeah.
Typically, if you get ahead, you stay ahead, and I agree because that's one of those games where Kyle fell behind relatively dramatically, but because his deck was built to operate low to the ground with just a few pieces needed to have a great response, he was able to do that.
For sure. It was one of those games where both A-specs were used, both had a big impact.
Yeah.
Not as much for Jason because Jason drew out of it both times.
Well,
but,
correct. Yeah.
But it was enough to make it so that it took your opponent a lot more to get what they wanted.
And that's a big thing. It's forcing resources out of your opponent. And early on in almost any rotation, everything's a brick. I think we mentioned it before, but we have gone from having Research, Iono, and Lilies, so basically 12 high-quality draw supporters, to Lilies. And when you lose 8 slots of your deck, like more than 10% of your deck goes from incredible draw to, I guess I play Judge now, that's going to hurt consistency across the board.
For sure.
So, Moshi, as we kind of think through the rest of the format, how do you account for that loss of consistency?
Obviously, you have to make your deck more consistent with some of your cards. So a big one that we've talked about a lot is how many search cards are you playing?
Yes.
How many options do you have to find your consistent ways to get X cards? So we have Pokegear, for example. I guess it's not search in a sense, but it's a way to find consistency to your outs. You have Buddy Paw for the main one, Pokepad, Ultra Wall, E-Search, seeing a bit more playing now. E-Switch, obviously we saw just being able to set up multiple attackers. Brock Scouting, not one that we see often.
Listen, if that card gets burned, never used again, I'd be fine with that too. But actually, what a beautiful transition, Moshi. Bryce, can you throw up the search slide? Because I didn't even mean to tee you up for that, but you just teed that up beautifully. So, as Moshi was saying, when we get into the new format, we got to figure out how we're actually able to go get the cards out of our deck that we want to see. And we've seen a couple of these cards already in play today. So, Moshi, talk us through the ones we've already seen.
Of course. So, obviously, the Meowth, sorry.
Yes,
the Meowth. We only saw it get used once for its intended purpose. Once was starting it.
Right, which is not its intended purpose.
We've seen the Fighting Gong a couple times. The Crispin we've seen once. The Cyrano obviously came huge for Kyle there. The Buddy Hoffman, obviously a main card we've had for a while. Pokepad we've had for a little bit.
100%.
Ultra Ball been around for way too long, longer than I've been playing.
Long time, yes.
And one that you're not the biggest fan of, but obviously is a good card in its own sense, that Hilda.
Burn it to the ground. Yes, I will say, I think the card has a lot more value now than it did before, but keep going.
Obviously, in that Festival League deck, that Thwacky. I love Quick Search every turn. Seems pretty good. One we didn't see for Justin when he played, but that Cynthia's Gabite. Probably the most synergy I've seen in a deck in one moment. The Mega Signal we saw Senior playing. Pretty good for those Mega decks. Just, I'll grab a Lucario. I'll grab a Zygarde.
Especially in a format where, as y'all see, there's no Nest Ball on here.
Yeah.
There's no way, or no easy way to get out a big basic except for Terra, Fighting Gong, and exactly like you said, that Mega Signal.
Yeah. Telepathic energy being good at Alakazam. Attached
Yes.
to a Psychic Pokemon, you get 2 more basic Psychic Pokemon.
Which
It's pretty good.
absolutely insane, especially when you have a deck that has relatively low energy cost requirements for attacking. That's such a good card.
Yeah. Obviously, there's 2 cards that are Team Rockets, which I talked about a lot.
Yes.
That Team Rockets archetype being really good. One I did include out here, that Proton.
Yeah.
But obviously, Transceiver into Proton going first. Pretty good.
And for those who are saying, Moshi, what are you talking about? Team Rocket's Proton says, search your deck for 3 basic Team Rocket's Pokemon and put them into your hand. The big thing is that can be used on your first turn going first.
Yeah.
So if you have either a Proton or a Rocket's Transceiver, you can end your turn using a supporter to search 3 cards out.
Yeah.
Jolly, I actually would love a universal search for 3 non-rule box Pokemon and put them onto your bench. I don't even think it needs to be used first turn, but just having something like that I think would be big.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're close with Brock Scattering. You're close with Buddy Poffin, but obviously having more supporters that are like that seems pretty cool in my head.
And having Buddy Poffin as an item is obviously a whole different world.
Yeah.
Brock's, yeah, that technically almost counts.
It works.
It does. But Jolly, I agree more going first. Supporters would be cool if they're not overpowered.
Yeah. But the 2 I didn't talk about, the 2 A-specs we have on the list, the Precious Trolley, not seen as much yet. It's very possible it could be popped up more.
Yes.
But just being able to, say you're playing that Absol deck that was playing it, and I think, no, they're playing Fairstep now, but you could just go Arizio, start a Terra Pokemon, Trolley, grab 7. Seems
Absolutely.
pretty good.
Well, and also the Precious Trolley's actually played in Steven's Metagross.
Yeah.
Clearly, we've talked about not the highest tier of deck, but if you get out your Metangs, you get out your Frillish, you get out your Genesect, all of a sudden, you're ready to just go play the game.
Absolutely.
And that is often used in combination with Team Rocket's Petrol. So a lot of these Team Rocket supporters only work with the Team Rocket's archetype. Petrol lets you go get a trainer out of the deck, so you can Petrol for Trolley, and suddenly you're playing the game.
Yeah, suddenly you're back in it like you never left in the first place.
Yes.
The other one being that secret box that we've seen for a while now.
Yes.
Discard 3 cards, grab a supporter, an item, a stadium, and a tool card. It's pretty good.
That's incredible. Yeah. And this is an A-Spec that was kind of talked down a bit when it first was announced, because why would I use my A-Spec just to search other cards?
Why would I discard 3 cards from my hand?
Right. Come to find out, getting literally one of every type of trainer out of your deck is pretty freaking good.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Who knew that a deck...
Jason, I mentioned it. This is Dan. I mentioned the Stevens deck.
Who knew that a deck that likes having their energy in discard could be useful when you have a card that just happens to discard multiple cards?
Craziness. Who needs a rare candy combination? Well, maybe I just get all the pieces I need for it. Wild. So then a couple other ones here, I'll jump in.
Yeah.
You mentioned we've already seen Thwacky, Meowth, and Gabite, all of which are excellent in their, I say Thwacky and Gabite, incredible in their specific decks.
Yeah.
Meowth, 1 and 2 count in almost everything.
Yeah.
Fan Rotom is one we saw a lot of in the previous formats, where on your first turn, search your deck for 3 colors Pokemon with 100 HP or less. It can only be used, on your first turn, which means incredibly powerful, but it's kind of like Battle VIP Pass.
Yeah.
If you don't see it early, you lose such an opportunity to set up.
Or you do what almost every player has done at least once. You draw the Fan Rotom of your second turn.
Right, top deck, second turn. Exactly. That is a classic. And then Pokepad, we actually haven't touched on, but I think the single best card among all the things you see here, because it just lets you get a non-rule box Pokemon out of your deck.
Yep.
Doesn't matter if it's a basic, evolution, doesn't matter how much HP, no matter what abilities, just go get one. And that's just so good.
Yeah, it's definitely going to change the game an extreme amount. Mm-hmm. And in a good way, of course, because obviously we're losing some of those search cards that we just had before. Mm-hmm. And now we have a search card that lets us make it so we're not taking 45 minutes a game for a single game.
Right, exactly. And that's so strong. And now, granted, it was really strong before rotation, and it's still so strong now, especially with losing stuff like Nest Ball.
Yeah.
Because now you still can play 4 Ultra Ball, 4 Buddy Puff, and 4 Pokepad. And for a non-EX basic,
that's basically 4 Nest Ball.
Yeah, it's all the same. The only thing it limits is anything relying on big basics. And Moshe, if you're going to ask me what I would like to take the hit on consistency, it's big basics.
Yeah.
Like, why not let the game be a little more complicated and use more cool evolving strategies?
That's fair. I feel like there's just a lot of decks that resolve around big basics, which there's obviously search for those, like that Terror Orb that we were talking about, the Magna Signal, which could be used.
Yes.
Obviously, the Cyrano, like we saw, is pretty good in those big basic decks.
For sure.
Just because a lot of those big basics are EX Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
So just grabbing 3, I have all of my big basics. You have your Pokebad. Cool.
Godspeed, bro. Good luck.
Yeah.
Are there any search cards we're missing here? Because I had a couple in mind.
I was thinking of a couple. Obviously, the which one did I mention earlier? The Proton I was missing.
Yes, Proton's a great one.
There's like the Noctowl.
Yes. Which Fan Rotom really sets up that Noctowl engine
Yeah.
of just go get 2 trainers out.
Noctowl I'm missing. There was one more I was thinking of that just flew over my head and I forgot what it was.
So Fizzle is actually hitting on a big one I have talked about but didn't think about for this, is Dragonair.
I low-key forgot that was a card, I'm going to be honest. When I was
No,
making
that's
this,
totally
I
fair.
forgot
Do you know
this
what
was
it
a card. No.
So Dragonair, it's from Ascended Heroes. If you attach if you have an energy attached to it, once during your turn, you get to search your deck for an evolution Pokemon. And so obviously, Dragonite Mega Dragonite EX, pretty good card. Free retreat or switch things in and out, do 330. But even just as a supporting piece, if you have a 1/1 Dragonair in your deck and you can spare an energy attachment, you get to get evolutions out of your deck every turn. And the other one I was thinking of along those lines is Genesect EX.
Yeah.
Because for Metal Pokemon, Genesect EX, you've seen it all in Goldengo. Go into your deck, get 2 Metal evolutions out for Steven's Metagross, for literally only that deck right now. Like, you can go get your evolutions and set up.
For sure.
And Jay saying Spikemuth for Grimmsnarl. That's a big one.
That is a big one. I'm surprised I actually forgot about that one, considering I was just playing Grimmsnarl like the hour before I started doing this.
I mean, that's fair. But also, that kind of like the Rockets, that is good literally only for Marty's Grimmsnarl.
Granted, there's like, obviously, like you were talking about Protons in every deck, but most of these T-Rocket search cards that we're talking about, like the Proton, or the Proton, the Transceiver, just showing up in those single archetypes,
yes,
it falls under the same category as Spikemuth, where it's only in that archetype.
Exactly. The other one I would say, shoot, I had it and I lost it because Eli walked in here. Gosh dang it. Speaking of supporters, Pokegear.
Yeah.
Pokegear is a big one because there are a lot of decks that can't afford to play something like Meowth. And someone mentioned it a while ago, but Okidogi.
Yeah.
Okidogi, because it has no real onboard draw outside of Lunatone and Solrock, can use Pokegears to dig for Tarragon, to dig for Boss, to dig for Mortys, whatever it is you're looking for.
Absolutely. That was one of the things I was saying earlier where Pokegear is just a consistency card where you have that aspect of being able to find a card to get you out of a sticky situation in the first place.
Absolutely. And Fizzle, yes, Lumiose City is an interesting one. Search your deck for a basic is it 1 or 2 basic Pokemon?
I think it's 2.
I think it may be 2, but search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon, put it on your board, and end your turn. Going first, that's fine.
Yeah.
And going first, you get to go get out EX Pokemon onto your board, which is also just fine because, as we're mentioning, there's not a ton of ways to go find those.
Yeah, I feel like if it was 1 Pokemon in your turn, I'm pretty sure that card's pretty bad and would just not be seen.
Yeah.
It's 1? That card's horrible.
Oh, it's 1? All right. Well, okay, I guess that exists
that
as an option.
That card's worse than bad. That card's just horrible.
Yes. And Duck, I agree. Being the format basically being all evolving decks is fantastic. I love seeing that kind of complexity, seeing more options. It's really cool to see. On Udimu, 3-0 Crab. Wait, there's a 3-0 Crab?
Guess so.
What? Wait, what's the Crab?
Yeah.
No, I don't know if I'm excited about that, actually. I don't know how happy I am about that. But actually, Crustle's really good right now.
It is.
And that hurts me inside. Tatsugiri and Bug Catching Net are both excellent ones because being able to go into your deck and get supporters out with Tatsugiri once per turn, and Bug Catching Set, even though it's just for grass decks, getting Pokemon and energy is so good.
Yeah, I do believe when I was making this, and I think this was one of the things that you and I talked about when I was showing you this, is that I considered search what you could see in the deck and not a complete random search.
Yes. Which I think is a very, very fair point.
Yeah. Because they are two very different things. Because one does come down to luck, and one does come down to you being able to look through all 60 cards of your deck.
Correct. And yeah, I agree. I think that's a big difference.
Yeah.
And so kind of like you said, though, for these are all you go into your deck, get it out. Whenever y'all are building decks, I was talking to a new person here. I think it was Tyler. I tend to net deck.
Yeah.
Because I know my skill sets, and my only skill set in this freaking game is playing the game.
Sure.
So, but for other people who are better deck builders than I, having a sense of what options are available, I think is so valuable because it allows so much more creativity in how you prepare your list and how you prepare to play the game.
For sure.
And are you pulling our deck list out?
Yeah, so we have a Zoroark, a Dragapult, I believe it's a Crustle on stream too.
That's great.
I don't know what Matt's playing. Okie dokie. Here we go.
All right. We are getting to see our first Okie dokie here, if that's the one we see. I'm not actually sure which one I'm
Matt's
putting
on
on.
one. But...
Okay, that's totally fine.
So yeah, it's Okie dokie versus Dragapult, and then Zoroark versus Crustle, which isn't very fun.
That seems significantly less fun. Well, actually, no, I say that. We can shred.
We can shred, but...
And we can shred with Mochi.
And I think it is pretty important to mention. But this matchup is very winnable because I happen to beat a Mega Kangaskhan with a 3/3 Crustle at Houston.
Wow.
Oh, no, Jake's not playing Crustle. Who lied to me? He's playing Bull. It's Zoroark versus Bull.
Oh, that's a very... that's actually, I think, a worse matchup for Zoroark.
That is a worse matchup than Crustle, for sure.
Well, hold on. This is playing 20 basic energy.
What?
My goodness. So for those who are wondering, this... okay, now to be fair, this is a beautiful list. It is playing 11 Pokemon with 4 Bolts, 4 Ogerpon.
Oh my god, I've seen this.
It is playing 4 Lilies, 4 Crispin, 4 Pokegear, 4 Ultra Ball, 4 Bug Catching Set, 12 Grass, 4 Fighting, 4 Lightning. God, this is like a Tord-esque list of just put 4 of everything in here. That is awesome.
And we get to look at one of the coolest. I like these lists.
Pulp Blaziken?
Yeah, Pulp Blaziken versus Okie dokie.
That is a fantastic one to see here. All right, and so getting into the first game, we do see Courtney playing Dragapult versus Matt playing Okie dokie. Matt and I are talking a lot about Okie dokie and how he apparently keeps misplaying with it. So this will be an interesting one to watch.
Now we can make fun of him if he does.
Oh, it's great. It's great. Is it playing 4 flip catchers? It is not. It is playing 1 prime catcher and 3 bosses' orders.
God. If you were about to tell me that he's also playing 4 Pokemon catchers, we're going to have a problem.
That would actually be so sick. All right, so then seeing Dragapult and Okie dokie, Moshe, who's favorite in this matchup?
I tend to lean towards... is that a Clefairy start?
That is indeed a Clefairy start.
I tend to lean more towards the Okie dokie just because it has the Legacy Energy, 3 battle cages, and just a lot of ways to slow down this Dragapult.
I would tend to agree with that. I think it is... So it's one of those tough ones. Because it really comes down to, if Dragapult sets up very effectively, it is much harder for Okie dokie to pull things off.
That's fair. We had the option of starting Tatsu there. With a pretty mediocre hand like Matt had, I would have preferred to start that Tatsu game.
I would have much preferred... Or
we're just...
you could just be a legend and top deck that. And actually, I do like benching Tatsuki here.
But, or you could just, tell us to go screw off and draw it anyway.
Right, exactly. And, Doc, you're absolutely right. Clefairy is solid into Okie dokie because it does not get one-shot by Good Punch.
And I think that's one of the things that you and I were actually talking about a couple weeks ago, where Clefairy could actually be really important into the Dogie matchup for a lot of decks, just because it's almost impossible to get one shot while one-shotting a Dogie in return. And
this is one of the issues with the Okie dokie deck, is 170 is really, really good to two-hit things, especially when it's hard to one-shot it back. But unfortunately, Okie dokie is weak to Psychic, and that means this Clefairy is going to be able to one-shot it pretty easily.
So, Ultra Ball going to come down, going to do a little bit of prize checking. We do have a Lily's hand.
And I mean, that Lily's is huge. But we are actually playing Dawn here. Oh no, we're Ultra Balling away the Dawn. Yeah. Okay. That is a much better choice. All right, so then for Courtney, playing the Dragapult Blaziken, What does she want to set up turn 1?
Obviously wants to get the Droopies down, wants to get the Torchics down. The getting a Badoo down is probably optimal just with Matt's board state. Just saying that, yeah, you could like Lilies into anything, but you can't fight Egog. You can't set up your board. You just have to kind of draw into it.
So actually, as counterintuitive as it may be, if I'm Courtney, I would almost rather hit with Clefairy. Because I think going into this Badoo kind of undoes Clefairy as a good option early. Sure, like Courtney can go into it late to still take one-shots, but I don't know if I love Badoo here, especially Badoo as the only search out.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have grabbed it off the Ultra Ball for sure. If you were going to grab it, I want to say grab it off of Buddy Puffin literally at any other point. But
right. Having a Dreepy here seems so much more important.
Yeah, because if you miss any search off of this Lily somehow, you're in a horrible spot. Like
100%.
It's not even like I could say like, oh, you're in a bad spot. You can maybe no, you're in a really, really bad spot to be in.
100%. And we'll see if Courtney gets punished from this. Now, granted, Courtney's going to see 8 cards.
Yeah.
There's a lot of opportunity to find Buddy Puffin, to find Pokepad, but it's not a guarantee.
This list is playing Kira now. I didn't know that.
Oh.
So now we can one-shot a Clefairy.
Yes. All right, we see Crispin. Okay.
Single.
Courtney does see a Buddy Puffin. So Courtney is going to be able to play the game.
But there's not a lot else.
No, to be honest, that's relatively solid. Courtney's going to be able to get at least one cloak out next turn, which is good.
We do have a battle cage bump, so that is important to mention.
That is. I think the question for Courtney is just going to be, does she get one Dreepy and one Torchic or 2 Dreepy? What do you prefer here?
With one of... I feel like it's just better to be double Dreepy in this stance. Just because if one gets knocked out, you're still guaranteed to cloak.
Yes.
Meanwhile, if you grab one of each, one could get targeted by Matt, and then all of a sudden you don't have one of each. You have a Torchic with no draw and nothing else going for you.
And Blaziken is very, very cool, but it also doesn't really matter if you don't have Dragapult to follow up, because if you're using a 2-prizer to not even one-shot an Okidogi, things are horrible.
Yeah. So, going to opt for double GP like we were discussing, and we're going to see, if I had to guess, probably just a retreat to Badoo.
I mean, with Courtney committing an Ultra Ball earlier to Badoo, I gotta imagine.
I'd hope so. If we just Ultra Ball for a Badoo, we're not going to use it. I'm going to be pretty upset.
I don't know if I'm going to be upset, but boy, oh boy, would I recommend Courtney watch the playback. All right, so then, assuming Courtney does go into this Badoo, Matt has the Lilies in hand, has the basic energy to attach to Okidogi. At least from Matt, this is going to be... Oh... Unfortunately, not the turn Matt wants to see that.
Yeah. But at least we know it's a deck.
Yes.
That's one less card we have to search for.
That's good. That's very true. Now, granted, I don't think we're going to be doing a deck search this turn since we can't play any items. But, Matt, I mean, what does Matt really want to get down here?
I mean, I assume he just wants a way to get more Pokemon down, so hopefully drawing against those basic Pokemon could be pretty good. What else do we play here? If we could not play it, but just get it into hand with that Brave Bengal.
Ooh.
Just being able to have that out ready whenever we need to.
And that will also clear Lily's Clefairy.
Yeah, so we have a total of 2 outs to one-shot a Clefairy with that Brave Bengal and that Kieran.
And I mean, that's really good.
And we do have a way to get multiple Pokemon down. We have a Barbicle or a Binacle and another Okidogi.
And that's good. I think Matt was really hoping for a Solrock Lunatone in order to be able to continue to draw cards.
But this is like also fine.
I agree. Yeah. Especially this combined with a Battle Cage. This is fine.
Yeah. I do like rematching that. I do like the knockout. There we go.
And yeah, taking that knockout, even if it's not immense, it still stops the item lock and still starts to put the pressure on Courtney. And now in order to actually Phantom Dive this turn, Courtney would need Candy, Pult, Rose's Encouragement, or something alike, and or Crispin.
Well, if we find Roses, we need Psychic too, right? Because I think it's just the fire in this card.
Yes. Okay, so we actually have Crispin Pult in hand.
Just missing a candy.
Does Courtney just dig for the Phantom Dive here?
You could, hypothetically, but I think if you, like, wanted to, you need to Ultra Ball for Fez. Because I don't think you could assume that your Recon's going to find your candy. So you either have to play around your board state or you have to play around this candy and optimizing your way to find it.
And
I don't see a Fez either, so that's cool.
Okay, so then Courtney just saying, I'm just going to item lock again, and that's going to be sufficient. And to be fair, she's not wrong.
Yeah, that's also a very good option. Crispin coming down, got to be the way to get that buddy to the active. Recon hasn't been used yet. We still have an Ultra Ball in hand to find. Or no, we just used it for the... We've used 2 Ultra Balls for 2 Badoos. That's pretty important to mention.
That doesn't feel great. The only thing I would say with this play, if Courtney is committing to the Badoo, because I think Fez either may not be in deck or she doesn't want to put it down, I would have much rather Recon Directive first.
Yep.
Because I would personally want to know if I hit the rare candy and I can Phantom Dive this turn.
Yeah.
And yes, Fizzle agreed. Like, absolutely would have wanted to Recon because now, if Courtney sees a candy... Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Well, you know what?
That's fine then. So Courtney's still going to be able to set up a board a little bit better, be in a position to get a Dragapult off next turn. And
now we can guarantee an attack next turn, basically.
That's so good.
I think it has to be Lilies.
Well, and that's the point. I'm sorry, words are extremely hard.
You're doing great.
Thank you. To me, that's the question. The fire guarantees the attack. The Lilies guarantees 8 more cards, and I feel like I'd rather the Lilies there.
Yeah. I was... Yeah, just the I was actually saying that the Lilies basically guarantees an attack.
Oh, yes, I would agree with that.
12 cards off the Lilies, plus you draw for turn 13 to find a single energy card.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. Or one of your 2 stretchers or one of your energies, literally any out.
There are so many outs for Courtney to find. All right, so then, Moshi, what else do you want to see Matt play out of this hand?
The Battle Cage was really good to come down now. But besides that, there wasn't really much in Matt's hand. It was just, like 3 energy, Ursaluna,
so the
else.
only thing I would have liked to see is I would have liked to see an energy come down on Tatsugiri. Because that would enable Tatsugiri to go up to try to find a supporter next turn.
Yep.
Since Matt needs to manually attach a Prism or Legacy energy to this Okidogi to hit for 170.
For sure.
And I think that may burn him unless, does he play air balloons?
He plays 2.
Okay, so there's still a line.
I think most are playing 2 just because they have to. So first Recon Directive going to come down for Boss Pokepad. So are we not going to Lilies this turn?
I think Courtney is going to Lilies, but Courtney's
we have
about
to evolve
this Dracloak.
Yeah,
yes, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
And Courtney able to get another Dreepy down, which is good because now it's going to be a lot easier for her to stream attacks. The bad is Courtney is not taking a knockout this turn.
We are not, no. We're not, but we're going to be able to spread damage this turn at least because we have the Area 0.
Yes, and that's a big deal. So Courtney can try to set up for a multi-prize turn later in the game. And we do see the Lilies for 8. I mean, as much as Courtney doesn't want to be down 2 prizes, this is a pretty good place to be in.
For sure. If we miss, it gets awkward. But
correct.
If we don't, we're okay.
I mean, if we miss, we may have to hope we have a game 2 going. But like you said, I think the odds are pretty high Courtney hits.
Yeah, you're seeing 8 cards. You're seeing 2 off the Recon. If you miss, and one of your... I think both were still in deck, so one of your 2 fire energy or one of your 2 stretchers, that's just pretty unfortunate.
Agreed.
So here we go.
All right, so we need, like you said, a stretcher, a fire energy.
There's a stretcher, I'm pretty sure.
And a fire energy. Okay.
Okay, cool.
So Courtney actually in a really good spot then, because being able to Phantom Dive here, we'll be able to spread next turn to close out this Okidogi. And Monkey Dory's big because now Courtney can use a Dark Energy next turn to knock out this Okidogi and hit into something else.
Yeah, and like Jay said, Courtney drawing the unfair stamp off the lilies too. Could put more pressure.
Do you think Courtney wants to use that stamp right now?
I don't think so. I feel like there's just not, I guess, enough to want to stamp away. I mean, you could either like assume that Matt's just been sitting on items all game, or you could say, oh, Matt has nothing yet, and once he starts doing something, then I'll consider it.
And I don't mind that strategy, because I think for me, that strategy is based on the fact that Matt's done nothing.
Yeah.
And you know Matt is going to take a 2-prize knockout at some point, so being able to disrupt him low seems very, very good. Oh, or we just rip it.
Just say, why not?
Do you think that's the right choice?
I mean, I don't think it's a horrible choice just because the Tatsugiri doesn't have an energy like you were saying. So now we're like forced to find 2 energy. We're forced to find 1 fighting and 1 prism.
Yes.
But like, if Matt just goes into Tatsu and just goes, okay, I draw lilies, then we just stand for no reason, basically.
100%. And Jay, I agree. I think saving it would have been better, but I don't know if I would say this is a horrible choice. I just think saving it would have been better.
So we're going to see 2 cards for Matt. Air Balloon, Lunatone. It's not bad. That means we only need a prism.
I mean, that air balloon's actually really, really
Yeah.
good. Because this active Okidogi is not going down, but there is an opportunity for Matt to then use Tatsugiri during the next turn.
Yep.
Since I imagine Courtney's not super likely to target down the Tatsugiri with that Okidogi already on the board.
Yeah, I feel like it's just spread to the 2 Pokemon on the bench. That's not a Tatsugiri, and then just monkey it.
I would agree with that.
That would tend to be the better option.
And Goop, there's an Area 0 in play with Dragapult, so there are extra bench spots available.
Everything is perfectly legal so far.
That's true. We haven't had to yell at anyone for anything so far today.
Including Dice. That's pretty good, right, Bryce?
That is also very true.
I know Bryce loves having to remind people about Dice.
And so for those watching at home, and yes, Matt did try to stop her, but she's got it covered.
Okay.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Well, Goop, thank you for calling out, though. We always want to make sure we keep the board state accurate.
I can see how they look similar, to be fair, too.
100%.
I'm like thinking about it, yeah.
Okay, so Courtney choosing to try to deny the Tatsugiri next turn. What do you think about that?
I think it's... Oh, my God.
I think Matt is a genius.
Wow.
Goodness. For what it's worth, I would have liked to see that air balloon come down on the buy-bar call.
I agree, yeah. Regardless, still pretty cool.
Oh, yes.
But I don't like 4 damage counters being placed on the Tatsugiri here. I mean, because you need to put 30 on the Okidogi so you can knock it out, like the benched one, at least. Because now you have to, like, I guess you can still do the same thing of you going monkey, move it to the Dogi instead, and then you can still knock out the Tatsugiri in turn. But there's just 3 excess damage counters on this Tatsugiri.
The only reason I disagree is because without an air balloon on Tatsugiri, Courtney thinks there's probably a solid chance Matt goes up into the Tatsugiri and has to pass there. And then in doing so, Monkey Dory will knock out the Tatsugiri and force a different Pokemon into the active.
I guess. I just still feel like it, or I guess we could take 3.
All right, we do hit for 170, which with a Monkey Dory shift.
I guess we are taking 3 if we find Stretcher Boss, which we have Stretcher Boss in hand. So I guess we're good.
And we have a Cloak. Okay.
So I guess I don't hate it.
Fizzle, I don't think you're wrong to put 3 minimum on the Okidogi, but I do think giving an opportunity to clean up the Tatsugiri with Monkey is just very good math.
Oh.
Oh, no. And that's something we did miss. Courtney had only put out 5 prizes. Or it may have been Courtney took a prize off of the first Phantom Dive, thinking it was a knockout.
Hey, Bryce, how long have you noticed that there's 5?
I noticed it like on his turn.
Okay.
Okay. Goodness.
No, it could have.
Oh, that's so bad. Bryce, why don't we jump to our second game just while it's going? And we'll let you guys know what the end resolution is there. I know what the end resolution is there, Moshi. All right, so we see Jake playing the Go Fish Raging Bolt, 4s of everything. Jay gets resolved by a game loss, unfortunately. But on Jake's end here, Jake may be in position to take this knockout. Yeah, it doesn't. Carlson is completely correct. It doesn't. All right, so then Moshi, tell us about Jake's turn here. Can Jake win this?
Yeah. So just with Jake's hand right now, he has a Latias. He has a Lilies now. All he has to do is find a Grass Energy off those Lilies or a Fighting Energy off the Lilies.
Yeah.
He needs a Energy card off the Lilies.
Absolutely.
He needs a Energy card as long as it's not a Lightning. He wins this game.
And it would be an energy card, but just to help you out since you're going to college in the fall. I got you, bro.
Listen,
Don't you worry.
I'm trying.
You're doing great, Moshi. Sorry.
I'm sure.
I couldn't pass that one up.
There is 3 fighting in this card.
Yes.
Listen, I'm struggling to breathe right now, Dan. I'm okay off my grammar.
I'm glad. Also, if you need to take a break, just let me know, dude. Okay, and that is going to do it. Yes. Okay, Jake gets 6. Energy retrieval, and Jordan just gives him the fist bump, saying, all right, you got it. So all the 20 energy Raging Bolt goes to 4-0. That's pretty sick.
That is pretty sick.
All right, so can we jump back to our other game? They're pulling it out.
They're just sitting there chilling.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll leave this on here.
Sure.
Or actually, Bryce, yeah, go to us, then we'll just jump back once we get a resolution on that. So we can talk a little bit because they're obviously figuring all that out. But, Moshi, what do you think about that 20 energy Raging Bolt list?
It's very interesting. There's a lot of... Yeah, look at this.
No. Don't look at it. You're playing. You can't look at it. Sorry, Eli, our teammate here, is hanging out, and we are not going to give him inside list information because that's not how this works.
I'm out of the tournament.
Oh, did you drop?
I didn't drop, but I won 3.
Oh, okay, never mind. Eli can know everything. He's 1-3. So, no, we still can't actually hand it to him. It's just we're not going to kick him out of the room. But okay, so tell us about this list, Moshi. Why do you think this is cool, or do you not think it's cool?
I think it's interesting. It's
okay. That was not an enthusiastic sell right off the bat, but tell me more.
It's 12 Grass Energy.
Yes, which is a lot, but pretty cool.
With 4 Bug Catching Set, 3 Terror Orb, 2 Energy Retrieval.
All of which is good.
It seems very, very heavy on just, setting up Ogre Ponds. And, it doesn't seem, as set on setting up bolts as much as it is setting up an Ogre Pond.
So reading that list, to me, what it makes me think of is you are relying on your Ogre Pond draw to be the entire engine for your deck. Now, Jake does play 4 Crispin. So my general thought is you don't really care about attaching to a Raging Bolt early, or you get your 1 manual attachment down. But over 2 turns, you accelerate 6 to 7 energy from Ogre Ponds onto the board.
Yeah.
So your 2 manual attachments allow you to one-shot anything with Bolt. And later in the game, if that Bolt gets knocked out, you go and Crispin once, and you have all your energy still on the board to chain knockouts. And, man, that seems cool.
It does seem pretty cool. The 3 boss is a little weird to me, just because, there's not, a lot for you to gust with an Ogre Pond, considering that, if they have a crazy grass weakness, they're probably just not going to play what you want to gust.
True, but there are decks that can't play around it.
I mean, I guess. Yeah.
And also, is Reversal Energy still in format, or did that rotate?
Reversal Energy.
Okay, never mind then. But there are decks like Zorark that can try to use a backup attacker, whether it be... I know Raging Brew rotated. Actually, yeah, Zorark, you just cook. But there are some decks that have those grass weak attackers that'll try to hide it behind something else. And for that, though, you just Raging Bolt, blow it up.
Yeah.
Which is pretty good.
Yeah.
But we've also talked about it, and there are only so many decks that have a combination of single prize and two prize attackers.
Yeah.
Typically, either you're handing over two prize attackers or you're pure single prize. And if it's pure single prize, the Teal Mask Ogerpon seems a lot better into stuff like Okidogi.
Yes.
It was a game loss for Courtney. Yeah. So the resolution from that game with Courtney only laying out 5 prizes, because they were like 5 turns into the game, we are far past the point of reversing the board state. So that is going to be a game loss for Courtney. So Matt with Okidogi goes to 4-0. Courtney goes to 3-1, which, to be honest, is still in a pretty good position.
Yeah.
She basically needs to win one and then ID. And that ID, though, could be an interesting choice that we can talk about later, since there are some new Top Cut rules, Moshi.
There are.
There are. Yes, there are. There are some new Top Cut rules. Well, okay, maybe why don't we just talk about that for a second? For those who are unaware, the new rules for Top Cut are that the higher seeded player in each match gets to pick whether or not they go first or second in game 1.
That I did know.
Well, all right, good. See, Moshi already.
I knew that. I didn't know if there was more.
No, that's amazing.
Oh, okay.
So, but that's a huge deal, because previously you would still flip for it. So if you snuck into the tournament at like the 8th seed and you had a person going 5-1, you could still flip heads and get to go first in that game. Now, there's actually a benefit for either not IDing or performing better and getting into a better seat position. So that's pretty good.
For sure.
Moshe, you got to have any thoughts on that? Do you think that is a good choice, or is it better to stick it to the way it was?
I think it's a good choice, just because like it forces like you said, it basically like makes you want to feel more like inclined, I guess, to play your full games, your full 6 rounds. Which then makes it so a lot more people have opportunities to make cut and turn. Mm-hmm. And like Fizzle said, it's pretty good because there was like 0 incentive to want to be a first seed, just because you could still have the opportunity of losing a flip. And now all of a sudden you're going second in a matchup where both of you want to go first, and then they set up their board and you just kind of don't.
Yep.
But like now there's a reason for you to want to win out. There's a reason for you to want to be undefeated, because now you can set up a game where it's in your favor already to begin with.
And I think for me, anything that encourages people to play the game out and let the results of the game be the thing that determines the outcome, I'm all for that. Like, I think IDs are fine, especially if you can tie in general. IDs are great. There's no problem with having them. But I love the opportunity being play it out so you can have an advantage. And we see this with asymmetrical cut, too, at regionals. If you're the first seed, you can literally get a bye in the ASIM cut to guarantee a top 8 slot if you are able to get a good enough record. So I love giving that advantage and forcing people where typically you may see 402 multiple IDs. Maybe people decide to play and say, hey, this gives me a better shot to win the whole event.
For sure. I think you worded it like perfectly. It's like it just gives more people a reason to play more Pokemon.
Yeah.
Instead of just ending like, say, like around 1 o'clock for a tournament that goes to like 6.
Exactly, and just chill for 2 rounds because you. And this is the big thing for me, because you won your 4 games in a different order than someone else. You are guaranteed a better position. To me, that always felt weird.
Yeah.
Because if I go 4-1-1, but someone goes 4-0-2 just because they won their 4 games first. I mean, you only had to play 4 games to get in the cut. I had to play 6 just because I hit my bad luck in my first 4 games.
Yeah, just because I lost my first round, then I have to play 4 more rounds of Pokemon that you do. It's like...
Exactly.
Sure.
I shouldn't say bad luck. Or I messed up and did something stupid. That is also a very reasonable outcome. It's possible, Moshi, I do and say stupid things at times. And so Mr. Awesome, Okidogi may get to just ID in, but it's going to depend on what the rest of the records are.
Yeah.
All right, so you were just talking about something big here, Moshi, with energy. Oh, so we were talking about this Raging Bolt list.
Recovery.
Recovery's a big one.
Oh, acceleration?
Yes, acceleration.
Yeah.
And so this is another topic that Moshi had put together for us. Thank you, Moshi. Acceleration. Because that was a big piece of the game previously with Gardevoir, with some other decks. And so now we have a very different list of options for accelerating energy.
Yeah. So a lot of our acceleration, like majority of it, in my opinion, comes from the discard of your deck.
Yes.
So obviously the big one, the Blaziken, which we could have seen from Courtney, but it never came down. The Mega Lucario, the T-Rocket Spidops, the Rose's Encouragement, like you were mentioning. the SPP of the Wonders patch, all of these coming straight from your discard,
Yes.
allowing you to play more recovery options, basically, as well as setting up multiple threats in a turn.
And I think that's a really nice thing when talking about the Pokemon. If you can have the Pokemon on your board, especially your attackers, accelerate to themselves,
Yep.
you can use those open card slots that you don't need to play, like the Wondrous Patch or like, to Burbo, that was an incredible ability, and fortunately, that is not something we needed to include in this list anymore. And for those who are wondering what Burbo's talking about, Archeops, back in the day with Lugia V-Star, had a Primal Turbo ability that pulled 2 special energy out of the deck and slapped it on one of your Pokemon. And shockingly enough, that was really good.
To be fair, guys, I did ask Dan if I could include older cards on this list, and he told me no.
I said that was not what I had envisioned, but I support whatever approach you wanted to take. Just want to clarify that for the audience. But no, so for this list, there are the Pokemon acceleration. Barbicle, Teal Mask, Ogerpon, those are both from hand, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
Grimmsnarl is from deck, and Toxtricity are from deck. Both excellent too. Lucario, Spidops, and Blaziken are all from the discard. And I think it's a different... Jay, Tapu Koko Prism. I think that'd be less of a problematic one at this point in time, but also a great card. And for those, again, who are like, what are you talking about? It was a Prism card, which meant once you use it, it went in the Lost Zone. But you get to take 2 lightning energy from your discard and attach it to... Or excuse me, 2 energy from your discard, attach it to 2 different Pokemon on your bench. That card was abused all over the place. Fizzle, Mirage Gate. I am a Lost Zone Tina stand. Getting to pull 2 energy out of your deck with an item, absolutely insane.
Yeah.
And speaking of items, though, now, our item-based acceleration is a little lacking.
A little bit, yeah. I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the only ones are like the PP up and the Wonders patch that I have included on this list. Like, there's not many good ones that we have.
There's like the energy coin. We flip you coins if you get heads on both, accelerate energy. But let's just, no, don't do that.
Is E-Gen still in format? That might be like one.
Wait, what is it?
Electric Generator, is that still in format? So.
That is not. That was in Scarlet Violet
Yeah.
base.
So there's not a lot, which is pretty actually upsetting to see, because I kind of like item acceleration.
I like it within reason.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a huge fan when item acceleration fits within a reasonable archetype, not when it's just overpowered.
Yeah.
And for me, Ents PP Up, love the name of that card. And then Wondrous Patch, both fit well with the decks we have where they're not overpowered. Wondrous Patch helps Mega Diancie, but it's not even that high tier of a deck. It can help Alakazam, but you want to use the telepathic energies anyway.
Yeah.
Steven's Metagross. Oh, actually, no, that's a really good point. Steven Metagross is incredible acceleration. And can you lay out kind of why that is so good?
So, Steven's Metagross, which you kind of talked about, was just kind of a Pokemon's Crispin.
Yeah.
Where it's just the same thing as Marty's, where you just grab energies from your deck, but it's every turn. So you just have that consistent search.
And for anyone who's played back in the day, it is the exact same ability, Strong Charge, as Vikavolt from Sun and Moon.
I swear you talked about this Vikavolt like 2 weeks ago, too.
It's because we were talking about Steven's Metagross. But yes, one of my favorite decks of all time, the first deck I got a day 2 with, was Vikavolt Rayquaza GX, where you would set up a Vikavolt, pull a Lightning and a Grass out of your deck every turn, slap it on the board, and Rayquaza did more damage based on the amount of energy on the board. Fantastic. Steven's Metagross, very, very similar. Much less strong attackers to go with it. And Mr. Awesome, exactly. There's a very limited pool of metal or psychic attackers that can take advantage of this right now. But that could change.
Yeah. I feel like they're going to... I feel like Big Pikachu wants to build something around Metagross. That's why we keep getting these metal attackers more recently. I'm just curious what they're going to be and if they're actually going to be good or if we're just wasting our time talking about Metagross right now.
I mean, that's fair. It's still cool. I will honestly say, I think there is a way to break Metagross with Jellicent.
Yeah.
Because that, to me, can be the winning combination of applying a ton of pressure while item locking without having liabilities on the board. Because Metagross, it ain't a liability. The thing's got 340 HP. But the last ones I just want to mention on here, we already saw Barbicle come down with Okidogi, but Teal Mask, Ogerpon, Mega Lucario, and Blaziken are all very, very meta-relevant because you're going to see those a ton over the next few weeks.
So, like, one that we haven't seen a lot, but is obviously a good acceleration cards that should need Secret Art.
Yes.
It's seeded Zoroark primarily.
For sure.
Just because it gets you 2 Dark Energy on board, and as well as it making your Pokemon poisoned.
Yes.
Makes that Mighty Mochi so much stronger, because then you don't have to bed pitch.
It is. And it's also something that you could use really effectively with Absol, Mega Absol. Because there's not a ton of ways to accelerate directly for Dark yet.
Yeah.
But for anyone paying attention, there's a Mega Darkrai EX coming out pretty soon, and there's going to be some very cool pieces with that.
Is that card good? I don't know what that card does yet.
The time will tell.
Okay.
But Toxtricity works really well with it, and Monkey Dory works really well with it. So it definitely could be something.
Okay. I'll trust you.
And then otherwise for acceleration, I think this honestly sums it up pretty well. There's not a ton right now that decks can build around, except for really Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like this was definitely my slide that I feel like I hit mostly all of the options on.
Yes.
Where there just to start wasn't a lot. Barrow told me not to trust you, Dan.
I mean, that's understandable. That's honestly the best advice Chad has given so far. Yes.
I guess I did forget about Arch, technically.
Oh, and no,
And Glass Trumpet, yeah.
Bridge is a really good inclusion. So is Glass Trumpet. So Glass Trumpet lets you, if you have a Terra Pokemon in play, lets you accelerate energy from your discard to 2 colorless Pokemon on your board. And Bridge lets you pull 2 metal energy from your discard to one of your metal Pokemon. Both of those are excellent. Trumpet fits in some lists right now, but it's not a build around.
Yeah, we're playing it a Bolt currently, so.
Oh, okay. Owl Bolt, to be clear, not big basic Bolt.
Of course.
And Bridge is played with Zoroark, but I haven't seen a ton of that be successful yet.
We are going to have a second opportunity with Garchomp, by the way, this year.
Are we?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Who is it? Is it Justin or someone else?
It is Mohammed something.
All right. Good. Love me some Garchomp.
We love Garchomp here.
Ryan and Rafalsalis.
Yes,
Yeah.
let me dig those out once we're into the round, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Or actually, I'll just hand all these to you.
Yeah, perfect.
Are these, because Ryan and Rafal aren't playing right now, right?
No,
They're both.
ready, so I'd
Okay.
get ahead on deck check.
Here. So we're going to get that set up once Moshi pulls out the list. But just while we're doing this, just as a reminder, if you're enjoying us, please like and subscribe on YouTube. We do this every time we have a major cup. We do this every Thursday, and we're actually going to be here every Thursday for the next couple of months, which is awesome. And also, we have 3 to 4 major events coming up over the summer that we'll be streaming right here. We have our League Series Invitational in June.
I can't find the 4th list, so you can just take these.
Here, go and take a look. So, we have a League Series Invitational in June. We're going to have a charity event in July, which is likely going to be a charity tournament. And then we're going to have either a GLC 1K or a 3v3 or both. And we're still debating that. So, we got some really, really cool stuff coming up for you guys. We'd love to have you here for it. So, like I said, YouTube, like, subscribe, hit the little bell things. There's a bell thing. And then Twitch, follow, subscribe if you feel so generous. It'd be awesome to have you here. But we're going to get into our next game, and this is definitely in that category of winning in. We have Dragapult Frostlass versus Garchomp.
Yeah, so this Frostlass list I actually saw not from June, but from Matt.
Okay.
It's playing what I believe is and this could be different because I know Matt's was different, but this is a 2-1-1 Frostlass of.
Ooh, thank you, Joe.
One of the Mega, obviously, and then one of this the ticking Frostlass.
Okay.
I assume the reasoning is just for that early aggression. Just put as much early pressure as you can. While still obviously being a Dragapult deck with that slower build of like no Blaze, no Skull, just a lot slower pace and just giving more time, but having that option of fast aggression if you need it with that Frostlass.
Well, and Muhammad's start is the opposite of slow because we top decked a Buddy Puffin. We have a Fighting Gong already in hand.
Okay.
Muhammad is absolutely cruising here, and that's exactly what he wants to see going first.
So now we see some Garchomp.
Yes, Garchomp is actually setting up, which we love to see. And Jay, I agree. This is actually a really interesting matchup because that Frostlass ping damage could matter on the Gabites.
Yeah.
But more importantly, Mega Frostlass actually gives June a line to one-shot a Garchomp EX. Now, there's a downside here for June. Is that a Lilies in hand?
That is Lily's.
Okay, we're fine. We're fine. I thought the hand was dead. The hand is not dead. But talk us through June's turn here, Moshi. What's the plan?
So one thing is I would have kind of liked to see the Ultra Ball come down, just to guarantee something. Like I always talk about, it's always a possibility that you can miss another search out.
Yes.
So just playing a safer route, get another Droopy, get a Droopy down at least, just so you don't feel like you're that much pressure. But obviously get that Lilies down, get some more Droopies on the board. Maybe see the Snow Run come down if we're playing around that. A big problem with this matchup though is that it's so easy for Garchomp to one shot a Dragapult.
It is.
And it's literally just a Roselia and a Power Pro. That's 330.
Exactly.
Just two Roselia.
Two modifiers, and that Dragapult goes down. And Lobin, I don't know, but we have 6 Swiss rounds today. So we are currently on round 5, and then we'll have 3 rounds for Top Cut. So Swiss is all best of 1, and then Top Cut will be best of 3. And Moshi, like we're saying, we did hit the Buddy Poffin, so we're going to be able to set up at least a little bit here. And what do you think June prioritizes?
I feel like obviously the main priority in a Dragapult deck has to be your Droopies.
You would assume so.
But
we saw Courtney get just a Budu down.
that is fair.
That doesn't mean it was correct, but we did see that in the past.
But we're noticing kind of around the same thing as with June here is going to be the first 3 cards brought up to the front of the deck was a Snow Run, a Droopy, and a Budu. So obviously we're going to get a Droopy down.
Yes, for sure.
And I don't hate grabbing a Budu here, especially with an Ultra Ball in hand. It's one of those things where technically you could argue for grabbing 2 Droopy just because we don't have a supporter in hand, so an Ultra Ball for a Cloak seems pretty good, instead of having to be in top deck mode because our hand is Unfair Stamp, Double Energy, Night Stretcher. Just kind of playing a safer option, but instead we're going to play top deck, and if we have to play this Unfair Stamp early, we have to play this Unfair Stamp early.
And kind of like we were talking about, playing Unfair Stamp early is honestly better than playing it late in my mind. And as much as June would love to see a couple more Dreepies down, this seems like a fine turn 1 start.
Yeah. I don't hate it at all. It does get a little bit I guess you could say weird if we somehow get a reach KO on this Dreepy, which I actually don't think is possible now because of the Etchy Pollen, so we can't candy. But we do have a Goodbye in hand, which is very important.
Well, so Muhammad actually has knockout on this Dreepy if he decides to.
Because we have a period power.
No, we actually just attach and retreat into Gabite, and Gabite does 40.
Yeah, I forgot Roselia is the exact same thing.
Yes, exactly. And so, Gabite's actually doing 70 at this point, which is pretty good. And Bryce on his game always, making sure we get the right dice there. Thanks, Bryce.
I didn't even call you out on that, Tom.
And now Muhammad gets to play Lilies. And we were saying June was playing the game, but holy, is Garchomp playing the game?
Muhammad's in a great spot. Just going to be able to progress his board so much more, still having a Champion's Call still available. We're feeling pretty good here for Muhammad, for sure.
I agree. And actually, I don't mind the Champion's Call for another Gabite to start this off. Because Muhammad, well, actually, no, that's a lie. I would rather have Muhammad just play the Lilies first. Because drawing into a Champion's Call Gabite would just allow 2 searches instead of 1.
I feel like both are just perfectly okay. I feel like you could have done it either way and just been in the exact same situation at the end of the day.
I mean, that's fair.
Where you're either grabbing another Gabite or you're grabbing another Roselia. So either way, we're in the same board state in a sense.
I guess that's a fair point. Do you think we get another Gibble out, or Muhammad gets another Gibble out?
I think that's fine. Yeah, I don't think that's the end of the world if we do. If we have another one.
Well,
I actually don't know if we have another one.
We play Muhammad plays a 4-4, correct?
I think you have to. Yeah.
I would assume so.
It's a 4-4-3, 4-4-2, 4-4-3.
I mean, for what it's worth, then for Muhammad for prizing 2 Gibble. This is an incredible board and start.
For sure. Unfortunately, prizing 2 never feels good, but of course with no way to one-shot one, you're still feeling pretty proud.
And I don't know how I feel about the 4th Roselia coming down.
I don't either. At the end of the day, you just need 2 no matter what.
Right.
So 4 gives June outs that you don't want.
Yes. And June actually had top decked a Dracloak, which is really good. Unfortunately, June Dracloaked into only another Dracloak, which is really bad. Sammy, does Muhammad play Spiritomb?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Sammy, I don't disagree. I think having that bench slot for Spiritomb to be able to reach would be a really good call. I think what Muhammad may be saying is either A, we prize Spiritomb, or B, he wants to make sure there's more flexibility in order to have more Roserade on the board.
Did we press double Gibble plus Spiritomb? That's got to be like the most unlucky thing I've ever seen.
That would be, that could have been catastrophic. So if you're June Moshi, where do we go from here?
So obviously we played the Crispin down. We still have no way to get a second Dreepy down. So we're still in that pressure of, oh, if this Dracloak gets bossed, I gotta just lose.
Right.
But obviously just the Ichiball is going to be used at the end of the turn. Keep putting that no item pressure onto Muhammad and force him to find something. But there is boss in hand plus a Garchomp.
And Moshi, I think you're answering Jay's question exactly. So Jay asking why Muhammad opted not to attack.
Just because we have the attack that we want in compared to knocking out a Badu.
Exactly. So I think that's the guarantee, is that Muhammad can knock out this Dracloak. And it's very unlikely that June disrupts Muhammad's hand unless it's like a judge or something.
Yeah.
So now, though, Muhammad can go into this Garchomp and then knock out that Dracloak, draw a non-trivial amount of cards, and suddenly this is a nearly impossible board to get through.
Yeah. You're going to have 2 Garchomps that are pretty hefty.
Yeah.
Or 1 Garchomp, 1 Gibbite. That's still pretty hefty at the end of the day. With multiple Roselias on the board. Or
Yes.
Roserades on the board. That's pretty scary.
It is very scary. And so Muhammad going for another Garchomp and then going for another Roserade. I mean, if you're June, I don't know where you go from here.
I don't either. I mean, you're going to unfair stamp and hope, obviously.
Well,
But
I think I tell lies. June, if she finds a line, could try to take a knockout with Mega Frostlass.
I don't think we have enough cards to take a knockout with Mega Frostlass.
Well, Jay will after taking this prize, likely. And Jay's going to draw up to 6 with that first attack.
Do you have to?
He does not have to, but he can should he decide to. Wait, did you just say he couldn't take that back?
What?
I think June may have just said, like, no, you already put it down. You can't evolve the other one.
I think so.
All right, so we do see the 2 Garchomp come down. And yeah, no, you're right. Muhammad played around this pretty well, especially going to only 7 cards in hand and then having that weight on the Garchomp. So, I mean, Moshi Muhammad's in just a dominating position here.
Yeah, I guess the thing that's also important to mention about your idea is that for June to do anything, they have to unfair stamp.
Yes.
So then there's not enough cards in hand for
Correct.
Frostlass to do something.
Absolutely correct. I think June would probably hope for Lilies or something, but June's going to have the opportunity to Lilies after this unfair stamp if she finds it.
Yeah, so at least we're going to get another Dreepy down. We're going to have hopefully something to build off of. But there's still not a lot. It's like Dreepy, unfair stamp. I would say attach the water and just hope.
I don't disagree. I don't think June, because does June play Candies?
June plays no candies.
So then I don't see a downside to attaching to that Snow Run to start to threaten, simply because you're going to have to double attach to Dreepies or Dracloaks anyway. Yeah, Muhammad is just absolutely cooking here.
Yeah, we're playing 4 Lilies, 3 Boss, 3 Crispin, 1 Brox, 4 Buddy, 4 Ultra Ball, 4 Pad, 2 Stretcher.
Yeah, and June does decide to attach that water energy to the Snow Runt, and we see the unfair stamp. And so if Muhammad wasn't in such a dominating position, I think this would actually demonstrate one of the big weaknesses of this Garchomp deck.
For sure.
And can you talk a little bit about that?
So the part about draw or the...
Yeah, that's exactly it for Garchomp.
Okay, yeah. So obviously the... not the Cyclone Buster, because that's the second attack. What's the first attack called? The
I don't actually know the name of it, but it essentially says you draw until 6 in hand.
But regardless, hand disruption basically just, I guess, in a world doesn't exist for this kind of deck where you could unfair stamp it, you could 0-6 it. At the end of the day, it's just going to draw 6 cards.
Yes,
it's like,
exactly.
It's going to have 6 cards, 6+ cards in its hand.
The good thing about that for Muhammad is that at the end of his turn, he'll always have 6 in hand.
Yeah.
If he uses the first attack.
Yeah.
But if Muhammad has to reach with the second attack, there's nothing in hand. Or if Muhammad gets disrupted after his attack, there's no way to draw cards going into his turn or during his turn.
At that point, you're just kind of leaning on drawing one of your lilies or a petrol or something along those lines.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, man. Oops. Michael is taking more deck lists here as I spill my coffee everywhere. Just kidding. I drank it all. I'm tired. But yeah, so June going with that Brock's going to get down, I assume, to Dreepy?
I'd assume if we have those. I don't know. We haven't tried to pricing a lot of things. I don't know what's going on today.
It may be a Dreepy and a Snow Run just to try to build up for a Frostlass, but this is tough. And Sekis, yes, you can choose not to draw. It is you may draw up until 6.
Because, Sammy, if you saw June's hand before the stamp, June had to stamp to play the game.
And that's exactly it. The only out June had to play the game was Stamp. And Sammy, June absolutely wants to, but the 2 pieces that are Muhammad drew to 6, took 1 off the prizes, was at 7, but there is a weight on the Garchomp, so it effectively is 400 health.
Yeah. And
June didn't have an out to anything.
Yeah, Sammy, prior to the unfair stamp, June's hand was the unfair stamp, 2 entities, a stretcher, and something else. Okay. Or another Dracloak.
Why do you think June's getting another monkey here?
Well, I assume wanting to thin out another Pokemon, but I don't know why it wouldn't be a Meowth.
Or Dreepy.
Well, I assume if we're not grabbing a Dreepy, I assume they're not a deck, but I didn't see any throughout any of the searches.
Did June prize 2 Dreepy as well?
That's what I believe. Well,
Okay, we got it. We did not just heal that thing. It's fine. We're good.
I was confused.
I mean, I hate to say it, Moshi. This turn seems about as simple as possible for Muhammad.
I think so, because considering our hand's 2 items, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Attack seems pretty good.
That seems pretty good.
I think just debating if he wants to draw.
Sammy, I agree. I think Brock's is bad if there are no Dreepies. But if there's Dreepies, I think Brock's is fine. But it's just bad.
And then opting not to draw the cards.
Which also, with a Pokegear in hand and a Power Tab in hand, that seems fine.
I think that's perfectly okay.
Yeah. And June is playing to their outs. I just don't know how many outs June has available.
Yeah, I just don't know how many good outs there are into winning this game at this point.
Yes. And playing Monkey Last deck, listen, it's possible we need to move in one direction or the other, not try to do both. But June is 3-1. Like, clearly been able to do some damage here. We see the other monkey bench. And I don't know where you go from here. June not letting Muhammad go back on a play. Listen, I will say this to everyone. You are always allowed to hold your opponents to the decisions they've made. It is absolutely always okay to do so. And I defer to your discretion on when the spirit of the game would say, let them do what they need to do, and when it's, hey, the stakes are high enough where I'm going to have to just hold you to the decisions you've made. So
if your game could win around the fact that your opponent misevolved something, sure.
Yeah.
Like, you can play to that advantage because your opponent did make that decision for themselves. But
I would say, in a regional, especially in day 2 of a regional,
yeah,
for me at least, nah. If you make a mistake, that's on you, bro. Like, we're here to play. And for 1K, I could see the no takes backsies. Kevin, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but I'm just going to say Kevin. Go ahead and tag us on Twitter or X or whatever. It's the NRG TCG. Just let us know if there's a list you're looking for, and we can try to track it down. We don't always post everyone's list just because it's their list, and they may be using it for an upcoming event.
Yeah.
And Jason, you're right. We've all come back from wild board states.
That is fair. I have lost to Dan a few handful of times where he's just pulled something that I didn't see. So
I have pulled things out of the nether regions relatively often playing the Pokemon trading card game, so it happens. And Jay, yeah, I don't think you would need to be offended that someone held you to it. I gotta admit, I'm probably pretty lax about it in general if it's a clear and obvious thing, but it's always up to everyone's discretion.
Yeah. One thing is that I like, and Dan's told me a lot of times, is I overthink the most simplistic decisions ever. that like I'll sit there for like at least a minute and a half trying to decide if I want a Buddy Poffin or Ultra Ball first, which makes no sense, but like I've probably done that before.
Probably. But it's okay. Those are good things to think about. Are there any were there any bridges?
No.
Okay. I did not think there was any Archladon in the field. They are all currently in Champions, so if you need some bridge, that's apparently the place to go. Have you been playing Champions at all?
I have not been playing Champions at all.
Oh, it's so much fun. I love it. My wife and I have been, just while June's searching here, my wife and I have been playing a bunch, and we got good enough to be like, all right, cool, we know what we're doing. And then we started hitting real teams. We're like, maybe we don't know what we're doing. And yeah, looking at this, June probably is out of Dreepy.
Yeah, which means that if this Dracloak goes down, I don't know what options we have at that point.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
Because a Frostlass is going to go down pretty easily.
Well, so that's my question. Does June have a way to hit with Mega Frostlass this turn? I agree with that assessment. What good does this do, Moshi?
Leaves and water energy on board. Makes it so that you don't have to, like, force an energy to be found, I guess.
That is true.
Lily's found.
Philip, I don't know what MD1 means in this case. Do you know what he's talking about? Okay. If you could please clarify, I'd be happy to answer. And Kleck, I've had a couple friends who are really talking about Zoroark, and it's very much the deck should be good, and then it just doesn't work. And we're not entirely sure why not, but it just doesn't feel good.
I haven't played it yet. I've only played Zoroark because I can't put it down after my Houston run.
That's totally fair.
It's like I figured it out.
I mean, Zoroark's a great deck. Oh, sorry, Shion. Yes, thank you for clarifying. Yes, this is best of one in Swiss. So this round and the next round is best of one. After that, it will be top 8 cut in best of 3. All right, so then Moshi, talk us through the rest of Bahamut's turn here. Like, what's the plan?
Sure. So we found the lilies. We're going to get a 4th Roserade down. So now we're doing a lot of damage.
A lot of damage.
And obviously getting the energy down. Fighting Gong could be used here. Depends on how you want to, if you want to use it.
If it were me, honestly, I would not want to use it because it's such a good thing to hold 4 outs.
And Muhammad going to opt to draw this time.
And I mean,
it's fine actually because we have the second Garchomp fully powered. So if we get swung with a Mega Frostlass, we just win.
You hit exactly the thing I was thinking of. At this point, June cannot go into Mega Frostlass unless she gusts the bench Garchomp and just prays Muhammad does not have an out to an energy.
Yeah.
And then Fizzle, yes, even if there's a KO with Frostlass, assuming Muhammad has a fighting energy, that is a knockout. And Philip, of course, dude, we'd love talking with y'all. I appreciate you chatting with us.
What's the problem? Bryce, can you go?
Bryce, can you check on what's going on?
I don't know.
I don't understand what the issue is.
They draw for turn? I don't know.
I thought he did.
I thought so.
Yeah, I thought he did. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, even if he didn't, that just hurt him. So, okay, interesting. It's also an interesting time to think of it, like after the Lilies was played.
Well, I think they're asking if June drew for turn.
Oh, I thought they were asking Muhammad drew for turn. Oh, they're asking if June drew for turn? Oh, I thought she did too.
I'm pretty sure June did.
Yeah, but okay, either way. Yes, the Roserade army is insane. Currently doing 220 with that first attack from Garchomp, and that's
so insane.
That's pretty good, guys. That's pretty good.
What are we talking about?
Do you mind tossing that?
Yeah.
And so this is one of those moments where, for June, I truly do not know how she wins this game. Well, that's a lie. I think the way she wins this game is by knocking out the Garchomp with 2 energy on it, having Muhammad burn. Oh, no, because if Muhammad just takes a knockout, he just, yeah, honestly, I got nothing. I got nothing. Krolson, I think June was asking if she drew for turn, and the answer was yes. We thought she did.
So playing the Crispin just kind of means we don't have anything, right?
I agree. It means I think June is going in with Dragapult here.
Or the Monkey Dory.
So that is an option.
Or we just retreat because it's free retreat.
That is an option, and that is the problem with the first option of Monkey Door. I think what I more meant to say is that if June hits into this Garchomp, forces a double discard of the other one, then June could Gust knock out the Garchomp with 1 energy remaining and say that you will not have a way to knock out my Mega Frostlass until I clear your board. How likely is that?
Not very likely.
Not very likely. If June does run Yveltal or something like that, that could be a very different game here, except for Muhammad also plays Switch.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, she would be able to do that if she could lock a couple times, but not just once. But Moji, that's something we've talked about in Dragapult and other decks, is including some retreat lock as a backup option rather than a primary win con.
Because there's always multiple outs that you have at the end of the game.
Yes.
Where sometimes it just doesn't come down to.
Oh, did she not draw? Ooh, okay, our bad. I totally thought she did.
I thought she did too, but
it's fine.
But like,
actually, at this point, I don't know what we can do about it.
Nothing.
Yeah.
And okay.
All right, so it looks like we are going to go for the Phantom Dive. Put all 6 on that Roserade, so it goes to 8. It goes to 9 with the Frostlass ping. So trying to get a checkmate board here, but this is tough.
So yeah, like I don't know what we necessarily gained off of swinging here.
So I think, to be honest, it's more of a defensive gain than an offensive gain, because I believe what June wanted to do is force the full energy discard from Garchomp to then be able to have a follow-up with Mega Frostlass to clear the last bit of energy from the board on the backup Garchomp.
So would you argue that it's just better to swing with the damage Garchomp there and just take the knockout with that one?
Just
because technically nothing can be multi-prize knocked out because there's no Bolt. So you have that clean one just ready.
I actually don't disagree with you, Moshe. I think that's exactly correct. Because without something like Countercatcher Iono, something like that. Oh yeah, we took our prizes. Like without something like that, I don't know if June could disrupt, take the knockout here.
So yeah, it's just like one of those things where if you prizing double drippy just sucks.
Cesar, we do try to check sometimes. At a certain point, though, obviously, it's on the players to manage the board state. So we try to fix it whenever we can, but we're not here with the express purpose of monitoring board state. We just try to help out when we can and when we catch stuff. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's always the player's responsibility. We just try to help when we can. All right, so then, Moshi, what is June's plan here?
My only thought is a gust and hope that it sticks. Just like hope that Muhammad's run himself out of energy, which with like what we've seen, 3 probably, 4, 5. There's 3 left. Maybe, but like I don't know. I don't remember the exact amount that's in discard, but like there's a world where we're out of energy for Muhammad, so we're just kind of hoping that this guy sticks.
Agreed. And so part of the issue too is, oh, okay. So we are trying for a pseudo trapping play, but kind of to your point, Moshi. I think this is about game for Muhammad.
Absolutely. So got a monkey, I assume.
And then that's coming off of Latias. Okay.
Is she probably going to come through?
Yeah, and Caesar, obviously, we missed that as well. That's totally our mistake, so I'll own that. That's fine. I am, as much as I would like to say I am perfect and always catch everything, I don't. Even when I'm playing, I don't. But then we'll see if Muhammad has the out to retreat here. For what it's worth, though, Muhammad's got time.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he's like in any threat to lose within the next turn.
And yes, when asked, we were monitoring Muhammad, not June's side. Oh, whoa, 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 cannot play that. Okay, okay. Whew, whew. Okay, crisis averted.
Boss comes through on the Frostlass.
Which I don't mind as a stalling tactic, because it does
Yeah.
force more out of June, especially with a relatively small hand.
The pass comes through.
Yep. And so those Roserades are slowly starting to take damage. All right, June does have the energy.
Okay.
I mean, is June going to find a way here?
I mean, it's very winnable in this situation. It's going to take a lot of turns, but it eventually will happen within the next turn or two. So we need to find the energy out soon.
All right, so the active Roserade goes to 6 damage. The benched Roserade actually gets knocked out, so June does take a prize. Yep, and then each of the other Roserades take 1 damage. And it should be noted, that does not count as a knockout during the turn. So something like Pheasantipede, or whatever it may be, would not activate there.
Petrol found.
Okay, that's pretty good. And then we'll see what Muhammad goes for here. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I mean, I think Muhammad recognizes the win condition for him is just purely to get into the active and attack once. And yes, Jay, I agree. If June somehow like pulls off this win, it would be absolutely incredible.
Damage tick should go through.
Yes. Yeah, Philip, if there is a Surfer in deck, if there is a Hilda in deck, those would be perfect grabs here. But Muhammad does not play either of those.
So this is, I think, Muhammad's last turn, because we move 30 to the active, and then next turn we move it to the Garchomp and we win. Right?
So Garchomp has 220 damage on it, and it currently has 330.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot we still have the weight on it, but I think we have
No,
power.
that one actually does not have the weight.
I'm pretty sure they both have weights on them.
Oh, does it have a weight on it? Okay, then yeah, never mind.
I want to think both of them have it, I'm pretty sure. So
That's fair.
that Roserade will fall.
Yep, and then that one goes to 100.
Yeah, there's an energy.
And there's the energy. Garchomp takes it out. June, credit to June, did everything she could to steal a win at the end there. But Muhammad is able to go to 4-1 with Cynthia's Garchomp. And I mean, credit to Muhammad for playing very effectively up to that point.
Yeah, just making sure that energies were available at the time needed. One of those things is playing the Fighting Kong actually could have been worthwhile.
Yeah, in retrospect, absolutely.
Yeah. I guess you never really I guess in a world play under the or no, I guess like we were saying, you kind of had to play to all of your opponent's outs, where one of Jude's last outs was boss Igipolling something.
Yes.
So I guess probably playing the Fighting Kong was better in retrospect.
And I think in the past, when Iono or hand disruption is more common, definitely better to hold it. But you're right. In this scenario, maybe June hits a judge or something. But
yeah, I think because your opponent's playing Dragapult, they're not playing many judges on usual, and they've already played their unfair stamp. You'll probably be safe.
yeah,
So I think Muhammad could have been fine in that situation.
I think you're absolutely correct. Also, it ended up in the moment or at the end, leave the energy on the damage one versus non-damage one ended up not being super impactful.
Yeah, that part didn't matter as much for sure.
Yes. And Jay agreed. Yes, exactly. Last round of Swiss. Also, Jay, I didn't think there was a jamming tower there. Eevee, having Surfer, I think, is going to be really important in this Garchomp deck and in other decks. Having switching outs is necessary. And Himothy, there was a Mega Lopunny that Ben was playing, but
I can see.
I don't know how he's doing. Bryce, how is Ben doing?
Ben was 3-1 going into this round.
Okay. So there could be a Mega Lopunny in Top Cut. Ben is playing a really cool Mega Lopunny Clefairy to Dunsparce list that I know is catching a little bit of momentum recently. All right, so Moshi, we got a couple different things to talk about for post-rotation, since I think we talked about that game enough. What else do you want to cover?
We've talked about draw. We've talked about search.
Talked about acceleration.
We talked about acceleration. We talked about Oko. We haven't talked about...
We haven't talked about engines. All right, so we talked a little bit about draw and stuff like that, but Moshi, tell us what you're talking about when you say engine.
Yeah, so this is one thing that you and I actually talked about the other day.
Yeah.
I considered a...
Well, we can't do that, and we already talked about ends PP up, so I think we got all about we can there, Nick.
I talked about an engine being a package of cards where it is enough to provide your deck, whether it's consistency or an option to search your key cards or get energy on board, or just making sure it runs efficiently to give the deck more consistency.
Yes.
Which, when you gave me the idea of making engines its own part, you were consistent. You were leaning more towards just draw engines as a whole.
Right.
Whereas when you told me to do engines, I thought of the Dustor engine. I thought about Noctowl as an engine.
Yeah.
I thought about the Lunatone Soul Rock package. Obviously, the big one is that Dracloak, the Dunsparce engine. There's a lot of small things that I thought of at first, and then I went to instantly draw engine. I thought of that the Boom Boom Groove package.
Yeah.
You thought of the Forest of Vitality as a combo engine because it allows grass decks to be grass decks and allows grass decks to work.
And I think exactly like you're talking about, Moshi, I think these are some of the core things that enable a deck or archetype to function. So Dust Noir, I think, is a great example. There are a bunch of kind of fringe decks with Jellicent, with Mega Diancie, even Poltmore, and although Dust Noir does not draw them cards, does not give them setup or search, their deck does not function without Dust Noir as a key piece of the strategy. Because obviously, if you're trying to hit with Jellicent, if you're trying to hit with Mega Diancie, those cards are going to tank pretty well. But if you just say, hey, I'm going to punch and manually attach twice, you're never going to keep pace with decks that are fully setting up. So being able to disrupt your opponent's setup and then apply that huge pressure is a huge thing. And we've kind of talked about some of these otherwise. Teal Mask Ogrepon being able to not only draw, but also set up your board and put energy on board to work with, that's fantastic. Jay, thank you very much, man. We try to yap relatively effectively, and it'd be awesome to meet you and have you come play with us.
Yeah, so one thing that might throw people off completely is seeing Precious Trolley here on this list.
Okay, tell us about it.
Because it's a card that can only be played once and is only in one capacity. But with what you and I talked about yesterday, it leads the deck. Any deck that has a trolley in it, that trolley leads the deck to function.
Yes.
So I considered it enough to be considered an engine to the deck, since that allows it to start working.
It's that checkbox. It's am I able to play the game? If I see Precious Trolley turn 1 or 2, the answer is yes. If I don't, the answer is
maybe.
Hopefully. Yeah. Logan, I think it's a good point. Diancie is strong and stable enough on its own where it could probably function, but Jelly, 2 attachments for 80 or 4 manual attachments for 160, that ain't doing it. So some of the other engines Moshi was talking about here. So I think Dun Dun is a good example because it obviously fits in Alakazam, but it fits really well in Lopunny. It fits well in a ton of different things if you want to have that supplemental draw. And then Togekiss, I think someone had mentioned the Vivillon above.
Yeah.
Very similar. It's a stage 2 that can work if you already have some purple cards with telepathic energy and candy, or you have something like Force to Vitality, where you can just build into it and use it to enable yourself to play the game.
Yeah.
And Himothy, an engine that is underexplored, is Rocket's Transmitter and Petrol. I don't disagree. Can you tell us about that, Moshi? Do you agree, disagree?
Yeah, I don't disagree at all. I feel like, and I mentioned it a couple times this stream itself, the Rockets package as a whole is a really good engine and is finding its way to be really good.
Yes.
Having a card just like Petrol in general is a really good card.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, there's like some cards that we haven't mentioned about Rockets, but the Stadium, Archer on its own is really good. Ariana's really good on its own. Well, I guess not on its own in a sense, but like just the card in general is good on its own to have in a Rockets deck in the package.
Yes.
Giovanni is obviously like one of those where a deck can have more gust and like other stuff like that.
Absolutely.
But like obviously the Rockets engine is I in my opinion really underrated to go into.
And I would agree with that. I think there are ways to break it. The issue with those, like, I think the term is parasitic, like all-in-one set archetypes, is that you are severely limited by every aspect of your deck. So there have been some archetypes in the past where the actual Pokemon themselves are broken, but the supporters and the trainers you could use with them were mediocre. Yeah. Rockets, I feel like, is the exact opposite. The actual trainer supporter package is fantastic.
Yeah.
But Rocket's Spidops and Rocket's Mewtwo are not the highest tier attackers.
Yeah, it's just the cards that are surrounding it isn't that great.
Yeah. And Jay, I'm also curious how Crustle is doing. We'll try to check on that. But the thing I will tell you is I actually would love everyone to look at this and think about your deck in context of this, because there are plenty of decks that play without a draw engine. And those are the ones that hurt me deep in my soul. Logan, you were talking about how Diancie can be good independently, whereas Jelly probably needs a little support. Diancie can, but you gotta have something to help you play the game. Same with Jellicent and Crustle. I think the only reason that deck works as it does is because your hope is just that your opponent can't get through it, and you don't try to do a ton throughout the game.
The one Crustle that I know is in the room is currently 3-2, so whether that's a winner or not, I actually don't know.
I mean, TBD, honestly.
Yeah, there's 4 401s, pretty good amount of 4-1s.
And so I think this is where that top cut rule matters.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of 4-1s that are going to play it out. The 401s, if they choose to ID, at least half of them will have a disadvantage going into top cut, where they will have to let their opponent choose if they want to go first or second game 1. Say it again? I don't know. Do you want to break, man?
Yeah, I can take one for a bit.
All right, sounds good. So we're actually going to kick Moshi out for a little bit because we have Rafal here. And did you ID?
I did, yeah.
Did you double ID?
Yeah.
Heck yes, Rafal. Fantastic. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Moshi.
Hello.
Hello. So for those who are wondering, Rafal is a teammate here. He is the social media guy. Thank God, because it's another thing I don't have to do, and I'm very grateful for it. And you've been crushing it with a couple different decks this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's been my best season so far. So we're working on it, trying to get the World's invite. It's a work in progress,
That's good. So we've been talking through a couple different aspects of post-rotation and like the cards used. And the thing we're talking about right now is engines. And so you and I have talked a bit about this, about what kind of engine strategy approach is most effective. I mean, I'm curious for your thoughts right now. Is it something like Cloak? Is it something like Big Basics? Is it something like Noctowl? What do you think is like the best, cleanest thing into the format as we get into this next game?
I mean, the most reliable are the ones that are on your board and don't like require something to draw. So even like
Yes.
Lunatone, sometimes you won't have that fighting energy, right? Like,
Yes.
So I mean, in terms of like just what always lets you draw, it's probably like Dracloak and Zoroark are kind of the go-to, which is probably partially why Pult is so good, and partially because it's part of your evolution line, right? Like that's also why they're so good, because they're your draw and they're also part of your attacking line. That's also why I like Ogerpon a lot. That's similar to like kind of like the level of like Lunatone, where it's like you won't always have the grass energy, but 90% of the time you'll have the grass energy, you'll draw a card, you'll get energy on the board. So like the more your engine is compressed into one card, I think the more effective it is. But then obviously like generally, unless it's something like a Zoroark, which is like an exception because it's so freaking good, which we're going to see Zoroark in a second, you know, something like a Noctowl, it's a way better search card than any of the ones I've listed, but you have to, it's its own evolution line, and you have to find it separately from your attackers. So, you know, there's kind of pros and cons, and with how this format is now, I think there's a solid case for either one. I think Noctowl's a little bit underrated. I think if you get stamped and you're playing 4 Pokepads, you can still kind of draw your way out of it.
But I think
there's the risk. There is the risk. Yeah, you get stamped and it's like, well, I have no draw on the board because I don't have an out to Noctowl.
And that's the can piece. And I think you're right on. The most consistent engine is going to be the one where you need less to do it, but that doesn't mean it's the best or most optimal. But we'll get into this game here. So do you mind changing Christian Jr. to Rafal? So we are seeing the Absol box, and unfortunately, this is the second game in a row Kyle just had dead hands. We've only seen bad things for him, though he's been doing great otherwise. But for Jordan playing Zoroark, Rafal, talk us through what does Jordan want to set up here?
Yeah, I mean, Jordan doesn't necessarily know everything that Kyle's playing. You know, Grass Energy and a Latias could be a lot of stuff, but obviously it's some sort of box deck, whether it's like your water ponding or stuff, or as we see here, it's Absol. It could be a lot of different things, but seeing a Latias, you know, Jordan's probably happy to see it. Jordan's also very happy to see the Rockets Watchtower, because most decks that are playing Grass Energy are playing Ogerpon. If you're playing Latias, you know, you can kind of infer that Kyle's engine is heavily based around Kangaskhan and Meowth, and now he can't play them.
Absolutely. And so Jordan, with 3 Zoro down, getting to play Lilies, I mean, he's got to feel great with that starting hand.
Yeah, I mean, I see the Cypher Maniac actually in Kyle's hand, and he will be able to maybe put a Cyrano or something on top of his deck, but the issue is that if he doesn't bench something else, this Latias could just get knocked out by Zoroark. Because if Jordan gets an energy onto a Zorua, and the next turn, I mean, he'll probably even hit it for 40 damage right now. With Stomp or whatever it's called.
I don't know if he wants to. And so the only reason I say that is there's a solid chance Kyle plays Monkey Dory or something like that. And if Jordan does get a Zoroark down, this Latias is getting one shot anyway. So why give Kyle some damage to work with? And it does look like Jordan declined to attack. And Kyle
he top deck the Lilies. Boom, top deck emote. Give him the top deck emote. All right.
Thing? Do we have that?
I don't think we do.
Okay, I'm not very savvy with this.
We could just do like the intro of the Dragonflies again, you know. All right, well, Kyle, you know, there we go. Honestly, if I were him, I would have benched more stuff. I would have benched that, maybe even benched that second Latias. I would have definitely benched that Fez. Because now it's kind of now or nothing. The odds he doesn't draw something is low, but I think it would have been good to have that Fez, simply because the Latias is probably getting knocked out.
And I think it would have been good just because Fez, in order for Zoroark to knock out Fez, it would have required exactly Zekrom. Here, it could require Zekrom or Reshiram or just a lot of different options. Yep. Oh, and this is not bad for Kyle, though. We are going to start to game here.
Yeah, and we were talking about engines. You know, you got the Ogerpon. You're starting to draw cards. He's going to get the Absol down. So, I mean, he still doesn't have a ton. I'm not sure what's next to the Absol. I think that might be a different Absol art.
Oh, sorry, Sammy. Let me check on that. Bryce, can you check what Matt Truong's record is? I think it should be over on the pairings, but keep going, Rafal.
Yeah, I mean, and he was able to retreat at the Monkey Dory. He's not giving up a 2-prizer. So, yeah, he's in a... He was... I wouldn't say he's in a good spot because the Watchtower is still down and Jordan's able to evolve to Zoroark and probably start getting knockouts immediately. But he's gotten himself back in the game.
And I think this is a really good turn for Jordan. I think there would have been an argument for ripping the Judge, but I do agree holding it until you have more Zoroark on the board. And so right now, though, all Jordan needs is an out to some kind of attacker, and he can start the trade, which into this deck, I don't know if Jordan especially minds taking a one prize knockout because there's a likelihood either a Kangaskhan or an Absol are going to hit the board.
Yeah, it's very likely, and if he's playing something like Black Belt Zekrom, he will be able to deal with those. There's, no more Lively Stadium, no more Bravery Charm. A lot of these, like Mega Absols, are just a lot more like kind of unprotected on your board. Like decks couldn't always hit for 300, whatever. Decks can hit for 270, 280. Like those guys can get knocked out.
Oh, I'm going to be straight with you though. I do not love getting rid of that Binding Mochi because kind of like you said, Black Belt certainly will allow Jordan to reach on a Mega Absol, but Binding Mochi also would.
Yeah, I would have just attached it. Maybe not even to the active, maybe just to the bench. Simply for a follow-up, because there is a possibility here that Kyle just gets 2 Grass Energy. It's awkward because he has the Grass Energy on the Latias, so drawing something like a... Because I'm just thinking here, like, this Monkey's getting knocked out by Shred, probably. And Kyle can knock out the Zoroark, but he needs 2 Grass Energy onto that Ogerpon. So he has a couple options. He can Crispin and then try to draw one with Ogerpon, which is really sketchy. He could Cyrano and try to get himself Fezanipity, which again, if he had benched that Fez, he'd be drawing way more cards this turn and have a higher chance of getting that Grass Energy. Or is Jordan just choosing to pass? Wow.
Okay.
So he would have had the Grass Energy for the Zoroark.
And that active Zora is poisoned, I believe. Bryce, can you check if that Zora should be poisoned?
He might have retreated to the other Zoroark and then retreated it with Balloon.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so yes, Matt did drop, unfortunately, Sammy, but I appreciate you checking. So then, for Kyle, this has to be a Cyrano play, right?
It's almost definitely a Cyrano, but the Cyrano is not as good as it would be because you still have that Watchtower out. So you could maybe definitely get yourself Fez. You probably, honestly, get yourself maybe a second Grass Pond just to have more of that engine. I don't even know if you want to bench this Absol. But I guess the Mochi got discarded, so getting knocked out, like just getting that Absol blown up is unlikely.
Actually, I love benching this Absol. And the reason is because we have a Prism Energy in hand. We can use, or Kyle can use Crispin, slap the Dark on Absol, Teal Dance the Grass, and then attach Prism to Absol. And all of a sudden, we could boss, Unfair Stamp, Dark Claw that Pecharon, and just put Jordan in a horrible position.
Yeah, he does need E-Switch, though.
So the boss, I believe Jordan Pecharoned into the Zoroark with an Air Balloon and then retreated into the Zora. That's my understanding. Is that your understanding?
I would be surprised if that's not what he did. I mean, we could double check with him. But
Bryce, do you mind just double checking on that? Just because that poison damage could matter a lot.
Yeah, that would matter eventually, especially if, like with Absol damage. Potentially kind of getting close to that 200 something damage mark. So yeah, and Kyle's gonna be able to then put an energy onto the Ogerpon. So he's playing it safe. I think the fact that we're okay. Nice.
Thank you, Bryce. Appreciate it.
I mean, E-Switch actually would have been pretty incredible, especially after seeing that Mochi get discarded. Yeah, Jordan might be beating himself up a bit about that right now because that card is very important. But yeah, it's an interesting spot for Kyle here. I think there is definitely a case to get the Cyrano, but at the same time, like we were saying, that Watchtower is out. Meowth and Kangaskhan are useless, so you'd just kind of be getting Fez.
Wait, why did we attach the Psychic there? Why not the Prism?
I think potentially, so say that he attaches the Prism and the Absol gets knocked out, you still need that third Grass Energy on Ogerpon to knock out Zoroark.
I guess that makes sense.
I think he now has 2 attackers poised to attack next turn as opposed to just the one.
I think that makes sense. I think that does make sense. And with no other way to see additional cards or energy, that does seem reasonable. Yeah, and Jay, I assume he just kind of talked through it because Bryce did go and check just to make sure, and off the cuff, Jordan just said, hey, I did this.
Yeah, so there the Ogerpon's going to get blown up. And it'll be on Kyle to respond to this. I mean, he has the boss. He could probably boss the Pecharon because the only way that Jordan gets the damage now to knock out Absol is going to be with either Mochi, which at least one is discarded. I don't know how many more are in the deck, or with Black Belt. So I think this Ogerpon's about to get blown up, and I think Kyle's response here is going to have to be to boss that Pecharon and to Claw of Darkness.
So I don't disagree. I don't think Jordan has many other damage modifiers outside of that Mochi and the Black Belt. The only thing I would say is it could also make sense to hit into that Zoroark But I think, yeah, taking the
If
two
Jordan has
prizes is probably
Reshiram, it's
correct.
over, though.
That is true. Yeah, no, and that's fair. So I do agree. I think it is you boss Pecharunt and then go try to Claw of Darkness something. To your point earlier, though, not having Fez down, this is the second turn in a row where not putting that Fez down turn 1 has cost Kyle 6 cards.
Yeah, like, I don't want to be rude about it, but, like, dang, if he had that Fez earlier, I mean, his hand is double the size.
I actually like this even more.
Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. What are the targets here? A boss, a stretcher. I mean, removing the Zoroark and discarding stretcher is nice. Like, he doesn't know how many Jordan plays, but there's a possibility Jordan just plays like one Zoroark, one Zekrom, and now he's lost a stretcher. That's entirely possible that this might have just made him unable to attack.
And that, to me, is the big deal. Kyle recognizing that Jordan's got plenty of Zoroark. Jordan's got plenty of energy. That Pecharunt and the Air Balloon combined, there's so much mobility. So if I remove attackers, that's probably going to be my highest chance for success.
Well, there's the Zekrom, and it does look like Jordan did have a boss when Kyle was looking at his hand, so Jordan will be able to boss that Latias as he continues drawing through his deck to set up the cards he needs to knock out the Absol, which, for all we know, he will still find it this turn. He still has a lot of trades to go. He has potentially a Pheasantipity he could use that is in his deck. So it's entirely possible Jordan just draws like 10 cards here and will find a way to blow up this Absol, and that will probably be game, but he does have to find those cards first.
Well, I did not see another Mochi in deck. And so we can, like you said, see the black belt, but not a guarantee.
Yeah, that's Fez, that's PP up.
Which both really good.
Yeah.
But if Jordan does not find black belt this turn, and Kyle's able to knock out that Zekrom, it really could be that Jordan doesn't have another way to attack for big damage the rest of the game.
That would be very interesting. Does Kyle have another boss accessible?
I don't know. He has an Ultra Ball in hand, which means he could go get Meowth.
But the tower's still out.
That is a problem.
Yeah,
and
the Watchtower has been tough. Does Jordan just choose to boss Latias? I think so. Your hand is so big. You have so many resources. I think it's just nearly impossible that you don't find a way to knock out this Absol.
Especially because if Jordan wants, he can play that unfair stamp. And I think you have to in this case.
I think you do. It also means that Kyle now basically can't bench another two-prizer.
Correct.
Because if it just gets bossed and knocked out with Zekrom's attack, Jordan has the Pecharunt loop. All he will need is a boss.
I think for me, actually, the bigger thing is it would allow Pecharunt to take a knockout.
That too, yeah.
Because if Kyle does get rid of Zekrom, and to be honest, this is probably best case scenario for Kyle, where he has more chances to find a boss since he didn't have in his last hand. There is a world where Kyle wins by knocking out Zekrom, knocking out Pecharunt, and just closing out the game from there.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, Jordan does have a Reshiram. He did draw it at some point before using the stamp, so there is another attacker in the deck, even if he doesn't have stamp, or even if he doesn't have stretcher.
Which is good.
There's the Fez.
I do think Kyle is going to have to play the Fez down. I know you said not to bench another two-prizer, but I don't know what other option he has.
I know, and Jordan has used at least, I think, 2 bosses now.
Yes.
And there's a third in his hand. It is possible that this Claw of Darkness removes the last boss that Jordan has available. I don't know if he plays 3 or 4. And there's actually 2 Mochi in the discard, so Jordan has been a little.
So we noticed that early.
Greedy with his resources.
A little aggressive getting rid of it. And Miat, yes, this is perfect order format. Okay. None of those help.
Yeah, you can. Dang, this is tough. He's gonna have to just hit into the Zoroark and remove that boss, and kind of hope you can kind of go from there. I'm not entirely sure what the plan here is going to be because, actually, Dan, I think he might lose because the Monkey Dory can move damage onto Absol, and then the Zekrom attack knocks it out.
I agree with you completely.
So I think if Kyle attacks, there's a possibility that is game. He can't really afford to retreat and buy a turn because he already has all these 2-prizers down. Yeah, he's kind of just between a rock and a hard place.
No, I agree with you because if we do Claw of Darkness, it does get rid of the boss's orders, but exactly like you said, with Pecharunt in play, all we will do is move back into another Zoroark, Monkey Dory the damage, and then hit for 250 and close out the game on Absol. And that is tough. And poor Kyle. Kyle won every single game he wasn't on stream. And then now we see him on stream, and he is not doing that. So Absol has 2 retreat, correct?
Yes.
And I guess even if it does, all Jordan needs to do is gust up that Pheasantipity.
Yeah, so he's going to knock out, discard the boss, but then I think Jordan just has the math here. He swaps it out with Pecharunt. He moves 30 damage with Monkey, and I believe that is game.
Yep, and we'll see if Jordan sees the play. He definitely sees the play. And then we're going to Pecharunt up, retreat, hit for 250, and that is game. Jordan goes to 5-1, locking up Top Cut. And do we really not have another game?
Yeah, I think I just saw Justin finish. I don't know who won. Joe, do you know if Justin won or not?
I have no idea. Oh,
Justin won?
Justin won. All right, so that's a...
All right.
That's going to be a Zoroark in Top Cut and a Garchomp in Top Cut.
Which I'm all for that. We just saw Muhammad play Garchomp extremely well against June and went to 4-1 himself. So we could have a very interesting top 8 here.
Yeah, I mean, so we got the decks that I know are in cut are a Raging Bolt with Jake, Kevin, sorry, not Kevin, Matt and Ryan both playing Okie Dokie.
They're both in cut?
Yeah, they are. They're both
fantastic. Listen, y'all were asking for some Okie Dokie. You are going to see Top Cut best of 3 Okie Dokie.
So that's and then me on Pult, Justin.
Which congratulations.
Thank you. Justin on Garchomp, and who was just on stream?
We just had, Jordan playing Zoroark.
Jordan on Zoroark. So that's 6 decks, and then I saw some of the 4-1s choosing to ID.
It's a bold move, Cotton.
It was a little bold because I looked at the matchups. There was 4 people who were the ID squad. There was 4 of us who were 402, and there was 4 matches going on between 4-1s.
Ooh.
So if they all played it out, then it's the 4 ID guys probably as the bottom 4 seeds,
100%,
and then 4 people at 5-1 as the top seeds. But then some of them were choosing the ID, which I was like, that's a little bold. I guess if your resistance is high enough, you're not risking losing and not making cut, but at the same time it kind of shuffles around the cut a little bit. It kind of all the ID, the 402s get kind of pushed into the middle, which I'm not mad about because I want to avoid Garchomp personally. That's of all the decks in cut, Garchomp is the one I'd rather not see. So Justin's 5-1. The higher up the closer I am to the middle of the bracket, instead of right at the bottom, the happier I will be.
I mean, that's extremely reasonable. So let's do this. Bryce, does Crustle just auto-lose to Okie Dokie?
Yeah.
Yes.
Likely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've been playing a little bit of Crustle myself on ladder. That deck is
just dabbling a bit, trying
it out.
See how it feels.
It doesn't feel great. It's weird. It's supposed to farm Pult, which it does, but conveniently the only Pults I've had on ladder have been Dusknoir, which no one seems to be playing except the ones I hit, and both of them were like turn to Candy, Crispin to Dusknoir, 150. And I'm like, wow, now you're doing exactly 150 to every Crustle. I can never set one up now.
Isn't that fun?
It is fun, yeah. I mean, I'm not mad about Dusknoir being fairly niche in the format right now. I'm curious to see how that's going to be accounted for in the next couple regionals. Because, I'm straight up telling people, like, cut your Psyducks. Like, no one's playing Dragapult.
Well, so, actually, on that note, Bryce, can you throw up the tier list? Because that's something I did want to have us talk about. So, I pulled these from Celio's Network is the top one. Omnipoke is the bottom one. And by the way, if you guys have not already checked them out, Celio's Network does some great content, especially focused around competitiveness and finding the right deck to play. Omnipoke is just my best resource for competitive content. They have great lists. Joe builds every list to just freaking function above anything else. So really recommend these guys. But I wanted to pull this up because kind of what you're talking about, Rafal, with that spread in Top Cut, this, I think, is a relatively rare thing where we have a majority of the format be in 1 or S1 or 1.5 like tier 2, because all of these decks are competitive right now. Like, all these decks are functioning decks where you could go in and have expectation of winning or doing well at a tournament, and there are so many decks here.
Yeah, and what I think is interesting is that even without any regionals, we've seen certain decks kind of ebb and flow in their popularity. Like Cynthia's Garchomp, I think, was incredibly underrated at the start of the format, and now I think people are starting to kind of give it its due. They realize it's one of the few decks that is favored against both Dragapult and Alakazam. And then obviously it has its own bad matchups, like something like the Ogerpon. I don't really know how it does against Lucario. But it's just interesting. Like, we're seeing kind of these decks, people are realizing like, well, Crustle like actually just kind of beats Pult. Maybe Crustle's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, all of these decks are solid. All of them are solid picks, and all of them are still being innovated. Like we're seeing decks between these two tier lists that are not on other ones, right? Like we have Omnipoke with the Lopunny the Dunsparce deck, which is not even brought up on Omnipoke's one, but Omnipoke is talking about Jellicent Dusknoir, which is not on Omnipoke. So there's a lot of decks, and there's not enough tournaments yet. So a lot of people are just kind of a lot of people's tier lists are heavily based on what they think is worth testing, and it's possible that one player thinks that Jellicent is worth testing, and they think it's really good. The other players never played against one.
Well, and I was going to ask you, Fall, because Jay's asking, what Pult are you playing today?
I'm just playing straight Dragapult.
Which I think is a very interesting one. And for Miat, just real quick, I don't think there's anything wrong with playing around with stuff and trying stuff out. For the home brewing part, I will tell you from my own experience, I suck at deck building. So I may think of some cool stuff, but it's not going to work very well. I basically exclusively net deck and then tweak some things based on like my actual data and results. And so if you want to win, my advice for everyone is to know your strengths. And if your strength is not building high-tier decks, I would just yoink something from the internet. But Rafal, kind of to your point of all of these are kind of very differently, how do you look at this and identify both the deck you want to play and how you want to construct it to handle this stuff?
Yeah, so I mean, I was just talking to you last night and this morning about how I was like, I don't know what should I even play Pult? What should I put in my Pult deck? So Pult is the S tier deck. S tier, it does not mean that it is unstoppable. It just means that it's the best deck, which is much different than something like back when Lugia was a deck or when Regidrago was a deck, where your deck simply could not lose to it. There is a world.
Is Joe ready to comment? You keep going.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say there isn't. It's not. I was going to say there's a world where you can lose to Pult. That's not really true, but most decks have things they could play, changes they can make to improve their Pult matchup. If you go kind of 50-50 against Pult, it is not the end of the world, and you can be effective into other matchups. Or you could be a deck that loses to Pult and beats everything else, which is kind of like the Alakazam situation, right? Like,
and that is always the tough call. So Dragapult's obviously with 3 different variants, probably going to be a very big percentage of the format. So whenever you do say, hey, I'll take a loss to this matchup, I think you really got to pick how much am I going to see. So essentially, how many percent of my games am I willing to take as a loss?
Exactly.
And for Sammy, Okidogi is S tier. Hey, I'm not opposed, man. The thing's fun. I'm glad the Hilda tweaking worked. Rachel, awesome to see you. Thank you for joining. And yes, I support yoinking from the internet. And Jay, Lugia always makes me sad deep inside my soul. So I'm glad we are aligned. So we're going to take, not a break here per se, but we're going to switch things up a little bit. Because Joe, you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Moshi, did you grab 2 decks?
I have the decks on me.
Can you just give the 2 decks to Moshi while I give an intro here? And Bryce, you can throw it back up on us. So here's the thing. We have Top Cut coming up. We have a bit of a break for that. And you could sit here and listen to Moshi and I talk about anything for 30 minutes, or we always try to like switch things up a little bit. So
can you send a picture of standings once you get a second?
Yes, perfect. So Rafal here, who is a GLC aficionado, and Joe, who is also a huge fan. You guys know the format really well. They are going to talk to you while Moshi and I struggle our way through a game of GLC. Because, like I said, y'all have watched a bunch of Standard. We're going to see 3 best-of-3 rounds from here on of Standard. So let's switch something up. So Rafal, like, what is the good stuff right now in GLC?
Well, in GLC, so Full Grip Games just had their big kind of release weekend tournament just under a month ago, I think, for this format, and it was won by Psychic. Psychic is just really, really good. And tomorrow, what's it called? Dimension Valley
Oh, yes,
is
it gets
getting
banned.
in GLC per Mr. Mahone. It is getting banned. So the card that makes every psychic Pokemon need 1 less energy to attack, which has made a lot of really, really broken stuff attack for 1 energy in GLC, is getting banned. So, people have mixed feelings about it. It is, at the end of the day, a fan format, but it's run by one guy. So I know some people have mixed feelings about, like, why don't you ban this card? Why not that card? He's had his talks about it with the fans, but I'm not really mad about it.
So real
I
quick,
like Psychic. I've never been okay with it being strong.
I'm going to jump in. I'm going to let you and Joe talk about that more
please.
because I have minimal value to add there. But Boss, Slotbox is definitely a good deck.
I think it's
it
pretty
is
solid.
a real deck, and I think
we might
there's a
have
ton
to-
of inversions.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think we might have to see like kind of how Prog goes to see kind of like where you can narrow the deck, what to build it with, what it needs. Because like you could play Moltres and you could play Passimian in if you want to knock out Kangaskans, but if those are not relevant matchups, you don't have to play them. So.
Storino, STUR. I know.
Drive, and then you do like commentary.
The socioeconomic situation that led to the fall of retro formats and the rise of GLC. I mean, all I know is that during COVID, Mr. Mahone hated playing the format, as did a lot of people. So he made a fun format, and now it's like a big thing. I don't know. I wouldn't say that retro formats have fallen, though. I think retro formats are alive and well. Hello, Joe.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hi. So I was just answering the question of, Dimension Valley is getting banned in GLC tomorrow. Do you feel that Psychic losing some of its dominance is going to be a good thing? Are you happy about that?
I wouldn't necessarily say I have like an opinion on Dimension Valley being banned, just because like the rest of the Psychic deck is still like really broken, right? What really makes Psychic broken is all like the Malamar, the Natu, the Xatu, right? I think Psychic, while it will take like a little bit of a step back, it'll still be a really dominant deck in the format because you still have the blind side, so it makes getting that blind side attack off with the Natu a little bit harder, but it still can happen. So
yeah. The thing is, like, it's not. There's been other GLC bans where a deck loses a card and essentially stops existing. Like Grass has been not amazing for a while because it lost Forest of Giant Plants like 3 years ago, and now it just got and now it got Force of Vitality, which is a weaker Force of Giant Plants, and the deck is kind of creeping back up to relevance. But for a long time, that deck was dominant. You could do a turn 1 item lock, just evolve all your guys. They banned that card, and then Grass has been like kind of really mid-tier for the last like 2 or 3 years since then. This is the ban coming in tomorrow is by no means making Psychic a bad deck. Psychic is still very, very good.
It'll still be at least like tier 1.5. And to comment about Grass, we did have a Grass deck get top 4 at the Full Grip Perfect Order event that was playing Vileplume and that Forest Stadium. So Grass is definitely on an upswing.
Yeah, you just can't do it turn 1.
Right.
If you're mad about that, whatever.
Oh, man. But, yeah, I'm really excited here to watch Dan and Junior play some GLC. Rafal, just outside of the ban here, it looks like we have Dan on Lost Zone Psychic, and Mochi is playing my Rapid Strike Water deck. Very interesting.
Yeah, so if anyone has, I think we had some more meta decks for them, but they're going to play some interesting stuff.
Yeah, they're going to play some little off-meta stuff.
Yeah, but I think this will be fun, actually, because, GLC can be a little bit intimidating for some players. You hand a new player a deck, and they're like, what the heck is this? But, if anyone's played in the last 2 years, they'll recognize that comb feed. They'll recognize the Rapid Strike engine. So, a lot of familiar cards for anyone, unless you're brand new to the game.
And that's the other thing I want to chime in on GLC is, like, just because, like, Moshi's water deck is not like a Whale Lord deck or a like the low tide deck, it still plays a lot of like the broken water stuff, right? You still have the Inteleon in there for shady dealings. You still have the Archabax, the Bax Caliber that does like the crazy acceleration. Dan is doing a pretty crazy play here, starting with that flower selecting. Kind of a huge decision here, Ralph. What are your thoughts on?
I mean, I would have done that.
Yeah?
I would have flower select. I mean, So, for those who don't know, Dan is playing a Lost Zone Psychic deck. For anyone who has bad memories of Sableye and Comfey, for those who don't know, the Lost Zone is not currently a mechanic in the Pokemon game, but it is essentially like the exile, the out-of-play area in the board goes above your deck, and you cannot access those cards ever. But certain cards can do things if you have cards in the Lost Zone. So, Comfey looks at your top 2 cards of your deck. You put one in your hand, one in the Lost Zones. And Dan has a card called Sableye, which once you got 10 cards in your Lost Zone out of play, Sableye can put 12 damage counters wherever you want. So Dan's deck is based around just kind of blasting through your deck and then just chaining these 12 damage counters across the board over and over and over until you wipe your opponent off.
Yeah, exactly. And kind of, piggybacking off of that, Moshi's deck with the Rapid Strike attackers is actually doing something kind of similar. There's the Starmie from Evolving Skies that you can discard as many water energy as you like. For each water energy you discard that way, you can ping, kind of like the Arboliva.
Yeah, I was going to say like Arboliva.
You can ping 30 damage to any Pokemon you want. So you can have like a, hypothetically a 10 energy Starmie that is doing 300 damage on your opponent's board any way you'd like. So you can take like a 3, 4, 5 prize turn. Looks like here Moshi's going to end his turn with a collect, and now we're back over to Dan.
Could you send that in the... Oh, thank you.
Hit Ryan.
I hit Ryan?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we're getting a live update here of Top Cut for the Cup.
Yeah, so we got... If anyone's curious, I'll just let everyone know real quick what the top cut is. So it's Jordan versus Tristan, so that is Zoroark versus Dragapult Blaziken. Justin versus David. Justin is on Garchomp. David is on, I think, Starmie? Jake Reed and Matt, which is Raging Bolt versus Okidogi, and then me versus Ryan, which is Dragapult, also versus Okidogi. So
yeah, really great spread of decks for Top Cut for sure. I think the format, a lot of people really don't like it right now, but I just feel like there's such a wide range of playable decks. It's really cool.
Yeah, I've definitely had a lot of fun. I mean, obviously, the lack of comeback can be frustrating, but people are saying this is the worst format ever. Not at all. Oh, Dan gets that Sableye. He cannot.
Look at Dan. Look at the camera. Yikes.
Yeah, the level ball.
Can't get rid of Sableye, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yikes. But, Dan's still building up the Lost Zone. He has the Banette of Evolve 2 on his bench, which will eventually, he'll Lost Zone both the Banette and the Shuppet to increase that Lost Zone size, and then he'll get a supporter back. Looks like Dan passed it over back to Mochi. Mochi's going to evolve to the Frogadier. Frogadier putting 2 damage on Dan's board. Again, Mochi just trying to build up some spread. And then we see the Iono sending those cards to the bottom and drawing a fresh 6.
Yep. So the Dragapults that are in cut, yeah. So Starmie, maybe we'll just put it on stream because I don't even know what that deck looks like right now. But the Dragapult, I'm playing straight Pult, and then Tristan is on Pult Blaziken.
Correct. So, Justin being on Garchomp too, very interesting. As we see Christian go and collect again.
Hey man, you gotta set up. He's good for next turn.
He's setting up. Yeah,
he has Irida for next turn. Oh, so you had Lost Blender. This card is technically really bad. You lost some 2 cards and draw 1, so you lose 3 cards to draw 1, but you get 2 cards in the Lost Zone, so Dan's 1 step closer. Ooh, and there's the important card, Colress's Experiment. This is the big one. You get to look at the top 5 cards of your deck, take 3 and put 2 in the Lost Zone. And like you mentioned, that Banette can Lost Zone itself and get a supporter out of your discard. So next turn, Dan will get to reuse the Colress, put 2 more in the Lost Zone, and that'll put him at 10.
Right, exactly. Dan's deck is built to do this, right? Unfortunately, last turn, Dan did have to Lost on the blind side, so there can't be any, he's still going to do some crazy shenanigans, but the blind side not to play, unfortunately, is going to be out of it for Dan. And we see the Lost Zone of the Malamar, too. Again, Rafal, it's kind of the problem with these Lost Zone decks, right? You have to choose what resources you're losing for the rest of the game. So
yeah, I mean, that's kind of, that's already the downside of GLC in general. Every Ultra Ball you're playing, you're discarding 3 unique cards and get, but this is, you're just losing these cards. Dan is not getting that blind side back. Even the energy, these decks only play a couple energy because Sableye is just a 1 energy attacker. So, Dan's playing it a bit risky here, but there's the not to, but the blind side's in the Lost Zone. So I don't know if it's any good.
Yeah, I think Dan lost zoning the Dark Energy is fine because you really only play the Dark Energy for the Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
So by lost zoning the Gengar as well, like you're really losing out on opportunities to create damage on your own board to then push it over to Moshi's board. So losing the Dark Energy, like it does feel bad, but I think you need that not to. Even if you don't have the blind side, you could still do a Crisis Punch play and. Yeah, looks like Dan, or you can just sacrifice it,
Yeah.
Like, you can just put it up.
Yeah, it has 50, what is it, 40 or 50 HP?
It's 40
It's
HP,
very
actually.
low health. Dan's just kind of assuming, Dan just doesn't want this Comfey to die, which, like, at the end of the day,
It is his deck's engine, right?
yeah, with the Bayonet, he will be at 10 in the lost zone, and Sableye will be moving along next turn. But at the same time, you don't want to just give up your guy, Mm-hmm. Although I think a play that Dan could have done, so he has the U-turn board on the Comfey. So U-turn board, if it gets discarded, it goes back to your hand.
Right.
He could have retreated the Comfey, then field blowered it off and got it back, and then retreated the Natsu this turn.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, he could have. That's actually really funny. God, GLC is just such a great format because you get these, all these different cards interacting with each other. You could do these crazy plays. Moshi here, Nestballed for that Sobble just to, again, build up that board. And it looks like he's debating the Irida. I was wondering what he was doing. So he grabbed the Sobble. He's going to grab the Rare Candy Excalibur, right, to get his board flowing.
Yeah, does he
with
have 2 energy?
I think he does in hand. So
okay, yeah.
he'll be able to, well, he has 1, and I think there's a Capacious Bucket.
I think it might be a bucket indeed.
So he'll be able to just start swinging however he wants.
That's a super rod.
Oh, no, just kidding. It's super.
Oh, that is tough. That is tough. Christian Jr.'s, I mean, Dan Suster, well, he has energy to retreat the Natsu. So, yeah, Sableye will start doing things this turn. Yeah, Christian definitely needed to take some prizes because Dan is about to put, we're so used to Pult putting 6 damage. Dan's about to put 12 damage on the board. And, I'm looking at the board, and Shelter has 70 HP. Starmie has 40. I mean, he can knock out the Sobble and the Staryu and put more damage on stuff.
Yeah, that is true. And it could be really, losing that Sobble in the water deck is so bad just because it is, oh my god, we see another pretty terrible flower selecting. You saw Dan's face there.
Yep, there goes the Bayonet.
Yep, we're seeing the play. He's getting, I think he got Guzma back.
Yeah, he doesn't even call risk. He's at 10 now.
Oh my god, that's awesome. Good for Dan here. Yes, he did the thing. As you can see him gesturing. Moshi with the hoodie over his neck. Not feeling great. But we see a trainer's mail here for Rescue Carrier. Dan kind of like prepping for the Sableye to get knocked out next turn.
Yeah, Dan realizing that he has limited energy, so using the Guzma, conserving the energy for next turn. If the Sableye dies, he can just get it back and attach to it.
Yep, and honestly, Sableye, exactly what we discussed. And now the Frogadier stuck in the active.
Does he not have
Moshi.
more damage he could put on the board?
No, because they were both 60 HP.
Oh, I thought Stormy was 40. Okay.
Nope. So now we see Moshi getting Guzma.
Oh, man.
Oh, dang it.
Wait, he has energy.
Oh, but he top decked the 3rd energy.
I would have gone for the Comfey, personally.
You think so?
I mean, that's a draw engine. What does going for Ralts do? I mean, I guess it prevents Curlia, but...
And we haven't seen any of those, like the Gardevoir pieces hit the Lost Zone, so
yeah,
you know that they're, Dan has access to them either in his prize cards or in his deck. Another interesting flower selecting. Dan thinking through the lines here. What would he rather have?
Oh, removing the Arven.
Yeah, interesting. Taking away the Arven.
Does he? He doesn't have anything to pop him for. Damn.
Oops.
Oops. Well, there goes 2 cards.
Yeah.
It's all right. Dan's in a dominant position right now.
Thinning is winning, as the kids say. Yep.
Yeah. Realizing he made a little oopsie.
It happens.
Yeah. I mean, what he probably does here is knock out that Frogadier, put some damage on Excalibur, and set it up to get knocked out by like a backup Sableye after this one gets knocked out.
Yeah, I think what Dan does here is he puts 8 on the Frogadier, knock it out, put 1 on the Shelder to put it at 60 for next turn, and then the rest on Excalibur just to, have some clean math maybe. Just basically saying to Christian he's going to spawn camp whatever Christian tries to bench. Oh no! Not,
Oh my goodness!
oh, not the Guzma again. Oh no!
Christian's just in full top deck mode.
Yeah. And again, this is something, we kind of talked about last turn with Dan knocking out the Sobble, just limiting Christian's outs. For those asking in the chat, what is GLC? Rafal, kind of take it away here. What is Gym Leader Challenge?
Yeah, so someone also asked, what does turning the card horizontal mean? So Dan's deck uses the Lost Zone, which for other card games, that's like the Exile or the Out of Play area. Right. And there used to be cards that interact with it, but they're playing Gym Leader Challenge, which is a format, which is a fan-made format that is probably the second most popular way to play Pokemon right now. You get if anyone's played Commander in Magic before, it's similar in that you only get one of any card in your deck. So as you've noticed, like Dan only has this one Sableye, Christian only has that one Excalibur in his deck. So your whole deck is 60. Other than basic energy, every one of your cards is unique, and every one of your cards is the same type, which is why it's called Gym Leader Challenge. And it's also there's a couple other restrictions. There's no rule boxes allowed, so there's no EXs, Vs. Almost every game is someone taking 6 prizes one at a time, and just a lot of fun. So Dan's playing all these different cards that interact with the Lost Zone, which, is risky because you're putting cards out of play and you only play one of every card. Right. So if Dan Lost Zones at Arvin, he's not getting an Arvin back.
I think the one thing I like about Gym Leader Challenge, Rafal, is the fact that the types in Gym Leader Challenge, they all feel like there is some sort of like motif, or there is some sort of theme that goes on, right? Water,
for sure.
You do a lot of energy, acceleration, and moving around. Psychic, you just kind of break the game in different ways.
Psychic
right?
does a lot of broken stuff.
Yeah. So Metal, a lot of your Pokemon are big, and they have these really big attacks. So that's, at least for me, what I really enjoy about Gym Leader Challenge. Definitely, I think Rafal and I would back anybody who is interested in getting into the format, because it is a lot of fun to play.
Yeah, you could probably find, if you go on the gymleaderchallenge.com, you can find updated lists, information about where different locals are played. Some stores will have GLC weekly or monthly events. And Call Me Luna, yeah. So this is between while we were setting up for Top Cut, they're just kind of doing some deck checks for all the players that made cut. And as soon as Dan and Christian are done, we will be moving straight forward on a Top Cut. Yeah, and to answer your question in the chat, I think there is a way to play GLC on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, but it is not like, it is not like a 1-for-1. So some of the card pool is a little bit more limited, but again, you still could, build a deck. It's just not going to be the same card pool, as we see Christian getting his Excalibur destroyed, and he's going to have to scoop it up. Dang. And Dan, for those who don't know, Dan used to be a Lost Zone master. He got top 8 at Oregon at Portland Regionals with Lost Zone Giratina 2 years ago. So, this probably felt pretty good for him, Lost Zoning stuff all over again.
Yeah.
And with the TCG Live, so one thing I didn't mention is that GLC is the expanded card pool. So it's no rule boxes, but any card from Black and White set up to today goes, and there's maybe half a dozen cards banned. You can check on the GLC website to see what those cards are. So on live, you can technically play Gym Leader Challenge. Sometimes they'll do like a monthly kind of like event on like the Battle Pass or something where you can like play GLC, but they don't have every set all the way to Black and White on live, so it's a little bit more limited. But there are ways to play the format online. Yeah.
Well, Rafal, thanks for having me on. That was great to watch.
Yeah.
Again, feel bad for Junior there. His deck just kind of bricked, but, that's how Gym Leader Challenge goes sometimes, right?
Indeed.
But I'll be heading out, and can't wait to see what happens in Top Cut.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll be playing soon.
Oh, yeah.
Give me a second. I'm trying to figure out who's going to be on here next with me. Christian, am I good to go?
Do you want to come for like 3 minutes while Dan's on? Yeah, you're good.
I need to get set up for Top Cut.
Yeah, you probably have to do that soon. Hi, Eli.
Hello.
Hey, not a great day today.
Not a great day. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. Our deck's goated, so it's fine.
Yeah, you drew 3. You picked up my deck, drew 3 hands afterwards, and we're like, okay, this is the most broken deck ever. With the Pokepad, teal dance, like everything. And I'm like, couldn't I have seen this the entire day?
Yeah, just like,
but
tell us just like a little bit like about how the day went, I guess.
It was bad.
Yeah.
I fan wrote him once. Got Turn 2 knocked out twice out of the 6 rounds. There was one round where I had like 25 cards in deck. Over 3 turns, I fez plus drew for turn with 7 energy, 3 Crispin, and didn't see any of them through the 12 cards drawn.
Oh, sick.
So yeah, that was about how the day went.
That sounds just wonderful.
Yeah, yeah. It was a lot of not playing for the first 3 rounds of the day,
It's okay.
but it happens. That's variance.
You got the buy, and then your deck was good. So, like, that's all that matters.
Yeah, but like it was a little too late. How have the games been? How's
They've been actually really good.
Yeah.
Like, we had our round 3 was really close.
yeah? That's-
Round 1, an opponent bricked. Round 2, an opponent bricked. Round 3 was good.
okay.
Round 4, there was a game loss.
Yep, saw that one.
And then I don't even remember what round 5 was. I didn't catch round 6. So,
Okay.
yeah,
well,
I got to enjoy round 6 with you, so that was fire.
yeah, yeah. Well, seems like it's been a good day. I hope
Yeah.
it's.
I have no idea how cut's shaping out. Dan, you know how cut's shaping
I have the standings.
Oh, you do?
So, Jordan is playing Zoroark against Tristan.
I have no.
I think it's Pult.
I'm pretty sure.
And then Justin versus David.
Yeah.
Don't know.
I know Justin's on Garchomp.
Justin's on Garchomp.
Yeah.
I think this might be Frost.
It might be.
Or Starmie, I mean, sorry. And then this is Starmie.
Yeah.
Jake on the 20 energy Raging Bolts
Yeah.
against Matt playing Okie Dokie. And then Ryan hit Roth. So it's Pult versus Okie Dokie as well.
Pretty distinct cut we got, low-key.
Yeah, there's also a decent, like, there's a couple different decks, so
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see what comes out on top.
I think the only dupe we have is maybe a Dragapult, definitely the Okie Dokie.
The Okie Dokies, I think
The
there's
Okie
2
Dokies,
Okie Dokie, 2 Pult, I believe. And yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah, then we have 4 other
Yeah.
different decks, which is cool. It's cool to see Zoroark being in the
Yeah.
1 seed.
I've been trying to tell you, man. You don't
Hey.
listen to me.
You haven't said anything to me about Zoroark. But like after it hasn't gotten much
Yeah.
like
It more lost things than it gained things for sure.
yeah, but
But-
there hasn't been much said about it. I feel compared to like Pult and
Yeah.
all these other decks.
Yeah, I feel like everything like gained something or lost something that everybody's like, oh, this deck's going into a panic, not realizing that Zoroark lost like nothing.
Yeah, Zoroark didn't really lose much, and it still has the Zekrom, which
Yeah.
is dumb. Why did they give it Zekrom? Is all I have to say.
Someone's happy that the Raging Bull matchup's a lot better than
We don't talk about it.
I know you liked when you used to sit across a Zoroark and they just kind of sat there while,
Yeah, they couldn't take a knockout on anything.
but now they can.
Yeah, now they
because
can.
They have a beautiful card.
But it's fine. It's fine. I think there's Bryce. Are they starting to set up for top 8,
I don't think so.
or still got a little bit?
They're still looking at deck lists, that's right.
Okay.
It's like the deck didn't lose anything, it didn't gain anything in particular, but like it's still the same strength. It's just a lot of other things are getting tested that makes
Yeah.
that a lot slower, as well as like every other deck being a grass pile where it's like, okay, well now I can't play this or else I
Yeah.
just kind of like lose.
Well, even into like grass piles, like Zoroark is fine.
Yeah, it still
You're
shakes
still
out.
like trading pretty evenly. You can slow him down with Badoo. Like you can offset the prize trade.
Yeah.
Like it still seems fine. And yeah.
I like just go and like unfair stand, bump your forest, take a 3-prize turn,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Zoroark seems pretty good. Like having a consistent draw engine through your main attacker is like one of the best things in the game,
Yeah.
right? Like you see that with Dragapult, where your middle evo for your main attacker is your draw engine,
Yeah.
and that's just so strong, especially in a format where there isn't much consistency through onboard draw, as there was before, and okay. I think we're
Yeah, we're good.
but yeah.
I know Japan has recently shifted Zoroark to the top of A tier. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like Pult is still, like, a pretty decent matchup for
Yeah.
Zoroark like it was before.
Yeah.
So I could see that being like a big reason why. And then if you have the Darm in the deck, you can be super aggressive into these one prize decks.
Yeah. That's like one of the things I was saying too. With like people were like, "Oh, with the rise of one prize decks, Zoroark's gonna fall." It's like, no, they play Darm.
Yeah, I mean, like the only scary thing is like if they go Shaman and then like also Festival,
Yeah.
like Festival lead is
Yeah.
scary, but
Well, Festival is gonna be like hard regardless, even if they weren't playing Shaman. They're like, even if
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Festival lead is like a bad matchup, but that deck is no comment.
that deck is a deck of all.
The deck is a deck of all time. I will say.
I like how you're like the biggest deck hater I know, but you play Raging Bull for like.
Hey.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Hey.
Though. I'm just saying.
Hey.
My opinion tends to be good. Most people agree with me sometimes.
I just don't like Dragapult. Like, that's the only reason why I play Miraidon or Raging Bolt.
You're doing great.
Sorry,
It's like people just give up on Arboliva at this point.
I think so. Yeah. There were a couple in the room, and
I know Mo was playing it.
What?
I know Mo was playing it.
Mo was playing it. Mo didn't do great. I think there were 2 or 3 other Arbolivas, and they were all like X2 or X3. So yeah, I know that they didn't. Arboliva didn't do great today.
I think it like could be good, like hypothetically. Like
Yes and
it
no.
could be, but it's like it's not great.
Yeah, it feels like it's just. I feel like the like just Teal Mask
Yeah.
Meganium is slightly stronger. You just set up more often. You're just doing big amounts of damage quickly.
Yeah, I feel like if it like had to be like a grass deck that I would play, it's probably just the Teal Master Meganium.
Yeah, I would also agree with that. Like Arboliva is cool, but then you also have to play your Force Vitality is. You have to play the 2/2/2 or whatever Arboliva line.
Like the concept's cool.
Yeah.
It's just like it's not good.
Yeah. I mean, like it in like theory it's good, but then there's so many things playing Shaman right now. If Shaman like goes out of like play, then I could see it becoming better. But Arboliva,
what you know about Arboliva?
That's a deck of all time. I will say.
What if I show up with that next week? Would you be?
Hey, you do you, my guy. You do you.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's definitely like interesting. Like I feel like it's like a Shaman is like a big part of the Pult matchup, even though like most Pults aren't playing it. If they do, it's just like
I feel like a lot have put it in.
Yeah.
Just because of how many things are playing bench sniping now. Like so much of this format is bench snipes.
Yeah, like one thing we were talking about earlier was how many Pokemon actually hit the bench with damage compared to damage counters like Dragapult.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
There is a lot right now. I mean, you have Baby Bolt, you have Water Pawn, you have Darm,
there's like
Arboliva.
There's Grim.
Grim, yeah.
Like, there's all these,
Stormy, even. Like, there's just so much that bench snipes damage that Shaman just protects.
I feel like that's also true from what Capybara said. I also feel like Arboliva thrives in the best of 1 and best of 3, gives people time to adjust. Plus, they play more defensive tech in general, which is true.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people like they don't expect to see an Arboliva face them.
Sure. I mean, even like in the best of 1 today, they didn't do amazing. I know Tyler played it, and one game he prized all 3 of his stadiums.
Well, that's just
which I was like, that makes sense. But I don't know, it's an interesting deck for sure.
Like 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay.
They'll mean 1 more piece of pizza. No.
You're good, Dan. Take all the time you need. But yeah, Shaman is super strong into this format. Like, there's so many sniping things. It's just you get so much value off of it, of just including it in a lot of decks.
For sure. I mean, it's like Shaman is so like unnecessarily good for 0 reason.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I hate seeing Shamans.
Oh, I agree.
Just because like the 3 decks I play, like 2 of them hit the bench with damage.
Yep.
So it's like, whoa, chill with that.
Yeah. It's like
what you need to
prize that, please.
What if you don't put that down this game? Like, what if we?
They're gonna throw up the top 8 bracket.
Okay, so
We got to talk about the whole bracket again then?
Just talk about it briefly.
Okay.
okay, so we saw Justin is playing against what was it, Kevin?
I'll tap in right now. If you
Okay,
Do you want this side back?
want. I don't care. No, it's fine.
I'll go over here. No, you go over there. I got to eat.
Yeah, fine.
But Justin playing the... Huh?
Okay, sorry about that, guys. Apparently, it is important for us to eat and fuel ourselves, especially when we're going to be yapping for a while. So I have eaten. I am fueled.
I'm going to have Eli join you for top 8 because I want to eat Loki.
Yeah, that's totally fine. So for this matchup in top 8, we're going to see we have 2 games lined up. One is Tristan versus Jordan. So, excuse me, Dragapult Blaziken versus Zorak. The second one is Ryan versus Rafal. So straight Dragapult versus Okidogi. And Theme Park, we absolutely are seeing the Zorak game, so don't worry. That's what we're going to start with. And so, Eli, talking about this Zorak versus Dragapult Blaziken, who's favored?
I feel like Zorak is slightly favored. I feel like it's always been that way, where like Zorak has a slightly favorable matchup into Pult, especially if they play the Rushy. Or if they play the Darm and can get it before the Pult is able to get Shaman on the board, like
Yes.
that is massive. Do we have the lists?
The boss, I did win in GLC. And yes, we have the list right here. Moshi, you can tell them to start whenever they're ready.
Yeah, they're just explaining.
All right, perfect. So, which list are we looking for? You're looking for Zorak?
Zorak, yeah.
Zorak does play Reshiram.
Okay.
So, Jordan will be able to one-shot I think we only play one Reshiram.
We play one Rushy and we play the Darm line. So
Yes.
that's going to be big, especially if, like I said, if we can't get Shaman on the board.
Yes, absolutely. And for those who are watching the GLC game, yes, I got to use Sableye again, and it brought such joy to my heart, especially as I disassembled my opponent's board and said, you can't do anything about this.
Yeah, I bet you had a great stroll down memory lane there, Dan.
It was a great time. It was a great time. Yeah, I will say, the thing I was actually really happy about was, and Des, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. We try to have it be decent quality, even though we barely know what we're doing. So for...
I think you know what you're doing, Dan.
The thing I was actually proud of is I got to 10 exactly on the lost zone the turn I needed. I'm like, I mapped this out perfectly. So I don't know if you saw me be excited about that, but I was very excited about it.
Hey, bring back the memories. Bring back the great plays.
There were highlights at times.
Yeah.
But okay, so we can go ahead and throw up this first game as they're talking through stuff. So like we said, we are seeing... Say it again, Moshi. Okay, sweet. Thank you. So Moshi's going to take a break. So we have Dragapult Blaziken versus Zorak. And Michael, you're heading out?
Yeah, I'll send you the link, and I'm also sending Joe the pricing link. So.
And you let know to make sure you get everyone's contact information beyond just for payment.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we're getting set up here. As you can hear, we're doing logistics live in real time. So, Eli, you already mentioned Reshiram is a big piece of this matchup. And so, how hard is it for Tristan to play around that?
It can get difficult, especially if Jordan is able to get ahead in the attack in attacking, because then Jordan can like retreat Zoroarks to maintain damage on board to then clean sweep a fully healthy Dragapult, which is going to be a big part of the game plan, I feel.
So that is actually a big thing for the Dragapult into Zoroark, is knowing when and when you can't hit into a Zoroark. And the big one for me is when you have a Zoroark already hit into you.
Yep.
Who cares if they can one-shot you?
They're gonna be knocking you out either way.
Exactly. And Halo, Michael's the judge wearing the Hawaiian shirt. He is on the team with us, so he helps us out with coordinating and stuff. And Michael is awesome and one of the best judges I've ever worked with.
Michael's so great.
He's so good.
Yeah.
Both from a decision-making standpoint, knowledge of the game, and also he plays enough where when he makes rulings, he has understanding of the context.
Yep.
And if you're a possible judge and watching this, I will tell you the best thing you can do to be a good judge is play the game.
Play as much as you can.
Yes.
You learn so much through playing the game. You become better. You learn interactions that occur throughout the game.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I need to hydrate still. Yes, excellent.
So yeah, like just playing the game more, especially as a judge, is just so important for you.
It is.
And I mean, just anyone trying to learn more in general, right?
I agree. And so we are going to get into our game here, and it looks like Tristan is going first, and what a start.
I mean, that's all you can ask for going first, right? Is at least opening a Dreepy, getting a Buddy Poffin, being able to play your game and set up, even though you don't get the start you want, going second, right?
Agreed. And so one thing is, I don't believe Zoroark is playing Budu, correct?
Let me take a look. Where did I put this list? Do you have it?
I may
You
have.
have it, I think.
But in general, the one thing I would say here is there is one Budu. Okay.
So it is possible for Jordan to get into it this turn, which I feel is pretty good. Just being able to slow down Tristan, make sure that there's no candy shenanigans going on.
Yes.
Where Tristan's able to get a turn 2 Dragapult off.
So the one thing that I would have liked to see instead of Budu on Tristan's end is I really think it would have made more sense to get a Torchic.
I agree. Setting up your Blaziken early to like be able to rotate through. Can't find. Do we not have it?
Tristan's list. Did that fall somewhere? It's very possible it's that.
No, that's not it.
Interesting. That's fine. We'll find it. But so Tristan getting down the 2 Dreepy, going into the Budu, that I don't mind at all because now you aren't getting hit into and giving Jordan an opportunity to set up some math.
Sure.
And you don't really care if Jordan 3-shots your Budu. Like, whatever, man.
That's fair. I just feel like we want to see the Torchic come down as soon as possible, right?
Agreed. I think if we are going into Budu, I like this way better, but I would also love to see Torchic.
Yeah.
Unless, do we have 2?
There are
Cloak in
2
hand?
Dracloak in the hand, so we will be able to see at least. We'll see 12 cards on this next turn for Tristan through the lilies as well. So ideally we find a Torchic that way. And we do see Jordan going for his own Budu as well.
Which is good, and exactly like you said, it prevents a high roll rare candy play.
Yep.
However, with Tristan not having energy on anything, I think Jordan would probably have been fine to skip the Budu because the likelihood of Tristan getting Candy Pult Crispin is so low.
I agree, but also the going into the Budu can lead to Tristan also being slower in setting up his. And we bossed the Dreepy.
Okay, so that is good for Jordan.
Yeah.
And also, that's fine for Tristan. Jay, I actually think Blaziken is going to be really, really important because it helps him stay ahead of attachments, and it lets him hit into stuff without it being Dragapult.
Yeah, I agree. Just gives you more options in attackers that you can use throughout the game. And we see Tristan has to use a Dark Energy for this retreat into the Budu, while also getting some damage onto this Dracloak.
We do see another Budu. We see a Dragapult. So, I mean, Tristan's going to see 4 more cards, but that's not a terrible hand.
It's not terrible. Just more items. We would love to see a Torchic here. Just to get it on the bench.
Actually, Dawn's great for the next turn.
Dawn is a really good draw there. Yeah, and Tristan's hand looks pretty good going into this next turn.
Jordan's does not.
Yeah, Jordan's hand. We did get the Serrano, which is a pretty disgusting top deck, I will say. With what was in his hand before that.
That is a prayer answered top deck because now Jordan's going to be able to get 2 Zoroark down and really start playing the game.
Yeah, and then we can grab another Zoroark to have in our hand for if we draw into a Zorua, or we can grab the Pecharunt if we feel like we're going to need that. But I like the 3 Zoroarks here.
I would have been fine with 3 Zoroark or 2 Zoroark and Pheasantipony. Yeah. Just because I think it's a fair assumption that this Budu may get knocked out next turn. because ideally Tristan's going to get a Monkey Dory down, attach a Dark, and then knock out this Budew with Budew.
Yeah, that would be a pretty good turn from Tristan if he's able to pull that off. How many Darks? Oh, we don't have his. How many? It'd be nice to know how many Darks are in the.
I assume 2 to 3. And so Tristan's hand was absolutely amazing, and just Jordan just finding what he needed.
Yeah.
And then debating what to trade. I mean, Eli, I probably would trade that Pokepad.
I feel like Pokepad is fine. Getting rid of a second Dark here seems a little rough.
That is very aggressive. And we see Cyrano ends PP up, everyone's favorite card.
Yeah. So we're just going to see the Itchy Pollen come through.
There we go.
So it's great seeing that come down. What would you like to see Tristan? How would you like to see Tristan order this?
So that's tough, honestly, because if I'm Tristan, I would actually love to use Dawn here. And so I don't mind going into the deck to see if I can find a Dark Energy. But if I don't see a Dark, going and getting, trying to use Lily after these recons feels bad.
Yeah, it feels really bad. But did we also just whiffed energy completely, I believe, which definitely doesn't feel great.
No, but I do think here Tristan can get either another Torchic or Monkey Dory or another Dreepy, get that Combuskin, and then get that Blaziken.
Sure.
And so barring a Judge or something, Tristan's set up pretty well for the next turn.
Yeah, Tristan's just in a pretty good spot for the position of the game, right?
Dude, Jewish kid playing Jordan Elite Cup, playing into Mew and playing 4-path Giratina. Oh, that's beautiful and brings my heart joy. And Jay, we do have candy for Blaziken, assuming Jordan doesn't Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, I feel like Jordan's just going to play this slow where he's just Itchy Pollening until this Budew gets knocked out.
Did Tristan prize Combuskin? Because that seems bad.
It's definitely a possibility with him not grabbing it off this Dawn.
I agree. And I think Tristan's leaving a spot open for Meowth or something. And Jordan top decks Darmaka. That's so good.
That is pretty good. I wonder if Tristan plays Shaman or not.
Tristan does play Shaman.
Okay.
We did see it a little earlier.
Okay.
And that may be what he's saving the spot for, too.
Yeah, if he's unable to get into the Shaman and we're not able to evolve this Torchic into Combuskin or go Rare Candy Blaziken, if Jordan can set up this Darm and knock out both the Torchic and a Dracloak, that'd be a pretty big swing in this game, I feel.
It would be so good. And I feel Jordan's win conditions are really two different things. One, exactly like you mentioned, it's running him off the board.
Yep.
Use that Darmanitan. I still want to always call it Darmanicannon because that's such a cooler name. But use that Darmanicannon to wipe Cloaks. Or late game, when Dragapult does hit into Zork, exactly what we talked about earlier. Using Reshiram to one-shot Pult when Tristan can't really respond.
Yeah, that's going to be... If Jordan can one-shot clean Pulse, that'll be a big part of this matchup. And we'll see who's able to get ahead in this prize trade.
And so talk us through this turn for Tristan. What is his goal?
I just think we want to see energy. If we can get a Dark on the Monkey Dory, that'd be great to start moving damage over.
Man.
I think I would have liked to see this Lily played before we...
So I agree. As much as you don't want to shuffle in all of that stuff, it would be really good to just give yourself an opportunity to see some energy.
I agree. Like, we just don't have enough... We don't have enough draw without the Lilies to get into the energy that we want this turn, right? So...
as annoying as it is, though, I would want Tristan to evolve up one of those Cloaks and then just play the Lilies.
I agree. Just guarantee that we have a Dragapult for the following turn.
Well, actually, I lie. right now Jordan can't item lock next turn. And so there is a world.
Can he not?
No, because we're about to knock out, or Tristan's about to knock out that Budu.
Oh, with his own Budu. Yeah, that. Right there's. Yeah.
All right, so I'm not going to lie. Tristan is lilying when I don't want him to and not lilying when I want him to. Because if this Budu goes down, I think this is the turn where Tristan says, I can go Candy, Blaziken, play all my item cards, Lilies. For even though it would just be 6 at that point, that's still really good.
Yeah, I think if we were going to Lilies, we should have done it before we use the recon directives.
But we found an energy.
Did find an energy, which is pretty good, which means we don't necessarily need the Blaziken this following turn.
And Tristan also has a Night Stretcher in hand to get the fire energy to start to get this going. And that's a big deal. Jewish kid? I mean, absolutely. So what I would do is I always kind of send everyone to our Twitter account since Rafal runs the show there, and you run the show there, and Ryan runs the show there.
I think Ryan and Roth do more than I do.
That's totally fine.
But yeah.
But I would send that list to our NRG account, and then if we can pull it up here, great. If we got some time, otherwise, welcome to take a. Or we're happy to take a look and send you some feedback. All right. So then, what is Jordan trading away here, Eli?
That is a great. I mean, I think we just want to start thinning these items out of our deck. We're not going to get much use out of them from this point, like the Buddy Buddy Poffin. This Watchtower, I feel like, is pretty fine to discard. I don't think we're ever truly worried about Meowth because that's such an easy prize for us to take.
I would agree.
We welcome that getting benched.
Yes.
I like this Lilies here. It allows us to dig through our deck more to find this Darmanitan to hopefully be able to get the, as you say, Darmana Cannon off. And
it's such a good card. But I agree. I think setting up the ability to apply a little pressure here is going to be really important. So for the boss, I agree. If Tristan can rare Candy into Blaziken, that will be so huge.
Yeah, and we see Jordan just draws into all of the items here.
So this is something I think Jordan's getting a bit punished for before. Even though we have the 2 energy on Zork, Jordan discarded like 2 to 3 energy earlier.
Yeah. Just, I feel like we just want to see as many energy to attach every turn. And here we don't see any yet. And we also, okay.
And we did see the energy. Okay.
Do we have is that a Zekrom?
That is a Zekrom, I believe.
Can't feel great, I will say.
So it does allow Jordan, well, actually, Jordan to be able to knock out anyway with the Darumaka attack. Yeah. Leonidas, I did not actually, because I was not embracing my nerdy self. I was embracing irresponsible decisions at Purdue and, going to class. I embraced nerdiness once I got to grad school. But if it's a good site, I go through West Lafayette all the time to see my wife's family. I will totally stop there. And then Tristan does have the clean Halloween Monkey Dory art.
Yeah, it is a pretty clean art, I'm not going to lie. We'll see if Tristan can get into like a Candy Blaziken full board, well, like gusting or something, or like and setting up the Monkey Dory to move like 10 to this Fez.
Yeah.
That'd be a pretty nice turn here.
Well, I think that's exactly it. If there is a way for Tristan to knock out this Pheasantipity and put some damage on a Zoroark, that would be huge. Oh, dude, congrats, Leo. That's awesome. That is not the energy we wanted here.
It's not. Well, so we have a Dark in discard if we're somehow able to get into Candy. Doesn't look like it, though, right?
And so this is the tough choice. Tristan can Lilies, or can Meowth for Lilies.
Yeah.
Tristan also has the option to put down Pheasantipity and use Pheasantipity. I actually love that decision. How about you?
I agree that getting the Shaman down here, preventing this Darmanitan from coming through and wiping our Torchic and a Dracloak has to feel really good on Tristan's side.
It does. The only risk and issue, though, for Tristan is still going to Phantom Dive into a Zoroark at this point, and that feels horrible.
I agree. However, Jordan doesn't have a Rush Ram down, and I feel like they're Tristan might be thinking that Jordan doesn't play it because in the most Darmanitan builds, there isn't a Reshiram normally.
So we're okay. Tristan actually choosing to Jet Headbutt.
Ooh,
I love that decision.
I agree. Because the next turn we can we'll get damage put onto our Dragapult, most likely.
Yes.
And then we can monkey it over along with a Phantom Dive to take the knockout here, not giving Jordan the ability to get that clean one-shot on our Dragapult.
Yeah. Leo, it may have been there. I was not playing Pokemon at that phase of my life. To be honest, I probably should have been because it would have been a whole lot better now when I started playing. But I'll check it out. And then, yes, the number 1 is Jordan Seed. Number 8 is Tristan Seed. And then the number under that is how many prizes remaining on each end. And Erratic, I agree. And I think Reshiram's a really good find here for Jordan because it will enable a response if Tristan can't clean up that Zoroark in one hit.
Yeah. If Tristan somehow doesn't move the Monkey Dory damage over and take a Phantom Dive, the Reshiram can prove to be big here.
Yes. All right, so we do see the Zora and the Reshiram hit the board. Jay, I don't think it would be wrong to monkey to Zoroark, but I think what Tristan was thinking is that putting 3 damage on Fez doesn't do much good. Just 1 is great. Yeah. And eventually, Monkey's going to be able to move a whole lot more damage than that. So being able to get more value of that on the Zoroarks is better than putting 3 on the Fez. I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah, I agree. Just like having this 1 damage counter stick on this Fez just has to feel really good on Tristan's side. Because if Jordan wants to win this game, he has to start doing damage to something, right?
Exactly. And there is not enough damage on that Zoroark to one-shot this Dragapult.
Yeah. Jordan going boss here would be, I feel like, pretty decent, because then it puts Tristan in a weird place to where he can't fully one-shot this Zoroark with a Phantom Dive, unless we have a risky Ruins that we can play.
And I believe the list does play it, but regardless, like you said, there's a likelihood, and Zoroark deciding not to put any damage on the board, instead just knock out this Dracloak. I think that's fine.
Yeah, and it puts Jordan back down to an even prize.
Yes.
Map. So then we just have to go 2-2. And
sorry, I'm just laughing at Leo's rooting for Tristan because Leo cannot play Zoroark effectively, and I feel you. And then update for YouTube, because Moshi put it in Twitch, Justin playing Garchomp beat David playing Lucario in Game 1. And then Jake Reed beat Okidogi in Game 1 as well.
That's kind of surprising.
I agree.
With the Raging Bolt taking the Game 1 over Okidogi. So I would like to know what happened there, but that's for later.
That is a later question.
That's a later question, yeah. See, Tristan's kind of thinking through what he wants to do with this turn. And I feel like ideally we want to boss this turn, correct, Dan?
I think boss Fez Stamp is brilliant this turn.
Yeah, that has to feel pretty good. Jordan will still have the 2 trades, but Tristan is able to go down to 3 here while setting up damage counters on Jordan's board to then clean up after this next turn.
Exactly. And so Tristan playing the Pokepad just to thin it, which I think was the right choice, and then playing Unfair Stamp. And this is actually a huge, huge swing turn for Tristan.
Yeah, because there's not going to be enough damage on Jordan Zoroark to be able to take a response 1-hit KO on this Dragapult. So Tristan has to feel pretty safe here, knowing that this Dragapult has a very low likelihood of getting KO'd this turn.
Yes. To your point, videos, I don't think you're wrong if Tristan knows that Monkey Dory isn't going to hit the board, but Jordan did play multiple Pokepad, so there was an opportunity where Jordan could have gone Pokepad for Monkey Dark Energy, and in that case, Tristan would have been very, very punished for putting that energy on the Zoroark. And then Boss Stamp is OP. Luca? I don't know if I'm following. But yeah, Boss Stamp is absolutely CC Iono. All right, so Eli, tell us about this turn. Are we about to see Candy Blaze? We are seeing Candy Blaze again.
Tristan has to feel like he's in such a good spot right now, setting up this Blaziken. He's gonna be able to set up this Dracloak to become a Dragapult if needed, and I'm interested to see where Tristan decides to put this damage.
So in my mind, I think you put the Zoroark to 110 damage because that means Monkey Dory does not take it away from knockout range.
I would have liked to see that as well. And then I wonder where.
I like that decision a lot too. If it were me, it would be 4 on the Zoroark or 5 on the Zoroark, and then either 1 on the Zora or that on the. Excuse me. Oh no, it would be 4 on Zoroark and then 2 on Darumaka, or 1 on Zora, 1 somewhere else.
Yeah.
But I think this is fine if Jordan does not find a monkey.
I agree. If Jordan's able to find a Monkey Dory this turn, and then, well, even if Jordan finds a Monkey Dory and moves the damage off the Zoroark, we can just move it back, right? Because Jordan's not going to be able to take a one-shot on this Dragapult.
Yes. The only reason I say that's important is Tristan's going to want to use that Monkey Dory damage somewhere else to set up a multi-prize turn.
Oh, sure.
Because Tristan is at 3 prizes remaining.
Yeah. And how much HP does Darmanitan have?
140.
140, okay. So if both of these get evolved, it's very unlikely for Tristan to have a 3-prize turn, right?
It is. However, that Pheasantipity going down is a big deal to help Tristan clean up the game.
Yeah.
And sorry, just real quick, but Boss saying that Tristan has a good board. I think Tristan has the wildly favored board at this point.
Yeah, Tristan is in such a good board position here. Having the Monkey Dory with the Dark, along with that Blaziken down, being able to power up whatever he wants basically within a turn, is very, very strong position for Tristan to be in.
Agreed. And so we do see the NSPP up come down. And Jewish Kid, I think KOing Sheeman probably would have been good. Tristan did have access to a Night Stretcher, but he would have been forced to choose whether or not to use it on the Fire Energy or the Shaman, and that would be tough.
Yeah. Would Jordan have been able to take out the Shaman? Oh, I guess instead of the Dracloak. Right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so Eli, what does Jordan need off this boss?
Of the Judge?
Or off this Judge, I'm so sorry. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. I think we're just trying to disrupt Tristan as much as possible. Hope that he's unable to get into a boss KO this turn and just make this game take as long as possible in turns so that Jordan has as much time as he possibly can.
Yes. And I think that makes complete sense. Right now, Tristan is setting up that checkmate board. Jordan needs to undo that.
Yeah.
And the big ways to undo that are getting Darmanitan, getting another Zoroark down, and obviously Monkey Dory is no longer an option. So we'll see. None of those are Zoroark.
Or Darmanitan.
No, they are not.
Did you see what 2 cards Tristan drew?
It was a Buddy Poffin and a Pokepad, I believe.
Okay, so...
Not very good either.
Not good, but we have a Dracloak still. And if we're not able to evolve either of these, that means that all Tristan needs...
Oh, Dragapult.
Okay. All Tristan needs here is a boss, and he has game on board.
And so, I agree. Also, Tristan does not care about not taking this damage or hitting into this Zoroark. In fact, I think Tristan loves hitting into this Zoroark and then knocking out something.
I agree. Just as long as we set up so much damage on the board with how far ahead we are in this prize trade, we don't really care.
Exactly. Oh, we had Darmanitan in hand before the judge?
Really? And
That's a decision that has been made.
It is indeed a decision that has been made.
Okay. Eli, does Tristan evolve this Dragapult or Dracloak?
I don't think so. I think we're pretty fine leaving it as a Dracloak for any judge because it's safe behind the Shaman, and we just like having extra draw on board, right? See as many cards as possible.
Yes, and also, as I think through this, Tristan can also attack with Blaziken to win the game after this hit.
Yep, because we're going to be able to take that one on the Zorua so that it can't become a fresh Zoroark, right, to take a clean knockout.
Yes, and this is exactly where I would want Tristan to move the 3 damage onto the Zoroark. Or move it to the Zora and then place 3 on each of the Zor things.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just make sure that the Zoroark is up to 110 damage so that no matter what, it will be able to be knocked out cleanly.
Agreed. And then we'll see where Tristan does place the damage. Or that is also an option.
It is an option.
It's not the one I would recommend typically. Goodness. Do you think Tristan's going to get punished for this?
Jordan would need a lot to truly punish this and then also have Tristan whiff completely.
But this follows exactly what you and I were talking about. It is totally fine to hit into Zoroark if your Pult's going to get knocked out anyway.
Yeah, because you don't care about getting one-shotted when you're already going to get two-shotted anyways.
Exactly. I'm going to get knocked out regardless.
Yeah.
Why stress?
Exactly. I would love to see Jordan's hand and know what's going through his mind here and how he wants to play this.
I mean, to me, the decision's pretty simple. He's got to go into his other Zoroark. He's got to be able to heal some damage off of it with Monkey. And then we just got to pray there is no boss coming in.
Yeah, we just have to...
Or pray that we leave no damage on Tristan's board.
Yep. Which if we take this knockout on this Dragapult, there won't be, as long as we Monkey Dory to the active Pokemon.
There won't be if Jordan also bounces the stadium.
Yes.
Because why are we attaching the Fez?
Is there E-Switch in this deck?
Is there? Because we could also E-Switch off of Zoroark.
There is not an E-Switch in this deck.
Yeah, and that is interesting. Jordan deciding not to evolve into Darmanitan. Any idea why?
No.
Oh, actually, I know why.
Well,
he's out of En's Castles, probably.
Well, he has an air balloon attached to it.
True. Well, there you go.
Those are cards that are in a Zoroark deck.
Yes. So we see the manual retreat into Zoroark, but all Tristan needs is an energy to win the game, and he has that in hand. Blame, I have no idea why we're not evolving, except for not wanting to get trapped.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
And now Tristan just needs to not lock in on the Phantom Dive, and he sees it. Beautiful.
Okay.
So we attach the energy, Blaziken ability, up the fire, and Dragapult takes game 1 into a pretty unfavored matchup, if you ask me.
I think it's pretty close. I definitely do think it is unfavored for Tristan, though.
Yes. But I should also note, that was a 29-minute game.
Yeah, that was a very long game, and I'm glad that we have the timer now.
Thank you, Bryce.
Thank you, Bryce. That is a great addition.
Yes, we have been trying to slowly increase the quality of the stream as we go.
Yes.
But yeah, that was honestly a really, really good game. Eli, any thoughts on what either Jordan or Tristan need to do differently?
I think Jordan just needs to find his Pokemon faster and evolve up, and just be able to put more pressure on Tristan earlier.
Yes.
Because I feel like Tristan just didn't feel like under pressure at all. Jordan was unable to find the Darmanitan early.
And that makes complete sense.
Proved very, very good for Tristan, and because he was able to get Shaman down after he was able to use the item cards, along with everything else. Okay.
No, definitely a big deal. Boss, thank you. Much appreciated. And Jewish Kid, awesome. We'll take a look at that. I can't promise we'll get to it while we're on stream because I'm yapping a lot. But we'll try to take a look at it and get you some feedback. The one thing I did see, though, from your list is you were playing only 3 Dreepy and 2 Dracloak. And I would say, barring threat against your life, play 4 Dreepy and 4 Dracloak in every single Dragapult list.
I would agree with that.
Because just cool. And Sandy Beach, Pokemon is pretty neat. I agree with that assessment.
Pokemon's a cool game that we've both been playing for a long time.
Yes, I have officially been playing a long time now. And for Tristan's start, he's having the start I always dream of if I'm going first. We get a Buddy Poffin and a Pokepad in hand.
Oh, we're seeing all the Pokemon that we want then.
Rajon, that's not a Pokemon, but good try, and I do love Agumon anyway, so that's fine.
What is that?
That is the little dragon friend of the protagonist for Digimon, and that evolves into Greymon, Metal Greymon, War Greymon, and then that combines with Metal Garurumon into Omnimon?
What is this?
I don't know, something like that. It's Digimon.
Well, sure.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. We have been playing for a while.
Who is...
Notes is Evan Malone.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know why that took a little bit.
Yeah, he would know.
Rajon, listen, Rajon, thank you. And actually, that's a great transition. Hey, y'all, if you're watching this and you say, hey, these guys are at least moderately good at this, we would love you to come join us more. So on YouTube, like, subscribe. There's a little bell thingy you can click. And then
click on those, get those notifications on everything.
Yes. Yes, and Mudkip's excellent. I was on it. And then Eli, what do they do on Twitch? Because I actually know that one less. Is it just the following?
Follow. What is it?
I think it's follow. You can subscribe should you desire.
Subscribe if you would like.
We get 0 profit from that. That's all for Norm. So totally up to you on that one.
Up to you.
Oh wait, did you, Leo? Yeah, I guess you would because you guys are in that area.
Nice.
But also for schedule. Even if you don't get the notifications, that's fine. I'll notify you. We stream every Thursday night for our locals.
For the most part.
Actually, we have no NRG series events for the next few months.
Okay, sick. So we will be here for a while every Thursday. Whenever we have weekend events, we will stream them.
And so we have a weekend event. We'll have our League Invitational in June. We will have a charity event in July, and then we will have 1 to 2 more events in August or late July of a GLC 1K and 3v3. All of these are TBD details, but
some weekend of that month.
Exactly. But regardless, we love having you here. Thank you so much for joining. This is awesome. So then, getting back to the game, hey, Trevor, thanks for joining. And Jewish Kid, no, we do not do limitless tournaments. I am already on the edge of my marriage with the amount of time I contribute here, so that's about all I got. And Eli, Jordan is now playing the freaking game.
Jordan is, however, we did start the Fez. Did we prize the Badoo as well? Oh, we just have double Buddy Poffin. Okay.
That's so good. And Jordan does find the Badoo off the second Buddy Poffin.
So this has to feel good, making sure that we don't get this early damage onto the Fez.
I agree. Bryce, let us know if we should say thank you for anything, so we just gave him the content spiel.
Yeah.
We got some bits.
Oh, sick. Who is that from?
I don't give a ka-chunk.
I don't give. Thank you so much for the bits. Really appreciate it. Yes, and little bell thing.
The little bell thing that notifies you when we go live.
Yes.
Would love if you guys click that. If you don't, no worries.
Mm-hmm. All right, and David H. winning Game 2 against Justin in the Lucario versus Garchomp matchup.
So that's 1-1, I believe, right?
Yes, it is. And Jason, dude, it'll be awesome to have you here for that.
Yeah, we love seeing people come out, especially for the Invitational. It's always a fun event. And we see Tristan here get the Risky Ruins, going to be able to put some damage down for that Monkey Dory for future turns.
Which is a big deal, because that enables Tristan to play around any Monkey Dory shenanigans on Jordan's end.
Yeah, and then we're able to just start stacking up damage on things, so to get it in range of why can't Phantom Dive?
It is a very exciting attack. Yes, the single attack Tristan typically uses. But for the chat, Jordan is an awesome dude. Love talking to the guy. Zoro did have everything, and Panda, I completely agree that PP up should have been used because Jordan knew he was getting item locked.
Yeah, knowing we're getting item locked, having the ability to start just going and attacking through things here would be nice just as an option.
Agreed. And actually, that was such a good set of recon directives for Tristan.
We have the energy for the following turn. We're able to get a third Dreepy down. The only thing we're really missing here on Tristan's side is that Torchic, but I feel like Tristan feels like he's in a pretty decent spot right now. Having the energy down, having 2 Draclocus on board.
Agreed. And how many monkeys is Jordan running?
1.
One. There is a single monkey.
There's one single Monkey Dory in Jordan's deck. And we still haven't seen it hit the board yet.
We have not. And so for energy, yes, Panda, having the energy on Jordan's end would allow him to apply more pressure. I don't know if Jordan minds just item locking a bit, but on Tristan's end, getting an energy onto this monkey next turn could be huge.
Yeah, just being able, if we're able to like set up a Dragapult and or just item locking the Dreepy. So this prevents Tristan, unless he has a Crispin, from attacking this turn, because we need to attach that energy to the Dreepy to retreat.
And it was a really, really good play by Jordan to force that. The only downside is because Jordan Itchy Pollened into a Dreepy, not into the Budu, Tristan's Budu's going to knock out Jordan's. Not this turn.
Not this turn, but the following turn. And if we're able, we can knock out this Budu this turn to then start setting up damage on something else. I guess we want to retreat into the Budu, so never mind. Forget what I said.
And no. Your point is exactly right. And that's, I think, someone had mentioned Crispin, or you mentioned Crispin. Crispin would allow both the damage spread and the Itchy Pollen here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not how this is going to work.
Yeah. Is there Crispin? Yeah, there is. Okay. So it was a possibility if we drew into it off of these recon directives. However, we didn't. So we see Tristan just going for the Dawn. I don't know if I like the Shaman grab. There's no Darmaka on the board. I feel like I would have rather get a Torchic to just have it on the bench for that turn.
I completely agree. I 100% agree. And I think the Darmanitan has much, much less value once Tristan has Dragapult Phantom Diving.
I
because
agree.
The 90 spread is not huge. Oh, and Jake Reed, pure Raging Bolt Ogerpon beats Okidogi in top 8.
That's a little
cool.
surprising. That seems like a pretty bad matchup for Jake. Speaking from some experience playing Raging Bolt.
So actually, Teal Mask Ogerpon is a bit of a problem for Okidogi because Okidogi cannot one-shot it.
Correct. However, Teal Mask Ogerpon needs 5 energy to kill an Okidogi.
And that is a correct statement, which is a problem. But Jake playing Prime Catcher 3 boss, you can probably apply enough pressure with Teal Mask.
He's playing Prime. Okay.
Yes.
That does help a decent bit along with triple boss.
Sammy saying Tristan prized both Torchic.
Oh.
So that makes a lot of sense.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Yeah. In that case, I agree.
Yes, in that case, I do agree with the Shaman then. I did not see that both of the Torchics were prized. Yes. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Sammy. So for Jordan, is it just as simple as Itchy Pollen?
That's what it looks like. And I mean, Tristan has to feel like he's in such a good spot here. Having damage to be able to move over with this Monkey Dory and energy on a Dracloak as well.
And I agree. And I think, Eli, if it were me, this is the turn to evolve that Cloak with the Psychic into Dragapult, put 3 damage from Monkey Dory somewhere on Jordan's board, and knock out this Budu with Budu. This is so good.
Yeah, I think I would like to see just damage move, like 10 damage moved over to this Fez. Just so we can set it for the following turn. If the Zoroark is unable to get evolved, then take a knockout on the Fez and Zorua.
I don't mind that. The thought I had actually is this is a really good turn to start to set up a Zoroark. Because you're going to have this turn, you're going to have next turn to hit something, and then that third turn, those 3 Monkey Dories can add up to 8 damage.
80. That would be good too. Okay, and we do...
That is actually the worst possible option we saw available.
Yeah, because now we don't get to decide what gets the damage put on it, whereas before we did.
Why did Tristan do that, do you think?
I think he's just...
Oh, well, that actually seems
like
fine. Yeah,
I don't know. I couldn't tell you why Tristan did it in that order. Oh. This is an interesting turn.
Honestly, that's
pretty
not
fine.
Bad. Yeah, I really don't have any concerns with that. Well, I have a lot of concerns with that. The one concern is that there is a non-zero chance that Jordan goes Zekrom, Pecharunt, Black Belt.
Those are cards in the deck.
And Jordan has 2 of them in his hand.
So, funny enough, I don't see a black belt on this list.
Never mind. Tristan is a genius. So, it's never punished. Okay, and Rafal beat Ryan Pruzak. So, unfortunately, everyone, I'm very sorry to say we will not see any Okie Dogie for the remainder of Cut. If you need to abandon us because of that, please don't, but I get it.
Yeah. So, Jordan this turn doesn't have any potential of a one-hit KO, which is pretty bad, I feel. Like, Tristan's just able to set up this damage so well on Jordan's side of the board.
Panda, you're absolutely correct, except for there is not enough bench space for both Petch and Monkey.
Yes, because we had to bench the Zekrom, and this Fez and the Zorua were already on board. So we have to choose one or the other.
Jewish Kid, yes, we are using the new seating rule, so this is, we talked about it a little earlier, but this is new in effect as of the last week or two. If you are the higher seeded player in Top Cut, you get to choose who goes first or second in game 1.
Yes.
Obviously from there, whoever loses gets to pick the next game, but you basically guarantee yourself 2 chances to pick your preferred order. That's Jay. If you got to unsubscribe because there's no Okie Dokie, I can't blame you. Not much we can do about
Please
that.
don't. So sadly, Tim, we don't have any Rockets decks in Cut today.
Sammy, killing Budu absolutely was bait and a very inefficient use of the damage, unfortunately.
Yes, but somehow I feel like Tristan is surprisingly in a good spot after that decision.
Well, I think it's because Jordan decided to go into Zoroark. And
Yes.
If Tristan had gone into Pheasantipity or Zorua, I'm pretty sure Tristan just Itchy Pollens at that point.
Yeah, I would agree.
All right, and so we do see... Well, Sammy, I think Tristan using Budu to knock out the Budu would have been correct, even if that did open up a bench spot.
Yes, I agree. I think we wanted to put damage on something else for sure. And, like...
Blame, you're right. Jordan did not use Fez.
Oh.
That
is...
It's not the move.
Not great.
For those watching... This is a big reason why y'all and we all need to play very carefully and monitor all of our choices. Because if we get a little tilted, if we get a little frustrated, we could miss a lot of big stuff.
And, like, drawing off of Fez is so big for any deck.
Yes.
Especially currently.
Perfect. We do see the Crispin come down. And, Eli, this is exactly what I was going to say. The big risk for Tristan is falling behind energy attachments because this Pult's going to get knocked out.
Yeah, so finding the Crispin this turn is very, very big. Oh, do we not have another? We don't have another Psychic. Do we have one in hand, you know?
I think we do have an energy in hand. I think we had a Night Stretcher at least in hand.
Okay, so we will be able to attach to one of these Dracloaks then.
And to me, that's a big thing. Even if we don't go Psychic Fire off the Crispin, finding 2 different energies still means we're able to attach a fire with Crispin's effect.
Yep.
Exactly. So, AZ, if a Pokemon is knocked out during your opponent's last turn, it can activate Fez, and that includes moving damage from Monkey Dory.
So Tristan doesn't have an energy to attach. That didn't look like.
So that's a problem. I thought he had a Night Stretcher in hand. He did not. Oh, boy.
He did not. So this is a very scary turn coming up then, as we don't have the Blaziken down on board.
Also, I would have so much rather seen that damage moved from the Dragapult, because Dragapult's about to go down. So why use energy you want access to later?
Or damage you want to, yeah.
Yes,
I agree. Just leave yourself more options for the future.
Yes. So the good news for Tristan is that although Jordan is in a position to respond, Jordan's board is still not that great.
Yeah, but this game can swing very fast into Jordan's favor if Tristan's unable to find energy in these upcoming turns.
Yo, Heffy, I think Terrabox with Owls is good. I don't think it's top tier. I think it's just a decent deck that you can play, but not a ton else.
I agree. I think...
Wait, what happened here?
I don't know.
What's up?
Did Tristan shuffle after the Crispin?
I don't know.
Can he just reshuffle, right?
Because he didn't recon after the Crispin, right?
He didn't do anything after the Crispin, I don't believe.
If he didn't do anything after the Crispin, I'm good with him shuffling.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Yeah, because a random deck is a random deck.
Yeah.
We don't know, but well, what he could do is you didn't do any actions after. No, I said he could shuffle and I'll go back. So if you back all his ranges and you're making a free range again.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
a random deck is a random deck.
Yes, and so I know we missed something earlier. My bad, guys. But one of the advantages of having the stream is we can check with the judges and we can check with the players on that stuff. And Boss, yes, no Blaziken on board is very bad. From what it sounded like, Tristan didn't even have access to a Torchic early in this game.
Yes. So from what I understand, Tristan prized both of them. So one was unable to get them down early, which is why we did have this Shaman get benched.
And the Shaman's still beneficial, just obviously adding a lot less value this turn.
Yes, especially if I kind of would have liked to see Tristan wait to bench the Shaman until the Darmaka came down into play.
Yes, I agree.
Because then it forces Jordan to use a bench space on the Darmaka.
I have a real quick question here. So Jordan has Unfair Step in hand and is continuing to draw cards.
That is very
Why?
interesting. I can't tell you.
I assume it's because we're not playing the Unfair Stamp this turn?
Are we waiting till Tristan goes down to 1?
Maybe.
Because that'd be the only turn that we could play it. But by that time, Tristan might be able to Monkey Dory over enough damage onto the Zekrom to where Tristan just takes a 3 prize turn. And this Unfair Stamp never comes into play.
I agree. It's possible Jordan's Monkey is prized because Jordan really hasn't gone after it much of this game.
Yeah, I mean, we can take a look. Oh, I guess we don't get to take a look.
And yeah, Jordan is going to play the Unfair Stamp. This is just a very weird scenario because Jordan looks like he's in a good position to knock out this Dragapult. Tristan does not have enough damage to work with to apply a ton of pressure, but Tristan also has time if he's able to find his own Unfair Stamp.
Yeah, I mean, we can go back into an Itchy Paw in this turn, or we can go for the Confusion this turn as well. So Tristan, not having a Dragapult, still has a couple of options that he can choose to go into this turn. We choose to use the Reshiram's attack so that we can attack with the Zekrom if needed on the following turn.
Absolutely. And so we see Tristan draw for turn. Candy's not the most helpful.
We have 2 Recon to use this turn along with an Ultra Ball. Those aren't super helpful cards either.
We do see the second Recon, and I actually don't mind this at all. Oh, and that Lily is so good.
Yeah, this Lily is being able to fully reset our hand. Ideally, we're able to find a Torchic here to give us that backup. Even if we find the energy, if that gets knocked out this turn on Jordan's side of the board, we can go Candy Blaziken and be able to set up a Dragapult in 1 turn.
And I think that needs to happen for Tristan. Obviously, it's disappointing to get rid of the boss, but Tristan hasn't used any Gust yet this game, so there are plenty of options available.
Yeah, Tristan has so many resources left in his deck still, even though he's at 3 prize cards left, just because of how this game has played out.
And it looks like Tristan is deciding to play the Lily first. I don't mind that because that Ultra Ball is really valuable to find a Dragapult. I still would prefer to see the Torchic.
I agree. Maybe Tristan's thinking here he doesn't want to discard a rare candy, leave himself more outs to the rare candy for the following turn.
True.
To go Candy Blaziken. However, if we don't find a Torchic this turn, we can't use said rare candy on the following turn.
Exactly.
So we will see what happens off of this Lily's.
Okay, Tristan does find a Fire Energy,
And
does
the
find
Torchic.
We did find a Torchic.
Found the Torchic. We found what we really needed this turn, so that's really good.
It is. And so I love that. And Eli, this may be a little aggressive. I would really like to see Tristan evolve that Dracloak into Dragapult.
I agree, because then we don't have to worry about finding rare Candy Blaziken this next turn.
Exactly. Or
this sets up damage very well.
Oh, so this is interesting, actually. Tristan may be stacking up one of these Zekrams or Reshirams.
Yeah, so we'll be able to take a 3 prize turn on this next turn.
Wait, this is actually...
This is really good. Yeah. Tristan's put himself into a really good position here.
Now,
I didn't even think of that, if I'm being honest, that he was going to go into the Dragapult, but that makes so much sense. Jordan's unable to take a one-shot because, well, we know that he doesn't play Black Belt.
Right.
But
so one thing, though, I will note, this can be undone by Monkey, and I think Tristan may be making the call that Monkey's not likely to come out to play since he hasn't seen it yet.
yes.
The other thing I want to note is Tristan is doing a really good job playing around the one-shot and setting up damage for the 2-turn swing. So, a lot of credit to Tristan to finding the line to do this.
Yeah, Tristan's playing this very well and being able to set up these Zoroarks to be able to get 2-shotted without leaving himself vulnerable to the one-shot.
Yes, agreed. I agree. Monkey has to be prized.
If we're not seeing it at this point, it just has to be. This would be another really good turn to get Monkey here.
And I will say, Jordan is a very good player.
Yes.
He makes excellent decisions. He gets good lists. So if he's not playing it, I assume it's prized, or just he ate the wrong pizza for lunch and something's going on there.
Something's going on.
Oh, Cody, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Listen, this is totally selfish. Y'all want to talk to Big Pika and get me on the desk there? I'd be all for it, but thank you. All right, so, and Reshiram is set to KO if Tristan can move 3 damage counters with Monkey. That's the big deal. Oh, and thank you, Chant. Really appreciate it. Yeah, everyone's so positive today.
I know, it's crazy. I haven't been on stream commentating in a while.
That's true, dude. It's good to have you here. And Jordan, though, is making a great play here.
However, that does put Jordan down to 3 prize cards.
And I think Jordan has to be going after Monkey, right? Yes. Jordan choosing to go after Monkey. And honestly, I think this is a great decision for Jordan. Knowing that Dragapult is not going to be something he can one-shot cleanly, and moving into a different Zoroark with poison. This is a good series of moves for Jordan.
This is, it'll be interesting to see if Tristan can reset up this Monkey Dory.
Bryce, can you just make sure that if he moves straight into Zoroark or not? Thank you, Bryce.
Did you move straight to Zoroark?
Okay, perfect. We're always just going to check on that. So thank you, Bryce. Appreciate you checking on that. All right, so we do see Pokepad from Tristan. And, I mean, for Tristan, this is kind of rough.
Yeah. I mean, that boss by Jordan was very big and putting Tristan into a somewhat awkward position.
I think Jordan did take the monkey off the prizes because he has it in hand now. And okay, perfect. All day, yes, thank you. Always just want to double check on that.
Yep.
And y'all are right. We're very close to time here.
Yeah, so I mean, if Jordan wins this game, it goes straight into a sudden death game.
Well,
if we go to time.
Yes, and I think we'll get out of turn. We'll be done with this game before we get to turns. It's really going to come down to who can take the prize lead in Game 3.
Yeah, I'm also how fast they set up for Game 3.
Yes, that is very true.
Because I mean, I hope they're paying attention to the time. They know, how close they're getting.
Right. Holy crap, we have Blaziken.
Blaziken. Do we have
a
Night Stretcher
Candy
for
in
Monkey
hand.
Dory?
I don't know if we do.
We
don't.
don't.
Unfortunately, we were also one card short of going to get Pheasantipity, but we can Recon Directive into a card.
We can
get
Recon.
Pheasantipity and then not get Monkey because that fills our bench spots. But it's okay. It's all fine. It's fine.
So, what do you want to see Tristan do? Do you want to see him just headbutt into the Zoroark? Do you want to see a Phantom Dive come out?
I kind of want to see the jet headbutt into Zoroark, to be honest.
I agree. However, the problem with that is that we aren't setting up anything else because we don't have this Monkey Dory to be able to take the 3-prize turn.
Well, actually, Tristan may just Phantom Dive. And actually, I don't hate that.
I don't hate that either because then it...
And then also, Tristan can throw all that damage on Reshiram. Oh, we did just jet headbutt.
Oh,
okay.
I actually think I would have liked to see a Phantom Dive there because we have the Ultra Ball. All we're going to need this following turn is one energy and the Dragapult to then win the game because
Agreed.
Everything on Jordan's board would be in range of being knocked out.
And Tristan may be saying that there is a Night Stretcher down, and there may be another one prized, so there's not a way to access it. It's another Dragapult. Oh no, because we Night Stretchered for Dragapult, so
Yeah.
I'm not actually sure. The good news for Tristan, though, is Jordan does not have a way currently to one-shot this Dragapult.
Yes. However, if Jordan finds another Gust here, never mind. That doesn't work.
So I do hear what you're saying. The risk is Jordan could Gust for a single prize here, but Tristan is not going to allow Jordan to find a way to one-shot one of his guys without Monkey. Oh, and we do take out the Dracloak.
Well, so the thing here is we can force Tristan to take a knockout.
Thank you, Jordan. Hold on 1 second.
And then
Thank you, Jordan.
and then we can take a one-shot with this Petch on the following turn, forcing Tristan to take a knockout here.
So that's a tough part. Is Petch will only hit 300.
Oh, does it only hit 3? Well, when Tristan takes a knockout, we will be able to bench the Monkey Dory.
Yes, and that will be the difference maker. So Tristan's gonna have to find a way to disrupt here.
Yes, and we do need to attach an energy to this Petch this turn. And we don't.
Jordan, yeah, I'm not really sure why Jordan did not. Maybe Jordan knows he's low on energy and needs to attach to a monkey. I think we do Ultra Ball here. Here's the other issue.
So,
I
do
think
we have a Night Stretcher in deck or no? It doesn't look like.
we do. There is
okay.
one Night Stretcher in deck. I think Tristan may need to judge.
Well, so Tristan wins with a Night Stretcher.
How does Tristan win with a Night Stretcher?
Oh, there's no 3 damage counters. It's
Correct.
only 2s. Okay. Ignore me.
Yeah, that's the issue. So Fruit, I don't actually disagree. Benching Petch may have been incorrect because it doesn't allow space for Monkey. The difficult part is unless Tristan disrupts here, Jordan is guaranteed to get Monkey. Okay, and so saying Tristan is turn 1 here.
So if Jordan does win this game in turns, we will go to a sudden death game. 3.
So here's all right. And so now here's the angle. Does Tristan just pass? Because here's the thing. I know Tristan wants to play the game, but if Jordan's last turn is next turn, and Jordan can't knock out any of these guys, I see no reason for Tristan to put anything in play that could be a threat.
Well, so the problem with that is that Jordan does have 2 turns, right?
No,
because
Tristan's turn 1.
Oh, Tristan's turn 1. Okay, then. Yeah, I mean Tristan really just needs to pass, and this game is
So, and I will
all
say,
but over.
this is a tough one because there's playing the game and then there's playing the match scenario.
We did put the Fez down.
And that is the issue. We just used Fez.
Yeah.
So Tristan, in playing to play the game, absolutely has made the correct decision here.
Correct.
In playing to win the match, Tristan has not made the correct decision here. Because now, with a boss in hand, Jordan wins game 2 and will go to game 3. And I gotta imagine Tristan is not favored in a game 3 sudden death.
I would agree.
Why do we even need the patch? Do we just have boss? And yeah, I agree. I think benching Fez was the loss condition unless Jordan's out of Gust.
Which, I mean,
Wait,
he's played.
Jordan's used 3 bosses.
Has he used 3? That is all of his Gust.
Wait, if Jordan is out of Gust, Tristan, yet again, has outplayed both Eli and me.
Hey, if Tristan knows Jordan's exact deck list, knows that there's only 3 boss in the list, he's hit him. Right now.
Listen, that's holy.
Did he use all 3?
Wait,
For some reason, I'm only remembering him using 2.
maybe he did only use 2, but the last one is prized, or maybe he just hasn't pieced it together yet?
I mean, I feel he probably has to know that he wins off of a boss, but I think he's just thinking about. Oh. We Fez for the last card, I
Yes.
believe.
No, that's not the problem.
Yeah, we don't have the boss. So it's either prize
Wow.
or we have used all 3.
Tristan has just... I'm speechless, people. I'm literally being paid. I'm not really being paid to talk, and I am speechless because Tristan closes out. Blaziken Dragapult takes down Zoroark to move into top 4. That is not how we drew it up,
Yeah.
and that was fantastic.
Tristan played that so incredibly well.
So he did. He played it better than I would have.
Yeah,
like, that was legitimately very well played.
Yeah, Tristan played that so incredibly well. I mean, seeing things that neither of us saw even.
Well, and so I should say this. I don't know if we didn't see it, but we had different lines mapped out, and he took a different map. And honestly, his strategy was really good because it played around what Jordan was trying to do to respond. And I think it was fantastically done.
I agree. He was able to set up so much damage in a way that didn't allow Jordan to be able to take those big one-hit KOs.
Yes, exactly. Also move this way a little bit because you're on the outside. But no, exactly. And for Jewish Kid, no, Zoroark almost never plays Prime Catcher. It almost always plays something like either Secret Box or Unfair Stamp because you're able to draw enough. You don't need to play draw supporters in order to play the game. So you can play a higher count of boss and use the limited disruption cards in format more effectively.
Yeah.
And boss, I agree. Those were two very good games. Frat Star, kind of like we said before, if you would like to know the deck list, send us a message on Twitter or X at NRGTCG. We don't automatically publish people's deck lists because a lot of time they're using these events to practice for regionals, and we don't want to leak the stuff they're working on. But if you ask, we are certainly happy to follow up with the player and see if they're up for sharing it.
Yep.
And Shark, I don't know how favored the matchup is for Pult. Zoroark typically is favored with Reshiram in deck.
Yes, maybe since we've lost Turo, it gets a little closer.
True, and maybe that's a difference maker.
But so we see the next bracket.
Justin or Jake on it.
All right, perfect. That sounds great. So we are going to see Justin Templar, which I don't know if y'all heard of him. He's a pretty good player.
Very, very good player.
Yes, playing Jake Reed, playing Raging Bolt, our pure 47 energy Bolt, which is crazy.
Yes.
And then we do see Blaziken Dragapult versus straight Dragapult on Tristan and Rafal's end. And so we're going to start with Garchomp versus Raging Bolt. And Eli, who's favored in that?
I feel like this 20 energy Raging Bolt list has to.
100%.
I think he told me there were 4 Teal Mask Ogre
4 Teal Mask?
Yeah, this has to be favored for Jake.
Listen, I need to pull up Jake's list because I need to... Is the door closed? All right, I need to read this for y'all because it is just incredible.
Okay, so
let me tell you, Drake Reed is playing 4 Raging Bolt, 4 Teal Mask, 4 Lily's Determination, 4 Crispin, 4 Pokegear, 4 Ultra Ball, 4 Bug Catching Set, 4 Basic Fighting, 4 Basic Lightning, and 12 Grass. And I'm not going to tell you everything in there, but sweet child of mine.
That is a deck list, if I have seen one, I will say.
It is fantastic to me because that is the definition of I'm going to do what my deck does over anything else, and I love it.
I was talking with Jake earlier, and I was like, the only thing I see is opening with 5 energy in your opening hand and not finding any of your Teal Masks is the only scary thing I can see with this deck. Otherwise, it just seems like straight consistency. 2-2-2 as fast as I can. Hopefully, I outspeed my opponent.
Yes. So for the chat real quick here, whoever goes second in Pult Mirror wins sometimes. I think right now there's even some question about whether or not you go first or second in Pult, so I'd be curious to see. Jay, listen, Rafal's on the team. I got to root for Rafal, even though I'll pretend to stay neutral here. Sammy with Fizzle, like I said, I don't know if that's true in post-rotation. Pre-rotation, hugely impactful to go second. And then Blaziken ramping may help. I don't disagree, but Rafal's got some tricks in his deck. Optimal Bolt list, is that the optimal Bolt list?
I don't know. I don't know at this point. When Noctowl plays the game, it sees Fan Rotom and a Terra. It feels so good. But as I had earlier today, there were a couple games where I just didn't get to play the game.
Yep.
Because I didn't see a Fan Rotom for 3 of my 6 rounds.
And you don't have to worry about that if you just play 4 Teal Mask Ogre Pond.
That is true. However, if you are playing 20 energy, I have a little bit of worry that your opening hand is going to open with 5 energy sometimes.
I mean, that's fair. So real quick, Bryce, do you mind putting the Energy Team Twitter in Twitch and YouTube chat? Just so you guys all have that. Also, if you want to follow us on Twitter, please. Sounds great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Are you guys ready? Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
Or give us 10 seconds and then go for it.
Yeah, Rafal's not even sitting down yet.
Oh, yeah, no. We're going to get started whenever you guys are.
Yep.
I'll just knock over to start it.
All right, perfect. So real quick on here, Bolt list feels terrible against single prizers? Probably, but it did just beat Okie Dokie.
So, Matt did text me, and he said he didn't really play game 1.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he just didn't play either game?
Okay, well,
that makes sense.
That helps the matchup.
Yeah, because speaking from experience in that matchup, on the Bolt side, it doesn't feel great.
Hunter Butler, awesome to have you here, my friend. Thank you for joining. And I wasn't sure what 2 ounces meant, so I really appreciate you clarifying that. Because I'm sure the kids have some lingo about that, but I am not familiar.
Unks makes a lot more sense.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Don't worry, cause we are indeed streaming Bolt. And Rajan, we are at a store, Nerd Rage Gaming, in Buffalo Grove, Illinois. So we are in the northwest suburbs of Chicago. It's about 30 minutes outside the city, like probably 20 minutes north of O'Hare, if that helps at all. And got a bunch of highways that lead there.
Commentate finals, or do you want to commentate finals? Do you care?
I will let you guys decide. But while they're coordinating, we are going to get into our game here. And like we said, we have Jake Reed playing Raging Bolt with billions of energy versus Justin playing Cynthia's Garchomp. And then, Bryce, you might throw in that on YouTube too, just so people can use it in case. And so, like I said, sorry, I'm talking a lot real fast. Bryce is going to put our Twitter X account in YouTube and Twitch chat. If y'all want to see specific deck lists, reach out to us. We'll try to reach out to the players. I can promise nothing because it's all going to be based on what the players want to share, but we can at least try and ask. And yeah, we are going to see some big bolts. And Moshi,
Yeah.
welcome back.
Thank you. It's nice to be back.
What fun did you see in the games we weren't streaming?
So like Eli was saying, Matt didn't really play like at all, basically.
Okay, good times, good times.
It wasn't very fun for him. I can say that. He kept just drawing into the same boss's orders over and over again every time he.
Oh boy!
And any other supporter he played. And then with Justin and David's game was actually pretty close. It came down to David just not having a Lucario powered up, and Justin able to Lily's into his what I think is his last premium power prone deck.
Okay,
So-
Eli, can you get the door?
He was knocking for us to start.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yes, we can go ahead and get started here.
And then within Rafal and Ryan, it was pretty lenient just towards Rafal.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense, honestly. And for Mr. Nick was asking, right now, apparently they're wildly expensive. It's probably like $30 or $40 to get from O'Hare to here if you're feeling very aggressive. Also, I'm sure you could reach some people to get your ride up here. All right, so we are going to get set up here. It looks like there was a mulligan on Justin's end, and Justin actually has a pretty good hand to start this off.
I saw a Gibble in the hand, I saw a Buddy Puff, and I saw a Gabite in the hand.
Also, do you need any monster, or are you doing okay?
I need my water bottle, though.
I will get you your water bottle here. Excellent. Oh, goodness.
Thank you.
Who is going first?
I have no clue, actually. I guess we'll see. I know Jake's been opting to go second because, like, obviously with as much turbo as you have in your list, you can probably afford to go second.
That's fair. And so we are going to get started here. Jake is going first, which means Justin decided to go second. Jake's got a Terror Orb. Jake's got an Ultra Ball. Jake's going to set up here a bit.
Yeah, I'd assume if your deck plays 3 Terror Orbs and 4 Ultra Ball, you probably would find at least one of them.
Ideally.
The question is, does he have any grass energy in hand? Because if you don't have any of your 12 grass energy in hand, I don't know how, but you have to shuffle someone better.
I think he has 3 to 4 of them, so we're going to be all right. And not Jade West, thank you very much for joining. Maybe Jade West will join as well. Boss, we already saw that. Jake's going first. And PTCG loser, I would love to imagine that Garchomp has a chance, but focus may be on imagining.
If anybody could win a Raging Ball matchup with 12 grass energy, it's probably Justin, if I had to guess.
Listen, Justin is one of the best players in the game right now, so it is awesome to see him playing here. Oh, wow, Mr. Nick, that's a cheap flight to get to O'Hare. Dang. And yes, it is Coach Joe in the back, Kevin.
Dude, Kevin would have loved to hear you guys talk about Agumon.
That's true. All right, so Moshi, what else does Jake want to do here? Does he get down another Teal Mask Ogrepon?
I think he can afford to, just because he has 2 bolts in hand. And he has the extra grass energy. He has the extra energy in hand that he could discard just because we have the Crispin, and we're eventually going to draw into another one. Obviously, like you two were saying, just TMS being the main part of winning this matchup for Jake. Just being able to set up as many as we can. We do have 4, so as much as we could get down would be optimal.
100%. And Jake even has the manual attachment to Raging Bolt, which is big. And for those who are watching this, Sammy saying hesitant to play Garchomp, I get it. There are so many grass decks in the format right now that use Teal Mask Ogrepon that fighting and dark decks that are weak to grass are really in a kind of a tough spot.
Yeah. So Justin top decking a second Gibble. So
Not bad.
we could get a full board off of this one Buddy Possum.
Very good.
It's pretty cool. I stand corrected. It wasn't a Gabite. It was just another Gibble.
Okay.
Because the
That's
background is the
fair.
exact same. And it kind of makes me upset every time I see it because I'm like, oh, he has a Gabite. It's just another Gibble. I can't tell you how many times I did that when I was sitting right next to him. I did it way too many times.
That's fine. Justin should pack it up and try it. Listen, there's a whole lot of game left to play, and I think we mentioned it earlier. If it was all determined based on the matchup, it would be a very different world, but the game is played on the board. And so we'll see if Justin can set something up here.
So I'm pretty sure his hand was not great besides having all of his basics. He has a boss and energy, and I think what is a Garchomp? I'm pretty sure Justin plays Candy Stone, no?
I think he does, but to be honest, like, I hear what you're saying. This is a really good hand, a really good starting board.
Yeah.
And all Justin needs is, like you said, does he play Candy?
I'm pretty sure he plays 3.
Okay. So if Justin does play Candy, there's a pretty good line to one-shotting a Teal Mask Ogrepon or something here. And the big thing to note is if there's no energy on Garchomp, Teal Mask Ogrepon needs 5 energy on it in order to reach a one-hit KO. And that's not super easy to get to.
Oh, I lied. Justin plays 1 Candy. So he just happened to open it the last time we had him up
Okay,
here.
fair enough, fair enough.
That's cool. Good job, Justin.
All right, so Jake does Crispin get a fighting energy on the Raging Bolt, a grass energy for Teal Dance, draw into, surprisingly enough, a grass
Really?
energy.
What a world.
And then,
Good lilies.
okay, so I mean, Jake's board looks really good right now.
It does look really good. Having 2 energies on both your Teal Masks this early into the game is really good. Just instantly setting that early pressure. Another Bolt could have come down with that lightning energy that we have.
And I mean, I'm really hesitant to say this is checkmate, but this looks really good for Jake.
It does look really good for Jake as well as Justin drawing what I believe is another Garchomp. There's nothing playable in this hand besides the boss that doesn't do anything really.
Well,
Or I guess we could force up Burst Door if he doesn't find an energy.
and I think that's exactly the move, just to try to buy a turn or two. But yeah, Justin's hand is just bad.
But if we find that Prime Catcher,
That's all she wrote. Now, to be honest, either way, all Jake really needs to find is a fighting energy.
Yeah.
And if Jake finds a fighting energy, he's going to be able to just keep running over this board. And the moment Justin gets a Garchomp down, it's going to get knocked out from either a Bolt or a Teal Mask Ogrepon. And Theo, yes, Chomp is weak to grass, and that does not bode well for Justin here.
And this is honestly every time I walked past Lost Pack Jake, whether it was round 6 that I stepped out for, watching his top 8 game. This is about how the board looked every single game. So the deck is consistent.
And I will say, actually, credit to Jake. Jake has a habit of playing some weird decks that end up working really well. And this is one of them because look how consistently it's doing what it wants to do. Now, the trick is, if doing this isn't enough to beat the matchup, you have no other options.
Yeah.
You do one thing. You just do it very well. But, I mean, what are the decks that this doesn't work into?
Probably Crustle.
Correct. All right, good. I'm glad we had this talk. Yes. If you see a Crustle evolve, you just go whoop. And user, thank you for joining. The numbers under their pictures are their seed in the tournament, so number 2 and number 3. And then the numbers below that are the amount of prize cards remaining. Oh, and Bryce, can you change it to top 4? Thank you.
A third Ogrepon's going to come down. We have another energy in hand for a third Teal Dance. I don't know why I thought that was a Pokestop for some reason. I'm playing in the wrong format, Dan.
No, that's fine.
It moved too fast. I was like,
And so Jake does find the energy retrieval, which we've already used our 3 Teal Dances, but that fighting energy can go on Raging Bolt, and Jake can discard a grass energy from one of the Teal Masks to knock out this Gabite, and there are 2 Raging Bolts set up, 3 Teal Mask Ogrepons on the board, and I don't know how Justin responds to this.
it's kind of crazy. Do you?
No. No. Now, granted, we've said that and had things get turned around pretty well, but I don't know if this is the time for that.
I don't think so.
And user, yes, seeding definitely matters because whoever is the higher seed, they get to choose who goes first, at least in game 1.
Yeah. Draw of what I think was an Ultra Ball. Nope, that's a Power Pro, I think.
That is not what
No, it's a
we
Fighting
need.
Gong. That also doesn't really help us.
Fighting Gong. Jay, all on Team Venonat Tattoo, so that's fair. And I think Justin may just be saying with how fast this Raging Bolt deck is, he'll probably get through 3 games. So it's okay to play this out.
Yeah, I think he's more so just trying to get all the information he can on Jake's list. Just trying to figure out if it has any flaws. Try to count his energies, maybe. Try to just see what he has access to. Because I don't think these two have actually even like sat close to each other. Because I think the round that we had Justin on stream, they were supposed to sit next to each other.
Oh, and we pulled them out of there?
But besides that, I don't think they've actually seen each other.
So my guess is Justin's going to scoop the moment this Latias comes down. Because I believe Justin's 1-win condition is forcing Jake into like an unforced error.
Yeah.
And does Justin play any trapping things, anything like that?
I don't think so.
Don't think so either.
He plays... No.
Okay.
It's 4 Gabite, 4 Gible, 3 Garchomp, 4 Roselia, 3 Roserade, 1 Spirit.
And so, I mean, to be honest, I try not to push people to just scoop it up, but this feels like a scoop it up angle.
I mean, he has 50 minutes, to be fair.
That is true.
And there it is.
Okay, there's the scoop up. So we draw nothing again.
Oh,
so,
the Candy's prize. That's on.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's problematic. So Jake takes a very dominant game 1 into Garchomp. Jake's deck functioning or flowing on all cylinders, and Justin's not doing that. Yikes. Justin usually has a pretty neutral expression on his face anyway. He stays pretty level-headed, so you'll rarely see a lot of enthusiasm or a lot of depression. We just kind of chill, which is not a bad thing. But okay, so Moshi, aside from not bricking, what does Justin need to do to give himself a chance?
I mean, kind of like you said, it's just not breaking. He wants to probably get that same-ish board, being able to get multiple Gibble down along with multiple Roserades. But just with this, like, trying to make sure we have A out to setting up anything past our first turn. Because if Justin was able to get A Gabite turn 2, A Gabite turn 2, it could have been slightly different, I'd say.
Yes.
Where we would have seen at least a prize get taken. But that's not how it shaped out, and we're going to see how game 2 goes.
And so Jake is going first again, I believe, has Teal Mask, Ogrepon, and Baby Bolt, which is a really interesting and good inclusion in this list. And now Justin, like you said, is going to try to set up and even apply a little bit of pressure if he can. And this is going to be a shock. We hit another Grass Energy.
Let's go.
All right, so talk us through this turn, Moshi.
Sure. So we have an Ultra Ball in hand. We have a Lilies for next turn, which I assume we're going to play if we don't end up finding a Crispin of some sort. Ultra Ball, I assume, is probably just going to be for a second Teal Mass. Just because we can see as many cards as we want because we play 12 Grass Energy. All of our energy at the bottom of the deck, so that's cool. We didn't prize any for both, I guess.
Listen, we say all of it, but there are literally 20 energy cards in this deck. 1/3 of all the cards in this deck are basic energy. It is truly theme deck levels, but boy, is it working. And yikes, please just shoot us a message on Twitter or X. We'll ask around and see if we can. Even if Justin lost, yes, So even if Justin loses, if Jake is the higher seed in... Oh, no. After game 1, whoever loses gets to pick.
Yeah.
So the higher seed just gets to pick game 1. And since Justin lost, he chose second again. And I actually love this decision by Jake to go get the Raging Bolt. But Moshi, talk us through Justin's turn. What's happening here?
Sure. So we got our Gibbles down. We do have 2 Gabites in hand, but the Lily obviously is going to come down because that card's too broken not to play when you're at 6 prize yards.
100%.
So we're just going to hope that we find another way to continue accelerating our board, such as another Buddy Poffin, maybe another Lilies for the following turn. And maybe an energy, but that's like the least of our worries. Consider we play, I think, 6.
So actually, I think finding an energy is pretty important. And the reason being, that first attack for Justin is not going to reach on any of these guys.
Yeah.
So Justin is going to need either a boatload of Roserades or to use that second attack on Garchomp pretty consistently.
Well, to be fair, I did watch Justin pull 3 Roserades game 2. Or game 3, sorry.
That's pretty good.
It was pretty cool to watch.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And actually, I agree. I don't think this counts as slop box. This is truly pure teal mask Raging Bolt. Like, there is nothing else in here. It's just flowing so well. And it is absolutely pre-release energy counts. Panda, Moshi, you said Justin plays 1 candy?
Justin does play 1 candy, yeah.
Okay.
So the fighting all going to come down. Grabbing the energy.
Mega Lucario lost in top 8, so it did finish in top 8.
So energy comes down. We do have the candy in hand.
And also there is the Pokepad for a Gabite, and that's a big deal.
Yeah.
If Jake decides not to Gust knock out that Gibble.
But considering it's all there,
I think that's what Jake's debating. Yeah.
see why not.
And that is really bad for Justin.
Absolutely.
Because we had kind of sunk all our eggs into that basket.
So, I mean, I feel like it has to be Roselia.
TCG Insights, no festival lead made it into top cut. There were a few on stream today. All right, so Moshi, how does Justin respond?
Obviously we're gonna Pokepad for the Gabite, and then I would kind of want to see a Pokepad or a Pokegear first, just so we can hopefully get a Lilies, get our board a little more like sophisticated, and hopefully get something going.
I don't mind that at all. I do think the other thing, as silly as it is, I would love to see this active Roselia become a Roserade and slap a Cynthia's power weight on there.
I don't hate that, because what that makes it...
Oh, we just failed. Ooh. That's not good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, we're all pretty big fans of that unfair stamp.
Oh, interesting. So the only reason I'm saying this is if you evolve that active Roselia into Roserade and you slap that belt on it, it has 200 HP.
Yeah.
There's no grass weakness, nothing like that.
Yep.
So Jake would need 2 more grass energy on that active Ogerpon to reach on the single prizer or retreat off and go into the Raging Bolt. And in either of those scenarios, Jake's burned a bunch of resources that you could then take advantage of with your Garchomp the next turn.
Yeah.
However, now Jake's going to be able to save or spread those resources a little bit differently.
Jake just draws Bug Catching Set and a Grass Energy off the unfair stamp.
Pretty good, pretty good. Murray, I will tell you that Matt Trong is way on the other side of the bracket. He, I think, went 1-3 drop or something similar. But he's currently cubing, so you can see how that's going for him.
True. I was just informed that Everfall did win game 1.
Okay.
So Straight Pole beats Blaze Pole for game 1.
And
pretty cool.
I think that's a pretty interesting matchup, but to be honest, I don't know how we could not show this insane Raging Bolt box and Cynthia's Garchomp, which has just been kind of on a ton of momentum of people's excitement.
Absolutely.
That sentence didn't make sense, but you knew exactly what I was saying.
I knew what you were going for.
All right, perfect. So, Murray, I agree, pain. And now, Moshi, you are shaking your head in that Jake is just, he always got it.
Jake casually just rips double Bug Catching Set and a Grass Energy off his unfair stamp, and that includes getting 2 more Grass Energy, and that's about it.
Which, weirdly enough, I think Jake didn't want to hit more energy. Jake wanted to hit a Teal Mask Ogerpon.
We do have another Bug Catching Set, but now we have 3 energies in hand.
That's plenty.
That's Teal Dance.
That is.
I'm telling you, this is hitting double Teal Mask right here.
You know what? It wouldn't even surprise me. So 3. Oh, wow.
Is this deck mid?
Okay, and so this this is exactly the line Justin needed off of that unfair stamp.
Absolutely.
Because if Jake is unable to gust up that Gabite, Justin can knock out this Teal Mask Ogerpon, and all of a sudden, Justin is in an incredibly good position. Wow.
Wow.
That is appalling. My... Y'all, I cannot say the last time I've seen so much plot armor. That is absolutely insane. I would like you all to know there are exactly 2 bosses orders in this deck since we used one the previous turn. That is insane.
Wow.
And Jake playing super cool, like, yeah, that's what happens all the time. Panda, yes. As much as I am excited for Jake, that was some wild stuff.
Yeah, Dan's talking about how this is exactly what Justin wanted off the unfair stamp, but then he just rips the bottom on the top, whatever.
I'm so sorry, Justin. This one's on me. I'm sorry, man. I got no one to blame but myself.
What the hell?
Now, regardless, Jake will be able to draw another card, but Jake's hand is still a little bit dead, and I say that before he top decks Lilies or something.
He has to, right? Like, at this point, like...
Absolutely insane.
This is, wow.
And so on Justin's end, Justin's hand is fine. He'll be able to Night Stretcher for Gabite, but what else does he want to do, Moshi?
We're going to start the chain of Gabite for Gabite, and then, which is always entertaining to watch. I watched him game 1. He goes Pokepad for Gabite, and then just places the other 3.
He knows what's up.
Yeah.
All right, so one thing that I think Justin was considering is whether or not he needed to go for either another Gibble or for a Fighting Energy.
Yeah, I think it's...
And Jay, I have no other reason to explain that except for Heart of the Cards, because holy...
So yeah, there's the Gabite for another Gabite, and then the second Gabite's going to be for a Roserade.
And then, Moshi, what else is happening here this turn? I guess what's Jake saying? I don't think so. There were 3 Gibble pieces down last turn. Yeah.
Yeah, just go tell them that they're good.
And then Justin a Night Stretchered out Gabite from the discard.
There were 3 down last turn. Yeah. Okay, so you're good to evolve.
Okay, perfect. See, we got that all settled. See, every now and then we're paying attention,
Yeah.
Moshi.
We only missed 1, so we're fine.
Yes, it's fine. And that was just whether or not someone drew a card. We're paying attention to the big stuff.
And that wasn't even the big part of the game that happened there.
That is very true. And there are now 2 bosses down.
There's one and a prime. There's one boss and a prime.
Yeah, there's 1 boss and a prime.
Exactly, there's 1 boss and a prime. The sleeves are lovely. I don't know what Jake's are.
They're saying the Roserade was put down this time.
Oh, Eli,
Yeah,
can you
the-
check on that?
He took a Lilies off the prize.
Did he really?
Dude.
That is absolutely insane. Okay, perfect. We got it all figured out. Y'all, thank you very much for letting us know. Konai, appreciate it, and the enthusiasm.
Lily's off the
But thank you all very much for calling that out. And Reptar, we do not have our lists generally posted because these are all the individual players. If you do reach out to us on Twitter, we can certainly ask the player for the list and try to get that to you. Okay, so then we see Jake rip the Lilies off the prizes because sometimes there is just some plot armor there. And then we see another Terra Orb for another Teal Mask Ogerpon. And at this point, Moshi, I think we're about cooked.
It's tough. I mean, we have 5 energy on a single Ogerpon that should get knocked out next turn.
Yes.
But, I mean, like, past that, like, I don't know how much there actually, like, is for Justin.
And Jewish Kid agreed, and I don't think there's anything malicious in any of this, just sometimes you don't see the stuff. All right, so then Jake's gonna take a pretty easy knockout here.
Yep, gonna get rid of the grass energy. The one that typically shouldn't be out of Raging Bolt in the first place.
Correct, yes.
Garchomp off the top there makes Justin's decision 50% easier on what he wants to do this turn.
It does. So now the only issue, well, there's a lot of issues, but the main issue is Justin is going to be able to reach and knock out this Raging Bolt no problem. But without a Cynthia's power weight, he is not going to be able to tank a hit from this Teal Mask Ogerpon. And Jay, it may be Jake versus Rafal in finals, which that's crazy.
That is pretty crazy. Jake getting through Okie Dokie earlier, and then having a really simple way to finals past that.
Absolutely. And Crisp, oh, yes. This is very favorable for Raging Bolt. Teal Mask Ogerpon being grass type, being able to accelerate, set itself up, and one-shot big Garchomp. Yeah, it's a little rough.
I would say this is the closest thing we have to a 90-10 matchup, right? I can't really like picture anything being as much easier as this.
In our top cut, at least, I agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, and so Justin getting the Garchomp, getting obviously not another Gabite, but something out of the deck.
It might honestly just be a second Gabite. I think that's like almost all he can get. Like,
Just to thin.
Yeah.
No, I think that makes sense.
So.
And absolutely. Guardy versus Lucario. Yeah, that's, yeah. All right, so then Moshi, talk us through Justin's game plan here.
Yeah, so I assume Justin doesn't want to knock out this Raging Ball. I assume he wants to knock out this Teal Mask before Energy's on it if he can.
Probably.
So a big part of that is that Pokegear that's in hand. And if we miss...
So, and honestly, I don't think missing the knockout on the Teal Mask Ogerpon on the bench is the end of the world if he hits a power weight. And if he doesn't hit a power weight, missing the knockout on the guy on the bench is actually an immense deal. And then, yeah, we're going to play the Lilies, and then Justin is just praying that VC... Bryce, can you check on that? See how many Jake drew off the Lilies?
Eli's checking.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you, Eli. Yeah, we'll check on that. Thanks for the heads up. And 8 for Justin. Do we see a power weight?
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Okay. We're saying there's a chance. There's a chance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a chance. So
yeah.
Garchomp's going to knock out this Raging Bolt, take 2 prizes, and then Teal Mask Ogerpon's going to come up. Teal Mask Ogerpon needs to get 210 damage, which is 6 energy on the Ogerpon in order to reach the knockout.
Justin just get it a Judge Shuffle just because the deck's too small.
Oh, that's fine. Sure. Okay, perfect. Jake did draw 6, so we're good there. We're good. And we see the knockout. 2 prizes for Justin. And do we have a grass and and we also have retrieval. Okay. Well, this was fun, guys. I'm glad you all enjoyed our time together.
The hype was short-lived.
Yes, it was very, very minimal hype. No, VC, thank you for checking. Always, I would love you guys to check and confirm with us because we're obviously human. We could miss stuff, and if we have a chance to get the board state right, we want to do it.
I'm just saying, Jake's missed like 3 bug catching sets, and he's like still this far ahead.
Yeah, and it has not mattered.
It's kind of impressive, Loki. Like, but it's okay. You know why? Because he's just gonna like draw something off of this Teal Mask and just be perfectly fine, even though he basically has game in hand already.
Well, honestly, this is the thing I've been most impressed with, is this deck just does the thing. It is fantastic. And I'm really curious then to see how this does into the pure Dragapult that we're going to see next. Because Dragapult isn't just let me throw something up and bop. There's going to be a lot of lines Rafal can use to try to play around this.
Okay.
Oh, actually, maybe for some reason I saw Rafal moving out, but no, Rafal won game 1.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Well, that's good. Then we got another one to go to after Jake obliterates Justin here. So
Teal Dance.
we see the 1 Teal Dance. And then we have the grass in hand to attach, and we'll still Crispin.
I mean, that's perfectly okay.
Goodness. Oh, no, it's fine. Just goodness. And now I think the question is, did Jake do the math right?
It's what?
We need 6 energy.
Or we just retreat the bolt.
We can, but to be honest, that has us remove 6 energy, or we could just hit and keep all the energy on our guy. Yup, there we go. I don't think Jake needs to do anything else. We see the one shot. Jake goes down to 1 prize remaining. That's bad, fam. Oh, but we have the knockout. Wait, hold on. There's still a chance. Justin will be able to take the knockout with the first attack here. Listen, y'all, I'm very up and down on this, but we are seeing the swings.
We have fighting energy, grass energy for Jake. So...
And I think 5 energy will be enough. Well, 5 energy is enough, not 4. So Jake will need to Crispin again, and he may have one in hand already. Yep, double power weight. Attach one of the energy cards. And then I think that's it. Just take the knockout with 60 on top of the 100 plus the 2 power tablets gets you to 220. And that is knockout. And now the question is, can Jake get 5 energy on the board? Does he have Crispin in hand?
Well, he has energy and grass energy, so that's 5 energy.
Oh, that's right, because there's already 3 on the board. Correct, correct. Yep. Teal Dance. Draw a card and attach. And that is game. Jake Reed 2-0ing Cynthia's Garchomp to go to finals. Whew. Holy. And Bryce, can we jump over to our other game? Because now we have Dragapult versus Blaziken Dragapult. Mochi, what's happening here?
So just by the looks of the board, I want to say it's a safe assumption that Rafal just knocked out a Dragapult with a Clefairy. And took that aggressive lead.
That seems like a good assumption.
So both of our players had 4 prizes here.
Yeah, and bold for Dragapult. What is this, like 2025? It all comes back around. Wait, what's happening?
The door stuck.
Listen, y'all, we actually have a pretty decent setup, but the door to the back here where we sit is horrible. So sorry about that if you're allowed knocking in the background. But all right, so Blaziken uses its ability to attach. We're going to be able to go in and knock out the Cynthia, or this Lily's Clefairy. Goodness. But Moshi, what else does Tristan need to do to set up this turn?
I mean, I haven't really looked at Tristan's hand. So we have a lot of like everything we need. We haven't played that supporter yet, which we played the Crispin, I think. So I mean, we have the hand disruption for the following turn. We have the monkey. Rafal doesn't even have a Dracloak on board. And I'm not sure if Rafal's playing candies.
Rafal is,
okay,
I believe. And so Gandalf for undeserving the win because luck. To be honest, I don't even think it was. Was there some good luck there? Of course, but luck's always a part of the game.
And it's also like a 90-10 matchup, to be fair.
It is, but also Jake's deck is entirely built to do exactly what it did. And so if Jake's deck did something it's not built to do, then I'd be like, I don't know if that's right.
Yeah.
But Jake's deck is built to throw a bunch of energy on the board, set up all his guys, and he got a bit of a high roll to find another boss, but he was able to do everything else the rest of the game regardless.
It's very deserved because it's not a profile. How do you feel about that, Dan?
I don't like that. But okay, so we see the recon directive from Rafal. We see another Pokepad. Seems good.
Rafal aggressively flicking the Pokepad. Seems like he's had some trouble.
Absolutely.
But yeah, Rafal going down, or not Rafal, sorry. Tristan going down to 2 prizes is really good here in this situation. Especially with 2 prizes on board, but that's a card.
And there we go. So we had mentioned before that Straight Pult can play a bunch of different tricks. And this is one of the tricks for Straight Pult is that trap and retreat lock. And so Rafal may find a way to steal this game. And PTCG loser, Justin, I don't know if I want to say look like a poor sport. Like I said, Justin's just very neutral a lot of the time, so he usually just keeps things very calm. I wouldn't take that as anything of him not caring or anything like that.
Just to basically agree with Erratic Assassin, he does always just look like that, to be honest.
He does. That is true. That is his baseline.
There's times where I'll be like talking to him, and I look, he just can't tell if he's upset or not.
All right.
So the stretcher comes out for the dark. Boss in hand.
So here's a question. Does Tristan have any psychic energy in his discard pile?
I believe there was one.
So that's a little problematic because eventually Monkey Door is going to be able to confuse.
I think the boss is still in his hand. Yeah, it is still in his hand.
Oh, Bryce, do you mind yelling at him about that?
The boss is still in his hand. He has to kind of play it for the monkey to be in the active there.
Yeah, Jeremy, you're absolutely right. Even on regional streams, that's what his face looks like.
There
Okay. And so, Franklin, the goal of the retreat lock isn't to, like, take prizes or set up damage for a long knockout. The retreat lock is to just stop Tristan from winning the game and to say that you're not going to be able to apply enough pressure to do that. Now, the downside is Rafal only has one monkey.
Yeah, but I also do believe that there's a dark energy in the discard as well. So there's basically two monkeys.
Yes. No, I mean, Tristan does. Rafal only has one.
Oh, yeah, Rafal can't even find his dark energies.
I know. I think this game may be scuffed for Rafal, but he's going to try his best to get back into it.
So, Pokepad.
It can't attack. Oh, that's actually a really good point, Duck. Blaziken cannot attack back-to-back. So Yveltal on Blaziken probably would have been a much better line. Yeah, great eye.
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, I see it.
No, I think that would have been much better because it does buy another turn. Now, granted, I don't really know what win condition Rafal's going for here.
I don't either. I just think he wanted the turn to set up his board, and the only way to stop Tristan from doing anything was just to use that Yveltal.
Very true. And so Tristan will be able to move 4 damage and hit for 60. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Crumbrion, great to see you. Thanks for joining. And yes, Switch, I think people are going to need to start playing around Retreat Lock. An early format, that's always a tough thing of do I really want to spend deck slots on a Switch when I'd prefer to play the game?
Sometimes playing Switch is playing the game, Dan.
Sometimes. And other times, it's nothing like that.
That is true. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so we do see the 3 damage come on to this Yveltal. 4th damage counter from Budu come on there. And then I gotta imagine we see Mind Bend here, right?
We see recons first.
Did we not recon?
I don't believe so.
I agree. We should see the recons first. And so what is Tristan's win condition here?
I think his win condition at this point is a big turn of hopefully knocking out this Yveltal in the active, and then just spreading enough damage to knock out that Monkey Dory sitting on the board, because that gets you 2 prize cards, as well as why doesn't Tristan boss Luke?
It's not a bad idea. I don't think Tristan had boss in hand from what I saw.
Yeah, I don't think he had in that prior hand, but Rafal did find a dark energy now, so his own monkey is back on, or his monkey is online. I don't know if it was before.
That is a big deal. Rafal will also be. Do we want to do that? Do we have? Does Rafal have an out to Crispin? No.
Interesting.
What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not sure. It's like
Konai, I actually really don't mind just bossing Knockout Cloak in that scenario, actually. I think that's fine.
I think that's also fine. Why did we attach a monkey there? Are we just like kind of content with not attacking with Pult this turn?
apparently, I think Rafal may just be trying to protect this Yveltal, but to be honest, I don't know how much that helps. Oh, okay, Rafal going in, like you said, for the Jet Headbutt, knocking out Monkey Dory, taking a prize.
Wait, but now we just won with Clefairy.
Also with Boss.
Also with the boss that's in hand.
Correct. Yep, and we see Tristan looking up like, who do I gust? And debating, which, I mean, to be fair, I think this is pretty easy.
Which one?
It could be either. It could be both. It can't be both. But you do get to pick one.
Yeah.
Okay. So Tristan takes down the game. We do get to go to game 3 here, and we have about 21 minutes left, so that should be enough to get through the game. And Link, hello. Thank you very much for joining. Awesome to have you here.
It's a pretty good time. It's a good time frame.
You actually chose a great time to join, Link, because we are in the last 20 minutes of game 3 of our top 4. And yeah, that should be enough for 2 Pult decks to get through it, right?
I would hope so. If it's not, I think one of them's slow playing, but I mean, it's like,
listen, we know both of these guys. They're very trustworthy dudes. They're not going to pull that.
I don't know. Tristan's the kind of no.
Listen, Tristan literally benched Fez last round when he could have not, so I'm not worried. And yes, Pult mirrors are much faster than Guardy. So Moshi, assuming Rafal goes second here,
yeah.
What do you want to see setup be from both boards?
I mean, like honestly, with 20 minutes. I want an entertaining game 3, to be honest. I don't know about you. I haven't gotten to cast many entertaining games. We only really had one that was pretty entertaining.
That's a fair point.
So I personally want full board states. I want a full game that I could cast. That's pretty awesome.
That would be pretty cool. I would be a big fan of that. So I would also like an interesting game. I think part of what I would be looking for is I want to see what happens when Blaziken gets set up alongside kind of what Rafal's trying to do with more monkeys and the like. And that's not an ideal hand for Rafal.
Tristan has a Buddy Poffin and a Pokepad going first.
I mean, that's pretty good.
Draw for turn.
Not the most helpful, but like you said, Buddy Poffin, Pokepad, this is a really good start.
Absolutely. So, gotta get another Dreep. The big Droopy we all know and love. Been here long enough. I'm tired of this guy.
Yeah, it's understandable. Well, unfortunately, buddy, you're going to see a whole lot more of him for the next few months. I'll be honest, though, I don't mind it. Even though people get annoyed with Dragapult, I think it's such an interesting card, and it causes so many interesting decks, builds, everything like that, that I don't mind this being the focus of the format.
No, I like Dragapult. Dragapult got me my first cash at my first Masters event, so...
That's pretty sick.
I'd say he's like my best friend.
That's good. That's good. It's good to have friends.
Yeah.
And then we will see the Pokepad for the slightly bigger dragon, like you said.
Thank you.
And then otherwise, this is not a bad hand for Tristan, but we're going to get rid of a Night Stretcher. That feels aggressive.
I mean, it's definitely aggressive, but it's like you kind of need the other cards in your hand, to be fair. You could also just not play the Ultra Ball, but if you get item locked, it's like, oh.
So that's a fair point. There's a low percentage chance for Fall Disrupts, but really I think each of these lists are playing maybe one judge, so not likely to occur.
Rafal is playing one judge. Good job, Dan.
Thank you. Thank you. I try to be on top of these things. Konai, absolutely no for Alligator, unfortunately. And Juan Miguel, one last league challenge with Raging Pond. It's like Dengo. It is 4 Pokemon catchers. Someone did make a comment that if Jake also had 4 catchers in his deck, they were going to flip a table. So I'm glad that vibe still exists with this Raging Bolt deck.
Would you have been surprised about that?
Okay. All right, so Rafal does play the Lilies, going to get 8 clean cards. I mean, Moshi, what does Rafal want to see?
He definitely needs another Buddy Poffin or just raw draw into double Droopy.
Yes, I agree with that. We need Buddy Poffin or Buddy Poffin at home.
Yeah. So we're going to see 8. What is going on? We're going to see 8
I
cards.
have no idea. Also, really like the color for Rafal's sleeves.
Yeah.
Those are very nice.
One Droopy?
We have a Dreepster. We have another Budu.
That's it.
That's unhelpful. And that's about it.
Torchic off the top.
Which is not bad, but man, Tristan is setting up really well here. And I think, should Tristan bench another Torchic here?
I feel it's okay too. I mean, I don't think it's going to be like the end of the world if he does. If anything, he gets 2 Blaziken set up, and that's pretty good into a mirror.
That actually is pretty good.
Yeah.
And Konai, I don't think there was any for Alligator here today. Unfortunately, Mega for Alligator is not as competitive as I know some people would like it to be. So that could change in the future.
I haven't figured it out yet.
That's fair. Work on it,
I'm
Moshi.
also not working on it. So.
Well, you've also been working on Control, and that's going about as well as for Alligator.
Me?
All right, so for Tristan's end, that's honestly a pretty good hand.
Pretty good hand. We have a Blaziken. We have a Pokepad when we do get out of item lock, if we do.
There's also a Stadium, and there's a Dawn.
That's pretty good.
Okay, so can I make a possible suggestion here? If there's a Psychic off this, there's not. Okay. I was going to say,
Now you can.
there may have been a world where Tristan just said, I'm not going to item lock, and just goes into a Phantom Dive next turn. Because committing that energy to retreat basically guarantees no Phantom Dive next turn, which is probably fine.
Yeah. So Cloak coming down for a fall. Unfair Stand Buddy Poppin'.
Not allowed to use either of those.
Neither of those are allowed. And one actually just can't be allowed, even if you were an item lock.
Correct. Oh, we see the energy attachment. Sorry, y'all. Apparently, I'm a little tired.
Dan's tired.
I know. I was up late cubing last night like an irresponsible adult.
I went to bed at a reasonable time.
Look at you being a healthy person.
That's what I'm saying. I'm so locked.
I like this decision via fall to gust Itchy Pollen here.
I was sick yesterday.
Okay, lock in. So what does Tristan do here?
I mean, obviously just we could honestly just attack. No, that doesn't sound right. We could, but like I wouldn't.
Listen, Hunter Butler already accused me of being an unk. I should say accurately and truly accused me of being an unk, and I am. It is way past my bedtime last night when I went to bed, so we're struggling.
Yeah,
and Jay, I appreciate you being here all day with us. It's awesome to have you here.
Yeah, you're getting up there for sure.
Yeah. I got gray in my hair. I got gray in my beard. I have a little human I'm responsible for. It's crazy out here.
Yeah, it's crazy.
All right, so Moshi, how does Tristan make the most out of this turn?
So a big part of that was getting that Combustion down, because now we kind of can just attack with this Torchic if we wanted to, but obviously just continue putting pressure on with this Itchy Pollen.
So one thing I want to note is that we didn't recon.
Did we not use either?
Tristan did not use either recon.
Interesting.
Interesting is the nicest word I would have used there. That was less than ideal.
Suboptimal.
Okay, we got another we got another fire energy, which is fine.
Jamming Tower kept.
There is a Meowth, and Moshe, I don't know about you, but this feels like a really, really good judge turn.
Yeah, that's fair. I think, yeah, I feel like Judge is fair here. Maybe another Lily's is fair here.
Rafon could also Crispin.
He could also Crispin.
Crispin I don't think is terrible, although it does hurt a bit to... okay. And I mean, Lily's is fine as well.
Yeah, I agree with Insights. Why do we need a recon, Dan?
I actually would love to see this dark energy go down on Monkey. So tell me if you agree or disagree.
I do agree.
Good. The people cannot see you nod. So unfortunately, nodding does not tell us very much. But why do you agree?
It allows you to put pressure by taking a first prize into this matchup, or even just setting up your Cloak for a future Dragapult turn, as well as just cleaning up that Bidoof so it doesn't get knocked out in return. Just basically clearing Rafal's board of damage, just making it so Tristan needs more off of his Dragapults to do the exact same thing that Rafal's doing for free, basically.
I agree. And Kenneth, I don't actually know a world in we don't attach that dark energy, because being able to knock out Badu while item locking Tristan just seems so good. And it also means you get more value out of your Phantom Dives later. So I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't.
Absolutely, but we didn't.
We didn't. Juan Miguel, I agree. Item lock on that Raging Bolt deck is going to be a huge, huge deal, especially because it'll put those Teal Mask Ogrepons in range.
So we're going to see another 8 cards for a fall.
And I hope one's a Dark Energy.
It's not. We have another Fire Energy.
That's bad.
It's not great.
It's not great. And the other issue with this now is there is no way to use damage next turn when Tristan knocks out this Budu.
Yeah.
And that's terrible.
Judge in the hand. Energy can come down. Oh.
What you thinking?
Oh, never mind. I was going to say we could, we have Clefairy, we have Boss, we have 2 Recons. If we could find Psychic Blaziken, we can knock out this Dragapult.
Oh, that's a true statement.
But we attach returns.
Okay, I mean, that's fair. That would be a bit of a reach anyway, but we'll see if Tristan remembers to recon after this, because that is very important. And Logan, exactly. If Rafal knocks out this Budu under item lock, Unfair Stamp cannot be played, and that is a big deal. So I'll be curious to ask Rafal after this about why he declined to attach that Dark Energy there. There's probably a good reason.
I feel like it was more just if I find Psychic Energy, I can attack. If I don't, well, I guess I can set up my board.
And I think the only thing is, I don't think Phantom Dive was that good that turn.
I don't think so either. So Recon number 1 finds Dark and Fire, I believe that was.
Which is pretty good.
Opted to keep the Dark, Buddy Poffin and Psychic found.
Sure. All right, so all of our energy. And I agree, Logan. KOing Budu with Phantom Dive in the face is very, very bad.
And there's a knockout with an Itchy Melon.
And so this is the issue. Now, Rafal can't play any Unfair Stamp or anything himself, and there's no good way to go back into Budu. This is just not good, to say the least.
It's suboptimal, as those would say.
Yes, I think those would say that, and they would be correct.
And by those, I mean I, because I think I've said it 12 times in the last 6 hours.
That's very true. All right, and see, now attaching the Dark to Monkey now doesn't do any good. Why are we doing it now? It's fine. It's all fine. It's fine.
Jet Headbutt.
I think we probably are going to Jet Headbutt here, and that feels terrible. Yes, I agree. Tristan has a huge advantage. Now, granted, Tristan's board is not set up enough to truly punish this yet. So, Moshi, how does Rafal get himself in a position to be okay here?
Unfortunately, we have to get rid of the energy that's on this Dragapult and retreat it to something that's just not this Dragapult, because then we don't face that risk of losing 2 prizes and our only Dragapult on board. We kind of needed another Cloak, but we can't find that either, apparently. So
that's very bad. But I think for what it's worth, the odds of this Dragapult getting answered are pretty low. Crumbreon, yes, if this Dragapult does get one shot, we are cooked. But I don't know how common or how likely that is.
Ultra Ball at the top and a Pheasant hand.
Okay, well, that makes it a little more likely. I'm curious, Moshi. I think you Fez here first, right?
Yeah, usually I would.
Because, and I guess my reasoning is, Tristan wants Clefairy and Blaziken. If you Ultra Ball for one of those, there's only one out to find in the deck.
Yeah. So I'm going to grab the Blaziken off the Ultra Ball.
And so for those watching, obviously, as you get tired, and especially when you're at a regional and you get tired, these are the times where you need to kind of slow down, settle yourself, identify what are the things you need to do, what is the right order to sequence them. And Panda, I know as a third card, you just never check.
You never look.
You just never look. It's never going to do you any good if you sequence correctly.
It doesn't mean anything at that point. Once you're ready in your deck, you're ready to decide it. But we
exactly.
In discard.
There's not. Okay. None of those help. That's okay. So all we need off of these recon directives is that certainly helps. And, I mean, Moshi, we just play that, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's as many cards out as you want to, which I'm pretty sure Tristan's just that Watchtower. And then, yeah, just Unfair Stamp. And then you have a total of 7 cards to find your 2-card combo.
Exactly. And so Tristan has not played a supporter yet either.
Yeah.
So it could also just be an out to Clefairy Crispin.
That is also an option.
So there are a lot of ways to end this Dragapult's miserable existence. We're just not sure if we're going to find them. And Erratic, I actually agree. I love that judge art. I think it's great. Reno, thank you so much. Much appreciated. And I'm glad you appreciate our insight. Moshi, we're sometimes smart.
Sometimes. Every once in a while we try to be.
We've been doing this 7 hours. We've at least hit 1 or 2 positive moments of intelligence.
Absolutely.
And it's great. It's just great.
Especially in probably round 1.
Right, exactly. Those moments may have passed, but and then so
We have Crispin. And we have Dawn, so we have 2 possible outs we can find.
I was gonna say we can't use both.
So we can either find the energy or just the Clefairy.
And that would be pretty good. So let's see. Do we see a psychic energy?
Ultra Ball.
We see Ultra Ball.
That will find it.
We have it. We have the Clefairy.
Good job being quiet, Dan.
Thank you. I'm trying not to sell this one. And so we'll see if Tristan sees it.
I feel like he has to, right?
I agree.
I feel like if you, this is the whole thing you've been building for, you kind of have to know it's there.
Well, I don't know if he was playing to that line. It's possible he was, but I don't know for sure if he was. But if we see him grab the and this is why we don't say anything. And so, to be fair, Phantom Diving here isn't horrible, but
then if we're gonna Phantom Dive, why did we keep the Pokepad to grab Monkey if we had to Crispin anyway?
you know what? That's a great question, Moshi, and it is one of the many we've had so far in this round. But I tend to agree. I don't know why we aren't just taking a knockout with Clefairy, especially because with Blaziken, he's going to be very easily able to set up Pult coming out of that.
Are we actually okay?
Wait, are we just jet headbutting? Is that what?
Yeah, this could not be optimal.
What is what what for those in chat who may have better insight than me, what are we missing? A great way to not put damage on board is to knock out Dragapult.
Yeah.
So I probably would have recommended that route, but
It's a deck, guys. We saw it.
oh, maybe he didn't have enough energy in deck. But actually, no, that doesn't matter.
He didn't have
even
enough
if
energy in deck.
even if he didn't have enough energy to Crispin, yeah, all he'd have to do is just get a psychic out of the deck. And Reno, listen, all of us, we are all confused and all on the same page. Tristan, when you watch this, I apologize. No, we adore you. And unfortunately, your Torchic is going down.
Tristan, I don't apologize. I'm confused.
The will to play past 5 p.m. Listen, we got the will to play. Our decision making is slick. Now, I know you can't see all of us lose our minds in person when that psychic energy came off the top, but just be aware that that is what happened. So, Moshi, where do we go from here? Especially now that we've gotten rid of the Dawn we would have used to go again.
We're also retreating into the Blaziken because I assume we're going to play this boss on the Meowth.
Which also isn't bad, and...
Xion, the first psychic that was in hand, was off the prize cards.
And then we will boss, or Tristan will boss Meowth.
We haven't fezzed yet.
Correct. And Tristan has declined to use Pheasant Divinity. All right, y'all, listen. I think our commentary hasn't declined in quality too far, but unfortunately the play, it's been a little tough so far.
Yeah.
And so, no, we actually, you and I saw Clefairy in deck.
Yeah,
right?
we both saw Clefairy in deck. Okay, if he's,
Yeah.
The Clefairy was in deck.
Okay, yeah, the Clefairy is in deck. We are indeed all boggled, baffled, befuddled, I think is the word. What's up?
If he did start the turn with Fez, then...
Oh, okay, if he started to the Fez, that's fine. Yes. I did not catch it if he
there's
did.
no way he did. He has 4 cards in hand. He finished his turn with 3.
We all have questions here. And yes, Meowth, Juan Miguel, for us to get back on track here, Meowth certainly is a liability, and it's one of the advantages of having Blaziken is it gives you another option to do a set number or set amount of damage and not be susceptible to the liabilities that Dragapult is. Wow, none of those are a Psychic Energy.
Yeah,
that is a problem.
We do get access to a second Dracloak.
Also, we do try to respond to all the comments. I'm going to do my best because y'all chatting, and I'm so here for it, so thank you. But yeah, I think we may be exhausted, and bossing instead of Crispin with Clefairy and Psychic in deck is indeed a decision that has been made today.
Erratic Assassin, I do believe it might just be tunnel vision. I feel like Tristan just saw his play that he wanted and just did that to a T and then just ended his turn.
And it's very possible. I think with the boss here, Fall may be Ultra Balling.
He had the Oak on the pull too. I don't think he did.
He did with Clefairy.
Did he have Clefairy that turn?
The previous turn when he had Crispin, Ultra Ball, yeah. And then that turn as well, if he had kept the Dawn, he would have had the knockout.
Or if we just Fez, we probably draw into Clefairy.
Correct.
Watch is going to be the next card.
It's always the next card.
It happened with the Psychic Energy.
It did. It did. So Rafal obviously is not a good position here at all, but he's also, from where he started, if he can find a Psychic Energy.
Where's Rafal's Psychic Energies?
So that's bad. The good news for this, though, is even if Tristan does Phantom Dive, Rafal has 2 Monkey Dory set up.
1 minute left in the round is important to mention, too.
That's a big deal because Rafal would have to get ahead at some point before turn 3 is up. And yes, Crumbreon, it is absolutely monkey o'clock. Like, the way Rafal's going to win this game is by excellent use of Monkey Dory. And that's going to be tough.
So we could just I guess we can't just.
Is there a monkey in the discard for Tristan?
That was the first thing he looked at when he saw the Night Stretcher, I'm pretty sure.
That makes a lot of sense.
He only has the Dark in discard.
But Tristan having the boss in hand
is really good.
It is, because that all but guarantees game for him. Because no matter what he hits, if Rafal doesn't disrupt his hand, and I think Rafal's out of ways to disrupt, Tristan's going to be able to close things out.
So the energy going back onto the Blaziken.
Which is fine, just to have another attacker available. Oh, that's...
I feel like that's okay.
I actually disagree. I think that's appalling. Sorry, appalling is the wrong word. Actually, no, it's the right word. That is not good.
If anything, I feel like it had to be on the Fez. But there's 2 monkeys on board. So if we just punched and single spreaded, that was our best option if we just wanted to swing into the Dragapult. But if we get a what's the word I'm looking for? A Psychic Energy, then the game just kind of shifts, I guess, in a sense.
So,
Crispin,
do you mean for Rafal or for Tristan?
For Rafal. But, no, I guess it doesn't matter because the energy's on the Blaziken.
And so here's the interesting thing for Rafal is he is now at 4 prizes remaining. And we are in turns of time. So Tristan, to win the game, is going to have to Gust.
Yeah.
If he had Stretcher Monday. So that's... Tristan does not have Monkey in discard. That can't... Okay. We got the Clefairy. We are not intending to use the Clefairy. And yes, I believe... Is Rafal turn 1? Do you mind checking? Just in between turns, if you can check. And Jay, you're absolutely correct. We cannot Clefairy this turn.
They didn't know they were in time, apparently.
Okay, apparently we're not in time yet. Just kidding.
What, I think...
Minute 15, or minute.
Oh, okay. We're just... So, Bryce, can you just manually adjust that? Thank you. All right, so... With these monkeys now, I think what Rafal may try to do, and to be honest, I would love this to be the thing, is Rafal has access to boss's orders. So what Rafal would need to do is simply put all of this damage on the Dragapult, hit the Dragapult, put whatever damage he needs on either the Blaziken or the Pheasantipity, and then Gust to win. Or we could not do that, and I have no idea why. Is there any idea why?
I don't really know what the reason was. Maybe just like Crumpia said, for the love of Arceus. Just to get something down.
I mean, to be fair, this is probably still fine, because with Double Monkey, it's going to be very feasible to make this happen. So, I mean, we'll just see if Tristan finds an out to Clefairy.
It's not there.
It is not there. And Tristan cannot use Pheasantipity to draw.
Yeah. That should be around when time's called.
Okay, so then Tristan is going to be turn 0. Mochi, has Rafal found a way to steal this game back?
I think so. It was a really big sell by Tristan in the mid game.
My goodness. And yeah, Clefairy's in deck.
Yeah. Because, well, obviously we all know that Tristan was in a really good spot going into his, like, 3 turns ago.
Yes.
But,
there were a lot of opportunities to close this out.
Just it not being there now kind of blows.
And I agree, Dexter. Tristan is going to be very, very upset watching this one. So, Electrical Current, I appreciate you being very respectful, because I agree. This has been gross.
Rafal did use Clefairy. He used the game too.
Use Clefairy's not. Thank you, Kenneth. Rafal's being very honest right now. And Hot, yeah, unfortunately, I think Tristan had a bunch of opportunities to close this out and just declined to take them. And so this is definitely one we'll be interested to talk with him after the fact and see his thoughts. But for those who are watching now, we always encourage our players to look back and watch stream, because this is such a good way to learn and grow as a player. Roth, indeed, getting points towards that invite. And yes, throwing. Yeah, there's no stealing. There is only giving away. And so we'll see what Tristan does. Does choose to Phantom Dive. And if Rafal has boss, which I think he does, that's just game. So Rafal draws for turn.
Well, there's now 2
draws
bosses.
the boss. Can just move all 6 onto Dragapult, and then gust up Blaziken. And then boss. And then Rafal has sealed his win and gotten into finals with straight Dragapult. Holy! Rafal takes that game from a spot of just absolute, I need to go home early, if that's the term. Man, Moshi, what are your thoughts?
That was definitely a game 3. The nerves definitely hit for Tristan.
That was the rare triple punt. Yes,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
It's unfortunate, but it happens at the end of the day. I know many of us could say that we've probably done that at some point in time.
Yes.
And
I've absolutely cost myself games before. Huh?
So he could have just passed.
He could have just passed.
too.
Absolutely. Maybe at dinner reservations. No, and I will say, like, Tristan is a good player. And not even is he a good player, he is getting better and better and better over the past year. And to be honest, he was still in top 4 of a 65-person event, playing with some issues, but in general making good decisions. So to yes, he indeed did snatch victory defeat from the jaws of victory, which I have done that. And Kenneth, it's a great point. In case y'all don't know, I was on stream in Milwaukee a couple years ago playing Arceus V-Star. And in game 3 of that stream match, I declined to use Starbirth because I thought I had used it already. And let me tell you, I 100% win the game if I Starbirth, and I 100% lost the game because I did not Starbirth. So trust me, it happens to the best of us. But Moshi, any other thoughts outside of the throwing?
I don't think so. I think, like, obviously, like, like you saw in top 8, like I was outside for that. Tristan played really well in his top 8 game. He played really well game 2. There was a couple errors too with not reconning, not
Yes.
fezzing. But just like making sure that you step out your full turn and then announce your attack, you'll be in a better spot going into your future turns.
And that's a lesson I want y'all to take from this is not only don't throw, because that doesn't really help, but in general, really stop and think through what lines are available to you, what lines you are taking, and not get locked in on I have to take this step. Mr. Nick, if you could never remember that game again, I would really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm not going to NAIC because I'm hanging out with my baby.
Why not Monkey to Fez or Cloak, Gus Fez or KO Fez plus Gus minimize Tristan's out to either boss or Cloak. You could do that too. I think he was just setting up a checkmate board to the point where it didn't matter. Or I guess that's probably right, to be honest, because that just gets rid of everything.
Well, so also, no, the only reason I would say it's not is Rafal had one boss in hand. And so there was not a guarantee that Rafal was going to be able to find another boss's orders. Yeah. Sure, he top-decked another one.
Because then there's nothing easy to knock out.
Exactly. And so if Rafal spends that boss there are no guarantees he is able to get game. And the ball in Game 6 was not lost. That was Patriots-Falcons to a degree. But Moshi, from the Blaziken to overall Dragapult or pure Dragapult matchup, is one of those typically favored?
I feel like it's like ever so slightly favored towards slow.
Okay.
Like I'm pretty sure when I was looking at numbers, it was like 58 to 42.
Oh, that's
so
actually
like,
pretty significant.
It's not that different, I feel. But it's definitely one of those things where some variant has a slighter edge just because it has more access to its consistency cards like we were talking about earlier.
Fair. And I would have gone the flip and say that Blaziken is a little more favored because there's more opportunity to bounce back and apply pressure in different ways, but I could absolutely see that. Yeah. And so just as actually Crumbreon, that is a great point. So Crumbreon saying that it's favored for a regular Slowpoke because chicken players haven't quite figured it out yet. And legitimately, I do think that's a thing, early format. If you don't know the perfect build, perfect lines, a matchup that's probably favorable when things are optimal, it ain't optimal yet. So you don't know which way that's going to go. And so for us, real quick here, we are going to get into finals. And I want to make sure everyone knows, for finals, obviously, you get a beautiful championship cup mat. How much is it? There's like $500 across here.
Yeah.
$600. $600 for finals because it's $1,000. Actually, we should check on that because it was possibly $1,500.
Yeah, I can ask.
Well, I'm gonna go check on that because I'm gonna have to take a quick break anyway.
Do you want Eli to step in?
Yeah, so I'm actually going to have Eli step in, have you guys talk about the matchup a little bit, and then also talk about, like, just general what the cup looks like, what pricing looks like, all that.
Absolutely.
Let me pop that up. If you just want to start talking about it.
Yeah, for sure. So, obviously our matchup is that Raiding Bolt with way too much energy, and I assume Eli's going to talk about that.
What's up?
I was talking about how you were going to mention the very obnoxious energies.
It's an insane amount of energies. There's just no reason to play 20, but
I mean, it's here.
it indeed is. And talking about this matchup a little, by the way, this seems pretty good for Roth. There's like no way for Jake to bump off damage.
Yeah.
So Roth can take like multiple multi-prize turns, like. Unless Jake's able to like set up our baby bolts very early and overwhelm Roth with that.
Yeah.
Does Roth play Shaman, I'm guessing?
Roth
hopefully
does not play Shaman.
Oh, he does not. Okay, so this baby bolt can, if we're able to get into it early, can...
I got the wrong list like 3 different times. What am I up to?
That's not the right one either.
No, it's Tristan's. That's one of these 2.
Yeah, I think so.
No, that's Matt's and David's. I grabbed all 7 of the lists, except this one. There it is.
God damn. God. Should we switch headphones?
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. I think this is gonna be a lot better.
But yeah, like just looking at Jake's list, there's not a lot of ways to like make it so Ralph can have a harder time like adjusting to this matchup. Like there's no hand disruption.
There's no way for Jake to
there's
clear off damage.
Yeah,
there's no like area 0 into like Chin Pow or anything cute like that.
There's no there's no battle cage.
There's no cage. There's no nothing of. It's just a pure four Raging Bolt, 4 Teal Mask Garchomp, a bunch of energy, 4 Crispin, 4 Lilies.
Yeah, it's
so nothing cute can happen here.
I'll kick out whoever I'm kicking out. So,
you want to do it?
I can. Okay.
All right, sounds good. Well, you all get to hear from me still, and Eli is joining us for the last round here. So, Eli, thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate it. And so we're going to get into this last game, and like you guys were talking about, it is pure Dragapult versus Raging Bolt. And by Raging Bolt, I mean there are Ogrepons, and there are Raging Bolts, and get all the rest of that crap out of here. Yes. So, this is... I think this is going to be a heck of a matchup, Eli.
It is. So, as I was saying to Junior earlier... I will wait until the door is closed.
Yes, because let's not tell everyone how to win the matchup.
Yes. Okay, so this is going to be... Are they...
I think they're just waiting to get set up.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, okay, they're getting prize bonus. So perfect.
Okay.
This is a good time to talk through it, Eli, so go for it.
As I was saying earlier, yeah, we can see his phone screen. Does it matter? Okay.
Oh,
cool.
thank you.
Cool,
Appreciate
cool.
that. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, let's not share everyone. Let's not dox our players or anything. But no, so honestly, Juan Miguel, I think it's pretty similar to Dragapult. Like, Raging Bolt's always going to have the opportunity to reach for a knockout. But 2 issues. One, this Bolt is going to be much more susceptible to depression. Maybe depression too. But disruption is what I was trying to say.
And damage spread.
Yes.
There's no way for Jake with his list currently, or with his list to be able to get rid of damage by going like area 0 plus Chin Pow or area 0 into another stadium. So this damage from Roth will be sticking throughout the entirety of all the games that we see here.
It will. And also, what is it? Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to be a big thing for Rafal. Being able to confuse with Monkey legitimately may be a big thing. And also being able to trap a Divital is big. So we do see Rafal starting off with Monkey Dory, Jake starting off with Raging Bolt, and Rafal has a buddy Poffin to kick it off. And on Jake's end, Jake chose to go second, which is probably a really good idea.
I think with the way he has his deck built, that is probably optimal. You have 4 Crispin, 4 Lilies. You want to play one of those supporters turn 1, and you have such a high likelihood of starting one of those in your opening hand.
Absolutely. No, Jewish Kid, you absolutely started the perfect time because we are about to get finals going. Well, we are getting finals going right now.
Yep.
All right, and so, Eli, probably per that, does Jake want to just go Crispin knockout here?
So that would put a lot of pressure on Rafal from early. However, Jake just doesn't have a Teal Mask. I feel like we might want to Lilies here, knowing that we're most likely getting Bedewed this following turn, just to start setting up our board so that we can just go attack. After turn.
I completely agree, because Jake's going to get 1 prize for 2 energy off this Crispin, and his entire board is going to be a Raging Bolt with no energy on it.
Exactly, and maybe a second Raging Bolt if he decides to bench it.
Right.
But I think I didn't see a Teal Mask. There's a bunch of energy, of grass energy, with no Teal Mask in the hand, which isn't great.
And so Raging Bolt does not play Clefairy. So it only plays Raging Bolt, Teal Mask Ogrepon, 1 Baby Bolt, and a Latias.
Latias and Fez.
And so, does it play Fez?
I believe so.
I assume
there's
plays
a Fez.
Oh, sorry, yes, Dragapult does play Clefairy, and that is actually a big deal, because there are a lot of ways Rafal can reach for a one-shot.
Yes, so, honestly, like, Rafal doesn't have it, but if Rafal somehow could go Clefairy full board and knock out this Raging Bolt, that would put Jake in a pretty bad spot. I would like to think.
It would, because also that, what was I going to say? That Lily's now will only get Jake 6 cards.
Yeah, and then the Clefairy wouldn't even be getting knocked out.
Logan, we are all very confident Dragapult plays Clefairy, don't you worry.
Rafal does indeed have a Clefairy in the deck. So yes, and as I was saying, so if Rafal were to somehow get into the Clefairy here, which seems pretty low likelihood, Jake wouldn't have a response having to Lilies with no Teal Mask on the board.
And unfortunately, it doesn't look like Rafal has an out to that.
He has Meowth plus Ultra Ball.
Wait, no, you're right, he does.
I don't know if he has a...
4, 5, 20.
He needs to full board,
Wait,
right?
no.
Oh, no, he doesn't. It's... yeah, because Jake
Wait.
has a
Yeah.
Pokemon on bench. Yeah.
Rafal has the knockout.
Does
If there's
see
Clefairy
it?
in deck.
Rafal does see it. He did pull the Clefairy to the front of the deck.
Wait, this is insane.
Yeah.
Rafal's going to immediately punish Jake.
Yeah, Rafal is going to be in such a good spot here.
That is absolutely incredible.
I mean, like, Jake just won't have a response aside from, say, top deck Teal Mask, Teal Dance into Crispin, which, I mean, if he does that, he's...
Listen, from a lot of the chatter, the chat seems highly confident that is exactly what will happen, so you never know, man.
If he does that...
Well, and also, he would need to do that and then get another Teal Mask Ogerpon down. Oh, yeah, and now with this down, Rafal's clearing without a problem. And we see the knockout for Rafal, 2 prizes. Jake, can we pull this off? Oh, man.
He
We
might
said
get
it.
it here.
We said it out loud. There's a Teal Mask. There's an energy.
Well, so we still need to go gear for the Crispin.
That is true. Now, this will help Jake dig for that. Joe, can you keep the door closed? Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Nope, totally fine. Bye, Joe. Thank you. So this will help him dig towards that. But you're right. If he does not hit the Crispin, and even if he does hit the Crispin, it doesn't guarantee the knockout.
Well, yeah, he has knockout on Clefairy with a...
Oh, that's true. That's true. I forgot. For some reason, I was thinking it was 60 each, but it's 70 each.
It is 70 each.
Yes.
It will do just enough, but then Jake will still be living off of
Bryce,
top
can you
decks.
scroll down on our checks? I think it may have stopped.
Yeah. Oh,
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah. And Joe's great, by the way. Joe Storino, great judge, great dude. And Jake deciding to forego the lilies.
That is, I mean, if this Poke gear is just nothing, we're first to burst, we're here, and Jake will be in a really bad spot after that.
I hate to say game losing, but if Rafal can take 4 prizes with Lily's Clefairy, and then all of a sudden go in with this Blood Moon Ursaluna, that...
Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
We see Rafal put the head down, saying there's no way. Oh.
That is
Yeah.
wild. So I want to not say that was lucky, but I gotta say, we're already down a Crispin. We didn't even have to use the Poke gear. That's pretty good.
So the thing is that Ruff will have a Pult next turn. However, I don't like playing this gear.
I also do not. I think what Jake is saying is that there's a chance Rafal goes into Budu to try to item lock. And yeah, apparently Rafal needs to cut better. Goodness.
Yeah.
Jake absolutely stealing a game
I'm
here.
just like speechless by that teal mask.
No, that's wild. So the good thing for Rafal is 1 Crispin away from returning the knockout on this Raging Bolt. Now, the odds of hitting that are low.
That is true. I think Rafal is pretty safe here to go into Dragapult. There is 2 Crispins down, with 1 energy on board. Jake doesn't play any colorless Pokemon, so there's no Glass Trumpet shenanigans.
True.
So it'd be a little difficult for Jake to get that a Raging Bolt powered up fast enough to KO a Dragapult. Oh, for some reason I thought I saw an Ultra Ball in Rafal's hand, but I guess I am wrong.
And yes, if Rafal had gotten the second Crispin, he could absolutely use Blood Moon. Fortunately, he did not get second Crispin there.
Yeah. This gets a little scary for Rafal because if Jake somehow gets into a Crispin this turn to kill this Badoo, all he needs to do is take one more knockout.
Because Rafal knew that if anyone was going to get second Grass, attach, Boss, Latias, it was going to be Jake.
Yeah.
And so we are playing around that to the nth degree.
Okay, so we just see this Lilies. So Rafal buying a turn here is really good, as it keeps Jake at 3 prize cards.
And actually, I think Rafal not getting knocked out here means he is now in the driver's seat if he can Phantom Dive this turn.
I would agree if he is able to get that Phantom Dive off, because then he can set up for a 4 prize turn with back-to-back Dragapults.
Exactly. And there's going to be nothing that Jake can do to stop that,
Yep.
which means Rafal's going to have an up.
This is a choice.
That is. So we get, or Rafal gets 3 recon directives to find what he needs.
I don't think Jake had any good promotions. However, that was probably the worst one.
I would agree with that. All right, so Rafal does find Lilies, and obviously, yes, we're going to see the Lilies first for 6, and then Rafal will have a single additional recon directive to try to get into this game and get a Dragapult.
Yeah, we're seeing 8 cards.
8 cards. 8 cards for a Dragapult and an energy of either type.
Yep, either energy. And Rafal would have to feel pretty good if we are able to do that this turn.
And if we don't, we choose to go second.
I mean,
We got it.
we got it.
We got there. We have Dragapult Fire Energy and a Psychic should we want it for later. I mean, this is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, this just puts Rafal in the best spot.
And Jake plays no disruption,
Yeah, there's
correct?
no judge, no none of that.
So then with this, Rafal, I hate to say wins, but unless there's a Dragapult prized, Rafal has game this upcoming turn.
Yeah, and he just has it in hand already, right?
And so, yes. Well, assuming
it's-
there's a Dragapult in deck.
Yes.
And so for those watching this game, this is actually why I was so fascinated to see how this Raging Bolt deck did into something like Dragapult, where you can't automatically go 2-2-2.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can go back to the turn 1 for Jake, where he decided to Crispin instead of use that Lilies to set up his board
Yes.
to make sure he can go back to back to back.
Absolutely.
I would like to say yes to the Fennel. However,
What does Fennel do?
it heals 40 damage from all of your Pokemon.
Oh, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
That's
It is a
real big deal.
pretty funny card.
Yes. And to be honest, I don't think going into Latias is that big of a deal because Rafal's going to hit anything for 200 anyway.
Yeah, I think the only promotion that would have been like decent for Jake to have would have been into his Baby Bolt, to force Raf to take 1 prize card, and then still need to use 2 Phantom Dives to win.
Actually, so Fruit makes a really good point. If you stay in the Raging Bolt, it does force Rafal to have follow-up Gust. And now here, Jake's going to have to go into Raging Bolt,
yeah.
and so Rafal does not need to Gust to win the game.
Correct.
And that's actually a really, really big deal.
Yeah, retreating into this Latias was not a great
No.
play.
And now, granted, Rafal looks like he has game, but it would have made Rafal work so much harder to pull that off.
Yeah, Rafal would have needed to use that boss this turn,
Yes.
whereas now he just has Dragapult energy and can win the game into this bolt that already has damage on it.
And so I know people, for those who are watching, again, this is always something we like to talk about, is to find, not to find a line, but like to think through what you need to do and how to achieve your win condition. One thing we've seen a ton on the stream is people preemptively bossing. So boss, knowing that you can set up a good attack or something, but knowing that you still need to boss later. And for me, that's the issue, because now you are adding additional resources to your win condition. Whereas Rafal, holding the boss here, even if he hits into something slightly suboptimally, he has more outs to his gust available later, which is a big, big deal.
It is a big deal, just having all the resources you need, as many of those resources as you need in your deck, just so that they're easy to find off Recon or Meowth or any of these abilities.
And so, Juan Miguel.
They said they can hear you guys out there.
Okay. So, okay. I'm going to try to talk more quietly. But for Juan Miguel bossing Ursaluna and Chill, that may buy a turn, but Rafal is just a single Crispin away from that Ursaluna being able to take 2 prizes. And so it unfortunately can't be a guaranteed thing for Jake to close out the game or to stall turns. And
yeah, because
at this point, too... Oh, go ahead, Eli.
if Blood Moon gets trapped in the active, it's kind of just you're maintaining the same board's position, right?
Exactly.
Nothing's really changing because this Raging Bolt list, you can't really snipe anything of importance, especially with the prize situation.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we see the 5 energy knockout on Dragapult from Raging Bolt, and now Rafal. All Rafal needs is energy Dragapult. Actually, yeah, energy Dragapult. So now the question is there a Dragapult in deck?
Well, we'll find out here.
We will. And is there?
And there is.
And
so
there we go.
Rafal has the energy, will retreat, and takes the 4 prize turn.
And that is textbook how Dragapult beats a big 2 prize beat stick deck. So Rafal, Dragapult, straight Dragapult, goes to 1-0 in the finals round. Jake's going to need to steal 2 games in a row in order to be able to claim finals here. Otherwise, I mean, Rafal's going to run away with this.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jake just needs to have a more optimal opening with making sure we can attack back-to-back-to-back turns.
Exactly.
And maintain pressure on Rafal. I would like to see Jake try to get into a Baby Bolt. Rafal doesn't play a Shaman. Jake didn't see a Shaman. If we're able to get into a Baby Bolt and just start sniping these Dracloaks, that can prove very, very difficult for Roth to deal with.
So I agree completely. I think Baby Bolt is a really good thing here. The issue for Jake is it's not going to be super easy to find that.
That is true.
And for those asking about Rafal not needing to Ultra Ball, yes. So he, I think, was trying to dig in the deck to see if he could find a Night Stretcher, since I don't know if he was 100% sure there were Dragapults in his deck.
Yeah, I think he might not have prize checked that the last Dragapult.
Also, I think people are all pretty tired, so there's not a lot of perfect mapping of everything going on. But that's a pretty good hand for Rafal.
Yeah, I mean, he has Pokepad, he has Dreamy Pokepad and Buddy Puffin. He is going to be doing a lot of things this game.
And that is not a bad hand for Jake either. Jake's going to be able to teal dance over and over.
He will be able to, if he can draw, or if he can take some teal mass off of the bug catching set.
There was also a Terra Orb in hand.
There is a Terra Orb. Okay,
so he'll be able to draw at least a little bit.
Yes.
And we see Buddy Puffin for Rafal. I mean, what else does Rafal need?
Does he have energy? I think
he does.
Okay, Rafal just has everything he could want this turn.
We're just cruising. Yeah. It's less dramatic since we're just throwing a few basics down, but still. So then, what else does Rafal need to set up here, Eli?
I mean, just getting triple Dreepy. If he can get, I mean, Monkey Dory's never bad. He just passes here, so we didn't have an energy. Otherwise, I think we would have seen that come down.
I think you're correct. What are your thoughts about Terra Orb first?
I don't like it because ideally we probably try to bug catching set to get a teal mask over pawn, and then Terror Orb to get the third.
Kenneth, you are allowed to say whatever it is you want to, even if it's true or untrue. I support you, my friend.
I agree on that statement.
Okay, that's fair. I do also agree with it. I think Pult Blaziken does not lack aura. I think that thing is sick.
I just say all Pults are the same.
Okay, well, that's discriminatory. Anyway, so, all right, Jake does get the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn off the Terror Orb. And then what's the next series for him here?
Okay, so now maybe he's just trying to thin his deck to only get more grass energy.
That's my only thought.
We somehow get the grass pawn instead of the grass energy.
Oh, and I think Jake just is emotionally running out of a little bit of gas here.
Yeah, I think he's just like, how am I whiffing these grass energies? But he still has that Pokegear. Let's see what he gets off of these teal dances.
And I mean, none of those are bad cards, just not especially what you want to see right now.
Yeah, they're not great for this turn.
We do see the Pokegear from Jake. All right, there's a Crispin.
So we have a Crispin, but the problem is that we don't have a Raging Bolt to attach these energies to.
I agree. There already is a boss's orders in hand. Jake can just set up and use a third teal dance here, which is not horrible, but it doesn't feel like where Jake wants to use Crispin.
Yeah, especially with no E-switch, no way of manipulating energy besides this Crispin and the teal dances.
Yes.
Means we're not getting a knockout this turn. So Rafal has to feel pretty good about that.
Agreed. And that gives Rafal so much more time. Jay, listen, defend Pult. I love it. I hate it. It's a great relationship. Pult Noir did lose so much after CC Iono, which is why I don't love the Pult Noir currently. Kenneth, yeah, basically. Can you just donate some damage to me?
Yes.
Kevin, if you want, please message the Nerd Rage team Twitter. We don't publish everyone's lists because it's their own list. A lot of times people use them for events. But if you want to see a certain list, certainly ask, and we'll try to reach out to that person to get it for you. And then, yeah, okay. So Stadium Up is good. Watchtower is still good. Risky Ruins to bounce at is very good. And so, Eli, Rafal didn't die.
Rafal didn't die.
That's a big deal.
It is. This Jake missing this first knockout is actually really, really big for him because he basically didn't really get anything for choosing to go second. And Rafal now is able to start evolving into his Dragloaks before Jake really has done anything.
And that's huge. And this is one of the big things with Dragapult. Even before rotation, if you were given time, you could set up, and your deck is the best deck in any game, turns like 3 forward.
Yep.
So you just had to survive and not let your opponent get too big of a lead, turns 1, 2, maybe 3.
Yeah, and especially with Jake's list not being able to search out the Baby Bolt, like, there's not much Jake is going to really be able to do, I feel like, with no grass energy in the hand, no lilies, none of those types of cards.
Right. And that's the issue with this straightforward deck, is you do what you do so well, and as silly as it sounds, but that's all you do.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of flexibility. There's not a lot of tricky gameplay. It's if flooding my board with energy and knocking out what's in front of me or on the bench, one bench guy each turn isn't enough, then I'm going to lose.
Yeah, you can't. You don't have any way to climb back into games.
But to be honest, so much of the time, as we saw with Jake, that is enough.
Yeah, it can be if your opponent does start if your opponent has a slow start.
Bless you.
Thank you. If your opponent has a slow start, you can really take advantage of that. But when your opponent doesn't and is able to get triple Dracloak down turn 2 after you were unable to take a knockout, things can just spiral out of control for you.
100%. And Kenneth, having 3 cloak down does not mean we win, but it means we should win.
Yeah.
Should is the real key piece there.
It is indeed. And now Jake just doesn't have anything.
No. Goodness, just passes over. And yeah, Jake, I'm sorry, my guy. That is rough. And I think Rafal has Crispin Dragapult.
Does he really? That's he does indeed, and this is going to be a very good turn for Roth. Clearing off 2 energy from the active, setting up damage on the other 2 teal masks. I mean, I don't see a way Jake would need a lot to be able to get back into this game.
Fruit, with the hand Jake had, I don't actually mind playing for the attack that turn and trying to just kind of go hard to start to apply pressure. I think that could have been a really good move. And now, though, Rafal has the Crispin, has the Ultra Ball for Dragapult. Rafal's going... Kenneth is saying it's a shaman. Did you enjoy that? I think there was a shaman. He did include it.
Am I just blind?
Here, let me look and see. Or are we giving Rafal a game loss? No, there's a shaman.
Oh.
There is a shaman. Okay. We don't need to DQ him. That's good because we're in finals.
I was given false information. Sorry.
I don't know how to read.
That's reasonable.
Junior can't read.
All right, so we do see the Phantom Dive knockout. 2 prizes for a fall. Teal Mask Ogerpon goes down, and Jake's only board is 2 Teal Mask Ogerpon. And I really need to stress, it is not impossible for Jake to still knock this guy out.
With his hand, I guess. So he does have energy retrieval, so we can get a Teal Mask off, or Teal Dance off. I'd like to see him play the Star Orb, thin out a card from the deck.
100%.
Give ourselves the best chance to be able to climb our way back into this game.
Wait, did Jake draw the Baby Bolt?
Yes.
That's
top decked it.
Actually a pretty big deal, especially when Rafal immediately discarded the Shaman.
That is, however, we would need to trap something for a turn, I feel like, to get true value out of this Baby Bolt.
With Rafal having boss in hand, 100%. And Straight Bolt does have plenty of room, but Rafal and I were talking through like 6 to 8 texts that he wanted to include, so at a certain point you can't cram it all in.
Interesting.
So I think Jake's trying to get max value out of that retrieval to get 2 grass energy.
Yes, however, this means we're committing to this Baby Bolt.
Agreed.
Unless somehow we are able to get Raging Bolt's Prime Catcher Crispin.
And I think that's literally the only line for a 2-prize knockout this turn. And even then, that's not going to be 2 prizes because the Bolt is in the active.
Yep.
And so there is a way for Jake to hit Crispin off of this if he sees a Teal Mask Ogre. Well, no.
So he has a Terror Orb, right?
He does. I thought he used it too. He may have failed it, which obviously you can only play 4 Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Yep. So one.
He did put it in hand. Okay.
Okay.
Teal Dance. Do we see a Crispin? No. No, we do not.
More energy. This is the problem when we play 20 energy. All we draw is energy.
Listen, when 1/3 of your deck is something, you're probably going to see it a relatively high amount of the time.
Yeah.
But for Rafal now, all Rafal needs is a Gust, which he has.
Well, it's not automatically. A Gust puts him down to 2 prize cards, and then it's basically game because as soon as Jake goes down to 2 prize cards, we Blood Moon Ursaluna and win the game.
100%. And with 2 Dragapult on the board, the moment Jake knocks out a Dragapult, you will have to do so with a 2-prizer.
Yep.
And Rafal is clearly going to Gust and set up all of the bench 2-prizers to be within range of a single Phantom Dive.
Yep. And
wow. Okay.
all the boss cards.
That's fine. I see no downside.
Yeah.
And is that's a Blood Moon?
Yep.
That's a Blood Moon.
It is a Blood Moon.
So then, on Rafal's end, all Rafal needs to do... Ooh.
If we have Latias, this is fine.
I don't know if Rafal plays Latias. He does?
He has to.
Okay.
He there's no way.
And then Rafal does take the knockout on Teal Mask Ogerpon, puts 4 on the Raging Bolt, 1 on the Teal Mask Ogerpon, and 1 on the Baby Bolt. He does? Okay. I'm not crazy.
As long as the Latias isn't prized.
That's all not to be too sexist. It's not a real matchup. I will say this is a very, very unique build from Jake, and I think we've seen the power of it throughout the day, and unfortunately we're now seeing the downside to it in that it's so hard to get through decks that can throw single prizers at you until they're in an advantageous position.
Yeah.
And so we see the Crispin. I mean, I imagine we're just getting fighting in a grass, right?
Yeah. Mole Raider is... Who's Mole?
Kenneth.
Oh, Kenneth.
Yes.
Yes.
Not to dox you, Kenneth, but
Sorry.
you're famous. You should be famous.
Yes, Matt did tell me what happened in Orlando, and I told him what he should have done, and he was like, yep, Kenneth told me that. Yeah, that was...
Link, this Bolt deck plays 3 boss and a Prime Catcher. So Gust is an option. Unfortunately, at this point, Gust doesn't really matter because all Rafal needs to do is hit this active Raging Bolt. And Rafal already has a fully assembled Dragapult on the bench. And so after this knockout that Jake is taking purely for pride's sake, Rafal is going to give up those 2 prizes, go into Dragapult, and then just Phantom die for game. And Rafal Gladitz, Team Nerd Rage, totally biased, excited for him, wins our $1,000 League Cup with pure Dragapults. Eli, what are your thoughts on that round?
I mean, that round was just how the matchup, I think, goes, especially with that pure Raging Bolt being on it, or not playing any disruption, any way to clear damage off the board. If
to keep moving over,
if the pure bolt doesn't just go very, very fast, it goes like that. But yeah.
No, it's a fair point. Honestly, very well played by Rafal. I think Jake, there are a couple decisions Jake could have made differently, but to be honest, the deck just is really good against what it's good against, and it's really bad against what it's bad against.
I would agree.
Dragapult, not something it's great against.
Yeah,
so
especially not the straight pure bolt where it's like really hard to get the baby bolts into play. I think Dragapult's pretty bad, or a pretty bad matchup for that version of Raging Bolt.
100%. So I'll probably ask Rafal to share a little bit on the tweeter or something about that, but we can go ahead and sign off here because we're at about 6:20 and this has been a long 7 or 8 hours. That work for you guys? All right, Moshi, do you want to jump on? Or actually, Eli, any thoughts you want to say to the people before we kick you off for Moshi?
Thank you for everyone who joined today. If you liked the stream, we would love if you subscribed or followed us on whatever platform you are. And yeah, we'll be here every Thursday for a little bit. Please come join us.
Absolutely. Thanks, Eli. Appreciate it. And then Moshi will let you jump in here. I'll get out of everyone's way. So kind of like Eli was saying, for tournament today, obviously, we had 6 rounds of Swiss. We had our 3 rounds of Top Cut. We got to see some Garchomp. We got to see a whole lot of Dragapult. We got to see some Okidogi. Like, honestly, wait, did we see Okidogi? We saw Okidogi.
We saw 2, or 1.
Yeah, and honestly, this has been a fun day, Moshi. So any thoughts you have before we send everyone home?
Yeah, it's been a great day. The key I've gotten through just reading chat throughout all day is that this format is horrible, apparently. And me saying that I've liked this format the last 5 hours have just meant nothing. But no, I do think that this format's in a pretty interesting spot. I do like where this format's going currently. And I think I'm going to enjoy it for a while, for sure.
That's a great point to make, Moshi. No, I agree. I will say this is probably not my favorite format, but the thing I really like to see in Top Cut is there was a lot of agency.
Yeah.
Like, people had a lot of control of the outcome of the game. Sometimes I was good for them, sometimes I was bad for them. But that's one of the things I always hear about bad formats is that there's no agency or control. So I'm a big fan if there is some control over how the games end up. And you know what, Kenneth? Your points are good regardless, even if they are poisoned, as you say. But so on my end, I just want to say thank you, Moshi, for being here. Bryce, thank you as always for all the help. And then thank you all for joining, spending the day with us. It's been awesome having you here. Really appreciate all of you spending your time here. So like we said, if you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe, follow, like and subscribe on YouTube. There's a little bell thing. Hit that because we'll be here every Thursday and then for a couple Sundays over the summer. If you're on Twitch, please follow. If you so want to subscribe, great, awesome, thank you. But really just love you to follow and come join. And big thing, if y'all know other people who would enjoy what we do here, please share. Let them know. We'd love to have them come hang out. So on my end, thank you all again for being here. We are here in Nerd Rage Gaming, Buffalo Grove, Illinois, and we will see you here next time on Thursday at Nerd Rage Gaming.